You can prepare for your entire IELTS exam by watching this single video. It works whether you're preparing for IELTS academic or general training, whether you're brand new to the test or you've taken it before but didn't get the score you need yet. 15 years ago, I took IELTS myself to move from Kazakhstan to the UK. Since then, I've spent 8 years teaching it and helping thousands of students pass. The strategies here are the most effective ones I know. No magic hacks, just a better understanding of how the test works so you can use your English more effectively. We'll cover all 4 skills: reading, listening, writing, and speaking, and let's start with IELTS reading. According to IDP, there are 14 different question types. Luckily, you don't need to memorize 14 different strategies. I'll show you one strategy that can help you save a lot of time in reading, and then you learn how to answer the top 5 groups of questions that cover between 80 and 100% of an average reading test, and we'll practice together. But first, I want to give a very brief introduction into IELTS reading. It lasts for 60 minutes and includes 40 questions split into 3 questions. For Band 7, you need to answer at least 30 questions in IELTS Academic and at least 34 in General Training. And that's because the passages in the General Training test cover everyday topics, so they're easier than more academic passages in the academic test. In any case, there is a lot to read, and the chances locating the answers in those passages takes so much time that you may barely finish, if at all. And that's exactly what the next strategy can help you with, to find your answers faster. These are all the question types in IELTS reading. They fall into 2 categories. And knowing which is which can be a huge time saver because you know exactly where to find your answers. The first category is questions that come in order. That's when you can read a question, start skimming the text until you locate your answer. You answer the first question, you read the second question, and you continue reading the text, and so on. So whenever you're reading the passage, you look for one particular answer. And here we start with questions. Other tasks do not come in order, and you need to start with the passage and then look at your options and select the answer. So you start with the text. I'll show you how to deal with these questions later. Let's look through each question type in IELTS reading and determine if it comes in order or not. And there is a mysterious group of questions at the bottom, which is unlike any other questions. But let's start at the top. Our first type of questions is true, false, not given. Here it is. Do the following statements agree with the information given in the reading passage? True, if the statement agrees with the information. False, if there is a clear contradiction. The statement and the text have very different meaning, not a tiny bit different, very different. And not given if there is no information in the text to say if the statement is true or false. These questions always come in order. If you look at our passage, that's where you would find your answers. Number 7, then 8, 9, and so on. Okay. True, false, not given questions come in order. We're moving them to the left. Next, yes, no, not given questions. These are similar to true, false, not given, but there is one difference. Yes, no, not given questions are about the writer's opinions rather than facts. For example, our first question. Charles chose Pepys for the task because he considered him trustworthy. We don't know for sure if it's true, so this is a writer's opinion. I find that yes, no, not given questions are a bit harder because we need to fully understand someone's opinions. In the academic reading, for example, they're usually used in the third passage, the most complex one. And the IDP warns that you should be careful when deciding on your answer, that you're not influenced by your own knowledge on the topic area. These questions come in order. Next, multiple choice questions. There are several types of multiple choice questions. You may have one question with 4 options or occasionally 3 options, or there may be 5 options and 2 correct answers. These questions come in order. Now, let's talk about the next group of questions, matching questions. And the first of them is matching headings. Many students find it to be the hardest question type. You're given a list of headings and need to match them to the correct paragraph in the text. These questions come in order in the sense that the first question, number 14, corresponds to the first paragraph A, the second question 15 to the second paragraph B, and so on. However, starting with the first heading and trying to match it won't take you far. You should start with the text. Read the first paragraph and then match it to a heading, then the second, and so on. Once you finish, go back to the paragraph you couldn't match and try again. Usually, I need to do 2 or even 3 rounds before I can match everything. So it's important to use the process of elimination to match the easier headings first and then return to tougher matches. So, matching headings, start with the text. Next, matching information. Which section contains the following information? For each statement, you need to find the section or paragraph which covers the required information. And in this task, any letter or section may be used more than once. Always check if this note is in your task or not. So this task may look similar to matching headings, but there are some important differences. Matching headings tests your ability to recognize the main idea and to distinguish main ideas from supporting ones. Matching information, on the other hand, assesses your ability to scan for specific information. You may be asked to find a specific detail, an example, or an explanation. With matching headings, we usually solve this task first and then look at other questions to the same passage. If you have matching information, I'd suggest answering other questions first and then coming back to this one. That's because when you're reading the text to answer other questions, you may accidentally find answers to these questions and save some time. So, matching information task doesn't come in order. Start with the passage, not with the questions. The next task is matching features. In this task, you match statements to a list of options. In our case, a list of researchers. You may use any letter more than once. This is common in this task. But it's also possible that you won't use some of the options at all. Here, the options may be in order. If you look at our task, we have Kutha, then Gao, Ek, and Jones. I've highlighted all the surnames in the passage, as you should do with this task. We'll indeed read about the researchers in the same order as we found their surnames on the list, Kutha, Gao, Ek, but they're mentioned multiple times. So you should scan the text to locate the keywords, surnames, and then read for detail to match the correct feature. Matching features questions do not come in order as the previous 2 matching tasks. What about matching sentence endings? These questions ask you to complete a sentence by selecting the correct ending from a list of options. These questions come in order. You can read a sentence, find the relevant part of the passage, and then choose the correct ending. So matching sentence endings is the only matching task that comes in order. Others don't. Now, Let's look at the next big group of tasks, missing words, also known as filling the blanks or filling the gaps. These questions may require you to complete notes, like here. Choose one word only. You may read, choose not more than 2 words. Please note that articles are also words, and you shouldn't include them in your answers. Look at the first question. How the noise of breaking when one teenager threw a... The article A is already there, and this means you need a singular noun, like stone. If the article wasn't there, stone wouldn't be a correct answer because grammatically we need an article. Apart from notes, you may get a table like in this task or a summary. You may need to select answers from the text or from a box of options underneath, like in our second task. According to the official IDP website, these questions do not necessarily occur in the same order as in the text, but they will usually come from one section rather than the entire text. In my experience, they usually come from one paragraph and most are in order, but some may not be. So all these questions are from the same section, but not all of them are always in order. So let's move them halfway to the left. And there is one missing words task left. And there is a reason for this. Sentence completion. It looks like this. Complete the sentences below. Choose one word or maybe not more than 2 words from the passage. It has the same gaps, but usually there are fewer of these questions, just 3 or 4, and answers will be in different paragraphs. In our case, that's where you're gonna find the answers. You need to read 6 paragraphs. The good news is they do come in order, and you can look for the answer to question number 24, then 25, and finally 26. So, sentence completion comes to the left column. And we only have our mysterious group of questions that may not follow the rules we've discussed so far. And these are questions at the very end of the test. Sometimes, at the very end, you may have 3 or 4 questions of a different type, such as yes, no, not given, or multiple choice with 2 answers. Although these would usually come in order, at the end of the third passage, they may not. And you should be aware of this. As you can see, most questions in the IELTS reading test do come in order, but most matching questions don't. And they're tough, but if you use my strategy, they will become more manageable. Wanna give it a go? Here is the video. First things first, let's have a look at the task. Choose the correct heading for each paragraph or section from the list of headings below. In the middle, there is a box with a list of headings. The questions are at the bottom. If you take IELTS on paper, you'll find the passage on the next page. Basically, you see the task before you read the text or answer any other questions about it. And this shows the best way to solve it. Start with the headings. Well, perhaps read the passage title first to know what the text is about. Read all the headings. Highlight keywords. Read the first paragraph or section. Find the answer. Read the next section, and so on. This is the general strategy. Easier said than done, I know. Let's try to solve some matching headings together, starting with simpler questions and getting to the most difficult ones. I'll be giving you tips and strategies as we go along. Before we begin, remember this. Each heading can be used only once. There are more headings than paragraphs, which means that some headings won't be used. Our questions are coming from authentic practice tests by Cambridge English, which I recommend for your practice. Count how many questions you answer correctly. Here is the task. Read the title first, then the headings, then the first paragraph, and try to find the answer. Go ahead and pause the video now and resume once you're ready. Ready? Okay. I think number 4 may be our answer. In the paragraph, we've read about the evolution of the pyramid form that has been argued about, but there is no question that it began with one monument. And option 4, the header 4, reads, a single certainty among other less definite facts. This may be our answer, but let's check other options first. Oh, have a look at number 7. An idea for changing the design of burial structures. And indeed, we've read about the evolution of the pyramid form and how one designer built or one architect built something new. Maybe number 7 is the answer. Quite often, we can't be certain straight away. With our first question, we immediately faced one of the main difficulties. The hardest part is that one paragraph or one heading, depending on which way you look at it, seems to have multiple answers. Here is what you can do about it. First of all, match all the headings on the question sheet, then transfer your answers to the answer sheet. If you're taking IELTS on computer, you can still make notes on the sheet of paper with instructions. So, if you're hesitating between 2 options, note both. If you're not certain about your answer, put a question mark next to it. And a very important one, if you can't find the answer, move on. You'll return to this question later. Go through all the questions, then come back to those you couldn't answer. Let's return to our task. Section B. Pause the video and find the answer. Let's return to our task. Section B. Pause the video and find the answer. Ready to continue? When I'm looking for my answer, I read all the options, even those I've already used to answer other questions, just to make sure that I haven't made a mistake in another question. I think number 7 is perfect here. In this paragraph, we really see the description of how Djoser's official decided to build a different structure, to change the design. So the answer is B7. And this means that we can exclude this option from A. And now we can say that the header for the first paragraph is not number 7. It must be number 4. A4. Here is the next question. Go ahead and pause the video. Ready? I think the key lies in this sentence. The weight of the enormous mass was a challenge for the builders. And the header is a difficult task for those involved, C2. You might have heard that there are hacks or easy ways to find answers. Let me prove they don't work. One of those pieces of advice is to read only the first sentence of each paragraph, or the first and the last. This doesn't work with matching headings. This task is designed to make you read everything. Have a look at where we found the key information to answer the first 3 questions. Definitely not in the first sentences. Another hack that doesn't work is looking for matching keywords or the same words in the passage and in the heading. The truth is, the main keywords are usually paraphrased. Think about the meaning and pay attention to paraphrasing. Look, here is our first question. The words in purple, there is no question that make us think about a single certainty. And the words in green, the pyramid form has been argued about, are referred to as other less definite facts. There are no matching keywords at all. Have a look at paragraph B. Tombs from the paragraph are paraphrased as burial structures. instead of changing design in the heading. In the paragraph, we see the actual description of the design, rectangular monuments or taller, more impressive ones. No word repetition. So, how did you find the questions we've solved together so far? They are from part 2 of the IELTS academic test. Matching headings in part 3 are even more challenging. Here is one reason why. On the left, you can see the first page of the passage from part 2. There is a letter next to each paragraph, A, B, C, D, which means that you are looking for a heading for each paragraph. The passage on the right is from part 3. Each section includes several paragraphs. The second paragraph for section C is actually on the next page. Each section covers more ideas and requires a deep understanding. Now, I'd like to challenge you to some of the hardest questions in IELTS reading. Ready? Here is our next task. The title of our passage is Attitudes Towards Artificial Intelligence. Could you find a hotter topic for our lesson? Here is the first question. Read the headers, read the section, find your answer. Pause the video now. Ready? Here is what I've found. AI is almost always better at forecasting than we are. And header 3, the superiority of AI projections. Is it the answer? Oh, but have a look here. We still seem to deeply lack confidence in AI predictions. And option 6, widespread distrust in AI innovation. So which answer is correct? We can't know right now. We have to leave this question as it is and come back to it later. Section B. Go ahead and pause the video. It looks like header 6 actually belongs to B, this section. Widespread distrust in AI innovation. And indeed, we've read that doctors didn't trust Watson at all. When Watson gave the same recommendation as doctors, they didn't count it. When it gave a different recommendation, they concluded it was incompetent. And this created even more suspicion. I'm pretty sure B6. And this means that the best header for section A is 3. Section C. Pause the video now. Let's continue. We've read that trust in other people is often based on understanding and experience, but AI is still fairly new and unfamiliar. People feel anxious, and they are acutely aware of instances where AI goes wrong. Read option 2. Reasons why we have more faith in human judgment than in AI. That's our answer. And the next question is D. Pause the video now. Ready? We've read that watching the film polarized the participants' attitudes. And if you're not familiar with the word polarized, there is an explanation in the next sentence. Optimists became more extreme in their enthusiasm, and skeptics became even more guarded. In the next paragraph, we have more explanation, but even now we can say that D1, an increasing divergence of attitudes towards AI. Divergence means that your views or your positions are becoming further and further apart. They diverge, while if they're getting closer, they converge. Section E. Go ahead and pause the video. Ready to see the answer? We've read about how to improve trust in AI, and it seems that previous experience can significantly improve people's opinions. And also, another solution may be to reveal more about the algorithms. Read header 7. Encouraging openness about how AI functions. E7. Section F. Pause the video now. Let's continue. Here is what I found. Allowing people some control could improve trust. For example, if people were allowed the freedom to slightly modify an algorithm, they felt more satisfied with its decisions. Read option 5, the advantages of involving users in AI processes. They trust it more, they're more satisfied. These are definite advantages. Our answer is F5. Let's start with some quick and easy wins. The task reads, do the following statements agree with the information given in the passage? Answer, true, false, not given. So which answer formats are acceptable? You can write your answers in capital letters like in the task, or in small letters, or capitalize the first letter. Or actually, you can just write the first letter, T, F, and G. But there is another type of task, yes, no, not given, which is very similar. What if you mix up the two and you answer yes instead of true? Well, I found the official confirmation that this answer will be marked as correct. So if the answer is true, you can say true, you can say T, you can say yes, you can say Y. I'm gonna link this official video in the description if you'd like to check it out. But now I'd like to show you something. So these are several sets of answers. Have a look at them. Can you spot anything interesting? Well, in all of them, we've used all three options. And indeed, this is the case in all the true, false, not given questions I could find in official practice tests. And I think this is a useful tip, and it actually saved me from making a mistake when I was preparing for this video. I was answering questions, and I noticed that I had 3 false answers in a row. And I started thinking, well, that's not typical, that's weird. And indeed, one of them was true, so I found the missing information, and that tip helped me. Anyways, before you can attempt to answer any question, you need to locate the information in the passage. How can you do that? The very first thing you should know is that answers come in order. You can read the first question, start reading the passage until you find your answer, read the next question, continue reading the passage, and so on. So that saves a lot of time. Keywords can also help you locate the answer. There are 2 types of keywords in IELTS reading. So the first is names, surnames, locations, dates. So those keywords will be repeated in the passage. And if you see the date, and you see the date in the passage, so that's where the answer is gonna be. The second type is the main words which determine the answer, the main words in the statement. So those words will be paraphrased. Basically, you can't look for the direct word match between the passage and the statement to tell you if the answer is true or false. No, that information will be paraphrased. Anyways, let's have a look at a real task to see how it works in practice. We have 3 statements and several paragraphs. Let's have a look at those keywords. The first statement is, during the 3rd phase of construction, sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the Stonehenge site. Can you see any? Well, the 3rd phase of construction, that's a period. That's our keyword. And I can actually see it here. So our answer is going to be somewhere here. There is another keyword, sandstone slabs. This one may be repeated or paraphrased. In our case, it's repeated. I wanted to show you something. So here we also have that the slabs, or those like big stones, were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the site. So these words will determine the answer, and they will definitely be paraphrased. Now, the second statement. There is scientific proof that the blue stones stood in the same spot until approximately 1600 BCE. So the first keyword is bluestones. Again, maybe repeated or paraphrased, but the date should be there. And indeed, here is the date. And actually, here are the bluestones. And the third, John Aubrey's claim about Stonehenge was supported by 20th century findings. Can you see keywords? There are two, right? The name and the date. And indeed, I can see the name here, but probably the whole paragraph is about him. But the date is actually at the end, so probably the answer is closer to the end of the paragraph. That's how it works. Let's continue. Once you've located where the answer is, it's a simple matter of deciding whether the answer is true or false or it's not given, right? Well, basically, the difficulty of these questions depends on where you find them in your test. Questions in the first part are easier, and you may often find your answer in a single sentence. In part 2, you may need to read a couple of sentences. In part 3, you may need to read a whole paragraph to really understand what the answer is. And the devil is in the details. You really need to read the statement very carefully, read the passage, the key sentence or sentences, and check that each part of the sentence has the same meaning. Then the answer is true. If there is a direct contradiction, the answer is false. If the passage is talking about this thing in your statement, but you can't say if it's true or false, it's not given. I have more insights for you in this video, many more, but to truly appreciate them, you first need to experience the problem. So let's try to solve several questions together, and then we continue with our strategies. Ready? Starting with the questions you've just seen. Here is our first question. Pause the video now, find the answer, and then resume the video. Ready? So we need to understand whether those slabs or big stones were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the site. Let's have a look. So slabs were arranged, so instead of placed, we have arranged into an outer crescent or ring. Yes, outer areas. Then we have some extra information we don't really need, and some of them stand tall in the center. Yes, in the middle. The answer is true. Ready to have a look at question number 10? Go ahead and pause the video. Ready to continue? Let's have a look at this statement. There is scientific proof that the bluestones stood in the same spot until approximately our date. So here we can read radiocarbon dating, so that's our scientific proof. It's revealed that work continued until 1600 BCE, with the bluestones in particular being repositioned, moved multiple times. So they didn't stand in the same spot. There is a direct contradiction, and the answer is false. Question number 11. Pause the video now. Ready to continue? So John Aubrey's claim about Stonehenge was supported by the findings. And actually we can read about what the claim was here. John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids who had important religious, judicial, and political roles in Celtic society. So Druids were Celts. Why is it important? Well, here we have the date. Was his claim supported by the 20th century findings? In the mid-20th century, radiocarbon dating demonstrated that Stonehenge stood more than 1,000 years before the Celts inhabited the region. So, his claim was not supported. It was actually overturned. The answer is false. And as you can see in this question, you really need to read the whole paragraph because you need to understand what the claim was, and it's at the beginning of the paragraph. And you need to understand that Druids are Celts. And again, this information is given in the middle. And then you can understand that the claim was not supported at the end of the paragraph. So just looking for keywords and trying to understand the answer will not work. Now, let's talk about yes, no, not given questions, which are very similar. But true, false, not given questions are about facts. So a fact may be true. Yes, no questions are about someone's opinion. We don't want to claim that this opinion is true. Maybe it's not. But is it what this person thinks? Yes. That's why we answer yes and no. In our previous set of practice questions, we took those from part 1, the easiest part. Now let's have a look at some questions from part 2. Ready? Pause the video and find the answer. Ready to see the answer? Well, when you're starting to read a new passage, always check out the title and the subtitle first. That will help you understand what the passage is about and to put your statement into the context. So ours is about making moral decisions. Yes, that's part 2, so we don't have as many dates and surnames to locate those answers. We have to operate using more subtle clues, which are usually paraphrased. So making moral decisions, and here we can read moral guides and gatekeepers. Yeah. And at the end, we might lose our freedom to discriminate in favor of our own communities. So the machines may prevent us from promoting the interests of our communities. To discriminate in favor means to promote. So the answer is yes. Here is the next question. Pause the video now. Ready? This one is about Silicon Police. And the statement says they would need to exist in large numbers in order to be effective. Yes or no? So are we ready for Silicon Police? They might be so good at doing it, we won't notice them. So what's the answer? They might be quite invisible. We won't even know if there are a lot of them or very few. This is an example of the answer not given. Here is the next. Pause the video now. Okay, this one is funny because the answer is in the same sentence as before. So many people are comfortable, they are okay with the prospect of their independence being restricted by machines. And the answer is here. Are we ready for Silicon Police or machines limiting our options or restricting our independence? Few of us are likely to welcome such a future. Few means not many. We're not likely to welcome such a future. The answer is no. There is a direct contradiction. Okay, now I've prepared for you 2 special questions that can teach you something very important that a lot of students struggle with. But you have to solve the questions before I tell you what that is. Okay, pause the video, answer both questions, and then resume it. Okay, 27. So people first referred to Leonardo da Vinci as a genius 500 years ago. Yes or no? Okay, the word genius is associated with Leonardo da Vinci. It means, yes, people call him a genius. But what about 500 years ago? Have passed since he died. So we don't know when people called him a genius first. The answer is not given. The current climate crisis is predicted to cause more deaths than the plague. And we can read about the plague here, and it caused 200 million deaths. Terrible. What about the climate crisis? So it's predicted to cause widespread displacement, extinctions, and death. How many? We don't know. So we can't say if this number is likely to be larger or smaller than the plague. Again, the answer is not given. So both answers were not given. I know that those may be particularly difficult to find. And I also know that some people think that, oh, if I can't find the answer at all, it means it's not given. But as you've just seen, it's not quite the case. You should still be able to locate the paragraph, the sentences where the idea from your statement is discussed. But then some key piece of information, like the number, is missing, and you can't say if the statement is true or false, yes or no, so it's not given. And now I'd like to invite you to solve some of the most challenging questions you may find in part 3 of the test. Are you with me? Here is the first question. Pause the video now. And let's have a look at the answer together. So as you can see, this question is right from the end of the test. And as you can see, it's pretty difficult to find any keywords. No names, no dates, no even like a very specific word like bluestones or slabs, which we could look for. So we really have to look for the meaning, and it's definitely gonna be paraphrased. I guess it's a bit easier for you now because I've given you the passage, but here it is. There is something exciting about passing on skills and knowledge you have just mastered or recently acquired. Yes, exactly the same meaning. Yes. Next, pause the video. And here is the answer. So this one is about the high-achieving students and that they should be prioritized, their goals should be prioritized. But actually, here he says, we need the many to flourish. To flourish is to succeed, to achieve great results, not suffer at the expense of a few bright stars. So bright stars are our high-achieving students. No, they shouldn't be the priority, according to this article. That's why the answer is no. And the last one, pause the video now. Ready? Okay, so this one is about outdoor activities with teachers and classmates, and that they can improve students' outcomes or results, grades in the classroom. And again, it's not very clear where exactly the description is, no strong keywords, but of course the description of the hike is here. Yes, he goes on a hike with his students, a mixed bunch, and they make it together. Does it improve their outcomes in the classroom? We don't know. The answer is not given. Let's start with the matching information task. In this reading passage 2, you are given 5 sections to read through. Your task is to figure out which section contains certain information based on a set of statements provided below. Now, This type of question might remind you of matching headings questions, but there is an important difference between them. In matching headings, you need to find the main idea of each paragraph, which requires you to read everything. On the other hand, with matching information, you're asked to locate specific details within those sections. So it's more about finding certain information. How do you go about solving matching information questions? Our goal is to find answers quickly without getting lost in all the information. So here is my strategy. First, read the passage title to get an idea of what it's about. Secondly, look out for this note. You may use any letter more than once. In theory, this means that you're allowed to use the same option A, B, or C multiple times. But what I've discovered is that most likely one of the sections contains two answers. Next, carefully read through all the questions, highlighting any relevant keywords, and try to memorize what each question is about. Don't spend too much time learning questions, but pay attention. Then go to the passage and read the first section or part of the section if it's long. Return to your questions and check if any of them have been mentioned and mark your answers. Remember that not all sections contain an answer, so it's okay if you don't find anything relevant in the first section. In this case, move on to the next section and keep repeating the process until you've found all the answers. If you finish the passage and you haven't found some of the answers and have no idea where they were, move on. Return to these questions only after you answer the rest, as it may take a lot of time. Now it's time to try this strategy in practice. I've prepared for you some questions from Cambridge Practice Test 17, Test 2. And I recommend using these tests for your practice because they're just like the real exam. Please count how many questions you answer correctly and post your result in the comments at the end. Let's see how well you can cope with this task. And here is section A. Yes, it's pretty long. To start, read the title, find the keywords, then read the section and compare it to the questions below. If that's too much to read, read the first half and then the second half. Go ahead and pause the video now. Have you found your answer? Let's continue. I found this bit at the very beginning. It took at least 3,000 years for humans to learn how to domesticate the wild tomato and cultivate it for food. Now, two separate teams in Brazil and China have done it all over again in less than 3 years. And they have done it better in some ways. This is question 17, a comparison between the early domestication of the tomato and more recent research. Here is the second section. Pause the video now. Done? This answer is spread over several sentences. Wild tomatoes produce pea-sized fruits. People transformed the plant, which resulted in desirable traits or features, such as larger fruits. Sometimes the desirable mutations come with less desirable traits. For instance, the tomatoes grown for supermarkets have lost much of their flavor. Now you know why our tomatoes are so tasteless. The answer is 15b, an explanation of how problems can arise when focusing only on a certain type of tomato plant. Basically, they try to grow large tomatoes, and the problem is now they are tasteless. Before we look into the matching features questions, I want you to try one more section because there is something unusual here. Please pause the video now. Ready? The section discusses what changes were made in newly domesticated tomatoes. and then we read. They're quite tasty, a little bit strong, and very aromatic. The answer is 18C, a personal reaction to the flavor. Have you found anything else? How about this? They managed to create a strain or a kind of tomatoes resistant to a common disease called bacterial spot race. And in question 14, we're looking for a type of tomato that can resist a dangerous infection. To resist an infection is paraphrased as resistant to a disease. The next question type has a really useful trick that can help you a lot. It's matching features where you need to match a set of questions or statements 19, 20, 21 to a list of options in the box A, B, C. Quite often, in this type of task, you need to match research findings to a list of researchers. That's common in IELTS Academic. In IELTS General Training, you may have a list of professions or kinds of sports. So what's the strategy? Firstly, the questions which have numbers are not in order. So don't try to answer question 19 and then 20, 21. It doesn't work. The good news is that options are in order. So first you read about Kutha, then Gao, then Vanek. There is a complication though. You may read about the same researcher several times. So you definitely find Kutha first and Gao second. But then you may read about Kutha and Gao again before you get to Vanek. It still helps. To start, just like with matching information questions, carefully read all the questions and highlight keywords. Now, here is how you can answer these questions faster. Scan the passage for options. In our case, surnames. In many question types, scanning doesn't work because when you scan the text, you don't get an understanding of what this passage is about. But in matching features, that's fine as long as you have very specific options like surnames or professions. When you find an option mentioned, slow down and carefully read the information about it. Check if any of the questions match this information. Then scan for the next option. Let me show you how it works in practice. We're going to use the same passage about tomatoes. These questions come after the matching information questions you've just completed. So my tip is, when you start a new section, check all the question types. If we'd done that, all your surnames would have already been highlighted and the beginning of the passage would look like this. Can you see where you should start reading? Go ahead, pause the video and find your answers. Here is the first clue. There are 50,000 edible plants or plants we can eat in the world, but 90% of our energy comes from just 15 crops. And we have question 23. Humans only make use of a small proportion of the plant food available on Earth. Indeed, there are 50,000 plants and we mainly eat 15 of them. We don't make use of the other plants. Answer 23A. Information about the second scientist, Kai-Xie Gao, doesn't match any of the questions. He's just saying that they may domesticate new plants, but among similar questions, we're looking for the adaptation to future environmental challenges or domestication of one wild fruit. So that's not it. The next section. Not a single researcher has been mentioned here. We can skip it. In this section, we can read about Kutha. Pause the video now. Ready? Well, there are no answers here. I kept this section deliberately to show you that you may read paragraph after paragraph without finding any answers, and it doesn't mean you've missed something. Next. Joyce Vanek. I promise there is an answer. You know the drill. Pause the video now. Let's continue. So, Van Eyck decided to domesticate the ground cherry or golden berry. There is potential for this to be a commercial crop, says Van Eyck. But she adds that taking the work further would be expensive. Have a look at 22. Efforts to domesticate one wild fruit are limited by the costs involved. It's expensive. And now we have 3 questions left and 3 small paragraphs. Can you do that? Pause the video now. Okay, Jonathan Jones thinks it will be hard for new foods to grow so popular with farmers and consumers that they become new staple crops. A staple crop is rice, for example. We eat a lot of it. So the answer is 20D. The idea of growing and eating unusual plants may not be accepted on a large scale. They may not become our staples. Next, Gao says they could create crops that will thrive or grow really well even as the planet warms. Have a look at question 19. Domestication of certain plants could allow them to adapt to future environmental challenges when the planet warms. And finally, Kutka didn't want to reveal or say publicly which species were in his team's sights. The answer is 21A. It's not advisable for the future direction of certain research to be made public. Okay, you can find multiple choice questions in sections 2 and 3 of the IELTS reading test. There are 2 types of them, questions with 4 options and 1 answer, and questions with 5 options and 2 answers. In questions with 1 correct answer, you must choose between 4 options, A, B, C, or D. In the other type, you must choose 2 letters from 5 options. One type of these questions is much more complex than the other. But let's examine the strategies for both of them, beginning with questions with 1 answer. These usually come in sets of 3 to 5 questions and may be in section 2 or 3. One of the most helpful tips is knowing this. Multiple choice questions with 1 answer come in the same order as the information is presented in the passage. This means that you can read the first question, find the answer, then read the next question, find the answer, and so on. If you do that, you always know what exactly you're looking for. I've tried different ways of answering them, and this one seems to work best for me. So let's see if it works for you. First of all, carefully read the question and highlight the keywords that can help you locate the answer. Actually, quite a few of these questions tell you exactly where it is. In the first paragraph or in the second paragraph. Some don't. Have a look at question 29. We have a surname, Pachidi. Surnames are always keywords. Highlight them. In texts about research, there may be several different pieces of research by one scientist. We're interested in the one about telecommunications. In question 30, the keyword is Erwan Mikoy. In a paper-based exam, just underline your keywords. In a computer-based test, select the word, right-click, highlight. Before you start reading the passage, briefly look through the options. Don't spend too much time, just skim through to get a feel of what you're going to read about. Then go to the passage, find the first paragraph you need, and read it. When you get back to the question and read the options again, you may still be unable to answer it, and that's expected. That's why you should assess each option. All or most of the options are usually discussed in the passage. You should take each option one by one and compare it to the information in the passage. Eliminate or cross out incorrect options. This will help you narrow down your choices and increase your chances of selecting the correct answer. Look for synonyms, as words in the text are usually paraphrased, not repeated. And lastly, make sure you read all the options before making your final choice, as sometimes the correct answer may not be the first one that comes to mind. Let's do 2 practice tasks together to see how the strategy works in practice, and then we'll talk about the most complex type of multiple choice questions. But first, a question from section 2. You've seen it before. Go ahead, pause the video and find the answer. Ready to continue? Let's assess each option. A. They adapt quickly to the environment. Actually, I can't find anything about it. Let's leave it for now. What about B? The risk they pose has been exaggerated or made larger than it really is. Here I found this. We mess with them at our peril. To mess with something means to get involved or deal with something harmful, and peril is danger. So this is the opposite of option B. Cross it out. C. They're more plentiful in animal life than plant life, or there are more microbes in animals than plants. Is it true? Our passage says that they are everywhere in animals and plants, so we don't know if animals have more microbes or not. This means this option is incorrect. Finally, D. They will continue to exist for longer than the human race. Indeed, in the passage I found this. They will outlive us. They will live longer than us, the human race. Option D is our answer. If we think about our options, some statements are clearly wrong, but sometimes there is no information to confirm if the statement is right or wrong. The information is not given in the passage. This means this is an incorrect option because we are looking for a statement that has the same meaning as the passage. Now, let me show you a slightly different type of question from section 3, where questions tend to be harder. Pause the video and find the answer. Ready? What did Pachidi observe? Here, options are quite similar, so it may be helpful to find the differences. Staff disagreed with AI, artificial intelligence, felt resentful or bitter and angry, or they made sure AI produced the results they wanted, or they allowed AI to carry out the tasks instead of themselves. In this example, each option is not discussed in the passage. Rather, we need to read it all to get the general idea. I haven't found anything really about options A, B, or D, but we've got this. People develop strategies to make the algorithm work to their own advantage. And the same idea is confirmed again. They feed the algo with false data to reach their targets. This means they make sure AI produces the results that they want. Before we look at the second type of these questions, I'd like to remind you that if you're looking for a step-by-step IELTS study plan with links to all the resources, you can download mine in the description. It's free. Okay, questions with 5 options and 2 answers. Each of the answers gives you 1 point. These questions are usually at the end of section 2, and you may get either 1 set of questions worth 2 points or 2 sets of questions worth 4 points. Despite being in section 2 rather than 3, I find that these questions may be even harder than those in the last section. Here's why. In IELTS reading, answers to multiple choice questions with 2 answers may be anywhere in the passage. These questions are usually in section 2. So first, you may find a set of matching headings. They are all matching sections questions, which require reading the whole passage to answer them. Then you get another type of questions, for example, filling the blanks. And finally, at the very end of the section, our questions come. So you're expected to have read everything, and the answers may be anywhere. Let me show you. Have a look at this question, just the question itself. Which of the two following statements does the writer make about the discoveries of the Barnett's team? The surname will help us locate the answer, right? Not quite. By the time you get to this question, you've already solved a set of matching sections questions, so you've read the passage. And if you were following my advice, you've highlighted the keywords in the text. Names, dates, names of theories, and so on. So here is the passage and our keyword. The whole text is about Barnett and his team, apart from perhaps the first two sections, A and B. Because there is too much to read, I'm just going to show you where I found the answers directly. Each option was discussed, mainly in sections D, E, and F, but we had no way of knowing there would be nothing in C. And the last option about Auckland, which turned out to be incorrect, was mentioned all over the passage. So you can see the word Auckland highlighted in red. I've color-coded the options and where you can find the description in the passage. So if you'd like to look into this question on your own, go ahead, pause the video now. But together, let's solve the next one, or to be precise, the next two. In the question, the keywords are the Viking Age, and I found the section about the Viking Age for you. It's G. In the next section, H, the writer is discussing prehistory, and the dates highlighted in green are different to those during the Viking Age. So that's why we know that our answers are in section G. Now, go ahead, pause the video and find the answers. Ready to continue? Let's look at each option one by one. Option A. Hunters at this time benefited from an increased demand for goods. Indeed, we can read about a booming demand for hides and antlers. The business must have been good for hunters. Yes, the meaning is the same. Option A is correct. Option B is about the greatest growth in the wealth of Vikings, but I couldn't find anything about it. Let's move on. Option C, Vikings didn't rely on ships alone to transport goods. Indeed, in the paragraph, we can read that we usually think about ships, but plenty of goods traveled on overland routes. This option is correct. Actually, we've already found the two answers. If I were short of time, I'd perhaps move on to the next question at this point. But if we decide to check each option, well, option D. Norwegian towns attracted traders from around the world. And we know they were trading with Europe and Middle East. But around the world, no information. Option E. Vikings were primarily interested in their trading links with the Middle East. Again, according to the text, although they traded with the Middle East, we don't know which area the Vikings were mainly interested in. As you can see, some of the questions with two options require searching all over the passage, while others can be answered by carefully examining just one paragraph. I find that these section 2 questions are pretty tricky and may require a lot of time. If you can't find your answers quickly, answer questions from part 3 and then return to these questions. Multiple choice questions with two answers are more common in the academic reading, while those with one answer are used in both types of test. The next group of questions is missing words. That's where you'll find a short summary of the passage with some gaps, and you need to find the words in the passage to fill in those gaps. Let's do some practice. Here is a task. Complete the summary below. Choose no more than 2 words from the passage for each answer. So this means you can have 1 or 2 words for each answer. Answers come in order. You can find answer number 1 before answer number 2 and then answer number 3. And bear in mind that you must find the precise words in the passage and copy them, not just filling gaps with some words that make sense. Okay, ready? Go ahead, pause the video and find the answers. Ready? Here they are. Frustration, first-time user, and essential. Let's have a look at each of them. Question number 1. In the passage, DIY products are a source of expense and frustration. But the question asks for what feeling consumers have. An expense is not a feeling, which means the answer is frustration. Number 2. Actually, these 2 sentences in the text and in the summary are pretty similar. The paraphrasing is very light, and the answer is first-time user. Please note that the article A is not part of the answer. It's already included in the summary. And question number 3. Essential information is omitted or left out, which are synonyms. In the missing words questions, it's important to locate the correct sentence and copy the words from the text. Even if you can read the question and think that, oh, this word matches the meaning perfectly, don't do that. Find the word and copy it. And bear in mind that the words around the correct answer are always paraphrased, so don't look for the exact keywords, look for synonyms, look for paraphrasing. And remember your instructions, not more than 1 word or not more than 2 words, which means 1 or 2 words. The answers come in order. In our case, we had a summary, but you may have a flowchart, a table, a diagram, or just notes. It doesn't really matter because the way you look for those missing words is always the same. We'll cover the strategies that actually work, the mistakes you should avoid, and how to handle every type of listening question with real practice. This is one of my most comprehensive lessons, so let's get started. Here is what you need to know about this section. The listening test is the same for both academic and general training candidates. The test itself is about 30 minutes long. If you're taking IELTS on paper, you'll get an extra 10 minutes at the end to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. In IELTS on computer, there is no separate answer sheet, so you get 2 extra minutes to check your answers. There are 40 questions divided into 4 parts. And the recordings get progressively more difficult, but you'll probably find that some of the questions in the middle of the test are more challenging than some at the end. That's to be expected. In terms of scoring, you'll get 1 point per correct answer, and your score out of 40 is then converted to a band score. You need around 23 correct answers for band 6, 30 for band 7, 35 for band 8, and a full 40 out of 40 for that magic band 9. One important thing to remember, you only hear the recording once, and there are no pauses between the different sections. So full focus is key. Now, Let's talk about the general approach to this test that could help you cope with the pace and find more answers. One of the difficulties in IELTS listening is time. There is just not enough of it, and it may feel like you have to read, listen, and write all at the same time. But it doesn't have to be this way. IELTS listening becomes a bit easier if you can carefully read questions before listening to the recording. In the test, you are given about 30 seconds to do that. While it's enough for part 1 and maybe 2, in parts 3 and 4, there is hardly enough time to finish scanning the questions. So here is a solution that helped me get Band 9 years ago, and it still works today. At the end of each section, you are given 30 seconds to review your answers. Together with instructions telling you to do so, that's 45 seconds. Plus the time with instructions for the next section. You could get 1 minute 45 seconds to read your questions instead of just 30 seconds. And that's enough to read all the questions and highlight keywords to help you find the right option quickly. Use the time for instructions and revision to read questions coming next. And if you're wondering if you are allowed to go to the next section before you hear the instructions to do so, the answer is yes. Once you open the test questions, you can go to any page you like. In a computer-based IELTS, you just need to click on the next question to go to the next section. And don't forget to do that because new questions won't open automatically. As for reviewing your answers, there is a bit of time for that at the end of the test. Even if you read all the questions, when the recording starts playing, there are so many elements in the task. Where to look? Knowing this can solve this problem. All IELTS listening questions come in order. If we have a look at the map again, you'll hear about the coffee room, then the warehouse, staff canteen, and so on. When you are preparing, study the map and try to memorize the objects on the map. There is no need to spend too much time on the questions because you know in which order they come. And remember that you start at the entrance, in our case, in the reception. Similarly, in a matching information exercise, you see a box with options named Information and below the questions from 15 to 20. Follow the questions. First you hear number 15, Fresh Food Commercial Manager, then Agronomist, and so on. While preparing, carefully read and try to memorize the options in the box. The third element of the strategy is to concentrate on the right things. Remember that information is never repeated in IELTS listening. Each option is only discussed once. It's either correct or incorrect. The answer will not change. Once you've found your answer, move on to the next question. If you're not sure what the answer is, don't try to figure it out straight away. Mark the question to review and go to the next question. If you miss one answer, move on to the next question and try to find those answers you missed at the end of the test. Otherwise, it's easy to get distracted and miss several answers in a row. Ouch. If you are taking a paper-based exam, underline keywords and cross out incorrect answers. If you take IELTS on computer, I'm afraid you can't do that because highlighting takes too much time. The next question is, can you write your answers in capital letters? So let's have a look at the official IDP recommendation. In IELTS on paper, write all your reading and listening answers in capitals so it's clear for the examiner. However, in computer-delivered IELTS, handwriting is not an issue, obviously, so you should try to write all words using upper and lower case. Basically, what they're saying is, you should try to use correct upper and lowercase letters if you're taking your exam on computer instead of capitalizing all your answers. At the moment, this is just a recommendation, so you can write all your answers in capitals, but you should keep an eye in case this changes in the future. In IELTS writing, though, you must use correct capitalization. Next, don't leave questions unanswered. Make your best guess. You don't lose points for incorrect answers. Spelling counts. You can use British or American spelling. Keep an eye on 2 questions, your question and the next. If you accidentally miss one answer, you want to quickly switch to the next question. Well, it's not all about tips and easy wins though. Let's discuss how you should practice to achieve real results. You might have heard practice, practice, practice. And practice is a must, but it's more important to practice smartly than to do a lot of tests. First of all, use the official practice tests. You know, it's pretty difficult to create a test paper that has the same level of difficulty as exam papers. Non-official tests may be easier, harder, confusing, or simply different. That's not good. The best tests are Cambridge practice tests, and you may use any recent book, let's say from number 15 and up. There are several official practice tests available online for free. These tests are linked in my study plan, which you can download in the description. Those can give you a good understanding of the test, but they're not exactly like the real tests. Now, I've been working with IELTS students for 7 years, and I've noticed that some types of mistakes come up again and again. And they make students lose marks, but not because of their English is not good enough. So if you know what these mistakes are, you'll be much more likely to pick up those extra points. So let's go through the top 12 mistakes and how to avoid them. And the very first mistake is not reading instructions carefully. That may lead to confusion, and that may lead to lost points. Some questions have a word limit, and if you write more words than you should, you lose a point. In IELTS listening, you may find one of these 2 wordings. Write 1 word for each answer, or write 1 word and or a number for each answer. Which of these words could be our correct answer? Let's check. Making sure table is clean. The article is missing, right? Making sure a table is clean. But it's not in the question. This means this answer is incorrect. Making sure chairs is clean. Again, incorrect because the verb is singular. Making sure equipment is clean. Yes, that's the correct answer. This noun is uncountable, so it doesn't require an article, but it requires a singular verb. Next, question number 9. Maintaining stock and organizing deliveries, training. Let's have a look at each. Organizing delivery. No. An article is missing. Organizing a delivery. Organizing deliveries. Sounds good. Organizing training. This one is uncountable. Again. So we have 2 potential answers, and you would actually need to listen to the context to determine which one is correct. Number 10. No work on a once a month. You see, the article A is already there. So for this one, actually listen to the recording and write down your answer on a piece of paper.
What are the hours like?
The usual, I think. There's a lot of evening and weekend work, but they're closed on Mondays. But you do get 1 Sunday off every 4 weeks. So would you like me to send off your CV?
Ready? The answer is Sunday. Have you capitalized the first letter? And do you actually need to capitalize it? Here is what the IDP website says about it. If you take IELTS on paper, they recommend writing all your listening and reading answers in capital letters for the sake of clarity, to make every letter very clear to the examiner. But if you take IELTS on computer, your handwriting is not an issue. And in this case, they recommend writing all words using upper and lowercase. However, punctuation is only assessed in IELTS writing. So even if you capitalize all your letters in IELTS listening, those answers will be counted as correct even on computer. But the recommendation is not to do that. Although your punctuation is not assessed, your spelling is. The next mistake is not paying attention to your spelling. Even if you make a single mistake in a word or a typo, this answer will be incorrect. So make sure you check the spelling of all your words in filling the blank questions. I know that sometimes you may not remember how to spell a certain word in English. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet. But there is one exercise that may help you. If you don't remember how to spell a word, take a sheet of paper and a pencil. You'll be provided those even if you take your exam on the computer. And just write down that word and try different spelling options. Think about how you could spell it and try it out. And then look at all those words and think which one looks correct. You may not remember how to spell a word straight away, but you may still spot which spelling is correct when you see it. The next mistake can be very costly, and this is not paying attention to distractors. Yes, there will be some distractors thrown in to see if you're really paying attention. This could be someone saying something and then taking it back, or someone saying something and then later correcting it. So the distractor may come before or after the correct answer. I've prepared for you 2 practice questions to show you how it really looks in practice. Ready for the first?
Did you use public transport?
Yes, I came by bus.
Okay, and that was today. It's the 24th of April, isn't it?
Isn't it the 25th? No, actually, you're right.
Okay, the correct answer is 24th April. And we had the answer and then the distractor. Isn't it the 25th? So that was the distractor. Yes, by the way, in IELTS listening, sometimes you need to write down a date, like in this case, and you can do that with the TH, 24th TH April, or without 24 April, both are correct. And now listen to the second practice question. Ready?
So, how did you hear about our club? Did you look on the internet?
I usually do that, but this time, well, I was talking to a relative the other day and he suggested it.
Oh, is he a member too?
He belongs to another club, but he'd heard good things about yours.
Okay.
Okay, in this case, we heard about the distractor first, and then the correct answer. How did you hear about us? Did you look on the internet? I usually do that. So that's the distractor. And now the correct answer. But this time I was talking to a relative. The correct answer is relative. And actually, if you apply the grammar rules we discussed before, you can see that internet cannot be the answer, because then we read heard about us from internet. Obviously incorrect. You should pay attention to distractors. Particularly, You should make sure that you listen to all the information about the question before you select your answer. Answering too quickly is a mistake. Let me show you a question that demonstrates what I mean. This one is coming from part 3, and this is a multiple choice question. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds to read the question and all the options, and then listen to the recording. Ready?
So, Michelle, shall we make a start on our presentation? We haven't got that much time left.
No, Adam. But at least we've done all the background reading. I found it really interesting. I'd never even heard of the Laki eruption before this.
Me neither. I suppose 1783 is a long time ago.
But it was a huge eruption, and it had such devastating consequences.
I know. It was great there were so many primary sources to look at. It really gives you a sense of how catastrophic the volcano was. People were really trying to make sense of the science for the first time.
That's right. But what I found more significant was how it impacted directly and indirectly on political events, as well as having massive social and economic consequences.
I know. That should be the main focus of our presentation.
Okay, let's have a look at the script together. So first, they're discussing how severe the eruption was, which is close to option A. But they're not saying that it was the most severe eruption in modern times. Next, they're discussing science and that people were really trying to make sense of the science for the first time. That's close to option B. But they're not saying it led to the formal study of volcanoes. And finally, what Michelle found more significant is how it impacted on political events as well as having massive social and economic consequences. In other words, it had a profound or major effect on society. You see, each option has been discussed, but only one of them is correct. Certain details about other options don't match. So don't rush. Listen to all the information and then select your answer. And actually, not crossing out incorrect options is a missed opportunity. They're only going to discuss each option once. If you hear the information about it and you see it's incorrect, cross it out. If you think one option may be correct but you're not quite sure about it, put a question mark next to it. In this case, it will be easier for you to select or to guess which option is correct when you're not 100% sure. The next mistake is not being ready for different answer formats, so let's prepare you. Let's talk about names and locations first. Sometimes you're asked to write down someone's name, or more commonly in recent tests, the name of their street or town. So they will name it first and then spell it out for you once and quite quickly. Be ready. I've prepared some practice questions for you. Wanna try now? Here is the first.
OK, let's have a look at the current job vacancies at Milo's. The first one is in Wivenhoe Street.
Sorry, where?
Wivenhoe. Wivenhoe. It's quite central, just off Cork Street.
Oh, right.
Okay, and here is the answer. Please note that you don't need to include the word street as it's already in the question. Here is the first practice question.
And what about your home address?
Well, I'm about 10 miles away from your club in Peacetown. I live in a house there.
OK, so what's the house number and street?
It's 52 Marrowfield Street.
Is that MARROWFIELD?
That's right.
And that's Peacetown, you said.
Uh-huh.
And here is the answer. How did it go for you? Have you noticed how they said double R instead of saying RR. They may also say 77 to say 77. And now let's talk about postcodes. Sometimes you are required to write down someone's postal code and they use the UK format. And I think it will be a bit easier for you to write them down if you know how they look. So here are a few options. N2 6TJ, M11 6AD, DL17 6UA. So we have 1 or 2 letters, then several numbers, and 2 more letters. I don't think you need to leave this space in between because how do you know it's there? Again, let's practice. I have 2 questions and here is the first.
So, next, your postcode, please.
It's DW30 7YZ.
And the answer is DW30 7YZ. Please note that this letter is called Z in British English and Z in American English. Here is the next question.
And what's the postcode, please?
DG7 4HP.
Was that P Papa or B Bravo?
P Papa.
Got that.
And the answer is DG7 4HP. Now you know how to write down those postcodes. Not learning how questions are organized is a mistake. Let's have a look at this matching features task. In the middle, you see a box with options. From A to G. At the bottom, you see questions from 16 to 20. And there is quite a lot of information if you don't know where to look. But remember, in IELTS listening, questions come in order, options don't. This means that you should spend the limited time before the recording starts playing on reading your options. And then you can just follow your questions one after another. And don't forget to cross out used options. Not crossing them out is a mistake. If you take IELTS on paper and you cross out half of the options, it will be much easier for you to navigate and to see which options are still unused. But if you take IELTS on computer, then you see your questions on the left and options on the right. And you just take one option and drag it to the right question. In this case, you always see which options are still left. Leaving some questions unanswered is the next mistake. Remember, you don't lose points for incorrect answers. So you should try to answer every question, even if you're just guessing. There is always a chance to guess correctly, especially if you're crossing out some incorrect answers. Next, not working on your mistakes is another mistake. Once you complete a practice test at home and you check how many questions you've answered correctly, go back to each question you answered incorrectly and find out why. Look at the questions. Read the audio script. Listen to the audio recording again and make sure you find the correct answer and you understand why that answer is correct and not yours. Of course, it may be that you simply didn't know certain keywords in English, or you didn't know how to spell a certain word. So those mistakes are directly linked to your English level, and those are not easy to just get rid of in one day. But some mistakes are related to your test strategies, and it's really important to work on them to reduce the chance of making the same mistake in the next test. Next, very important, not preparing for different types of tasks. There are just 4 types of tasks in IELTS listening. Filling the blanks or gaps. Multiple choice questions, either selecting 1 answer out of 3 options or 2 answers out of 5. So all tests have these 2 types of questions. And then you have either a map or a matching features exercise. So you should learn how each of them is organized, learn the strategies, and practice. And that's exactly what we're gonna do next. I've analyzed all the official practice tests published over the last 7 years, and I'll show you the patterns I see and the steps you can take to find more correct answers and save time. We'll do some practice questions together. This part is really key because you can only improve if you apply the techniques you learn in practice. In your test, 20 out of 40 questions belong to a single question type. It's called filling the gaps or blanks, also known as missing words. Here is how it looks. In part 1, you need to complete a table and find missing words from a dialogue between two people. And in part 4, complete notes with missing words from a lecture. So we have a more academic, higher level topic. And here are a few things that can help you. In IELTS listening, there may be 2 possible wordings. Write one word and or a number for each answer, or just write one word for each answer. The important question here is, what is actually one word? Can you answer a table? No, these are 2 words. It should be just table, not the rivers, just rivers. Don't include articles in your answers. If an article is needed to make the sentence grammatically correct, it will be written in the question sentence. How about a little practice? Have a look at these questions with me first. So number 1, create a cover for an. What kind of answer are you looking for? Well, we know it's a noun beginning with a vowel sound, like an apple or an umbrella. Number 2, build the tallest. You see, the article the is already there. Number 3, make a. We're looking for a noun beginning with a consonant sound, a table, a university. Now, listen to the recording and find the answers.
Hello, Children's Engineering Workshops.
Oh, hello. I wanted some information about the workshops in the school holidays.
Sure.
I have 2 daughters who are interested. The younger one's Lydia. She's 4. Do you take children as young as that?
Yes, our tiny engineers workshop is for 4 to 5-year-olds.
What sorts of activities do they do?
All sorts. For example, they work together to design a special cover that goes round an egg, so that when it's inside, they can drop it from a height and it doesn't break. Well, sometimes it does break, but that's part of the fun.
Right. And Lydia loves building things. Is there any opportunity for her to do that?
Well, they have a competition to see who can make the highest tower. You'd be amazed how high they can go.
Right.
But they're learning all the time as well as having fun. For example, one thing they do is to design and build a car that's attached to a balloon, and the force of the air in that actually powers the car and makes it move along. They go really fast too.
Okay, well, all this sounds perfect.
The first answer is egg. We're not gonna read the transcript together, but if you wanna read it, go ahead and pause the video now. The other answers are tower and car. Let's continue talking about the answer formats. What if you have a currency or numbers? Have a look at questions number 2 and 9 in this task. I've cut out questions from 3 to 8 if you're wondering where they are. Ready?
So, can you give me an idea of how much this will cost? I've got about 360 photos, I think.
We charge £195 for 300 to 400 photos for the basic service. Any other information I can give you?
How long will it all take?
We aim to get the copying done in 10 days.
Fine. Right, well, I'll get the photos packed up in a box and post them off to you.
The answer to question 2 is £195. But you don't need to write down the currency. If you look carefully, the sign of British pounds is already there right after the question number. Question number 9 is 10 days. Our task allows us to write one word and or a number, so we should include both 10 days. What about the dates? Have a look at this question. The cottage is available for week beginning. Have a listen and write down the answer.
My name's Tom. Some friends of ours rented Granary Cottage from you last year and they thought it was great. So my wife and I are hoping to come in May for a week.
What date did you have in mind?
The week beginning the 14th, if possible.
I'll just check. I'm sorry, Tom, it's already booked that week. It's free the week beginning the 28th, though, for 7 nights. In fact, that's the only time you could have it in May.
Oh.
Okay, it's free the week beginning the 28th of May. You only need to write down 28th. I know you may be thinking, what if I just write 28 without the th? Honestly, I haven't found an official confirmation if this is acceptable. There is only one correct answer provided. So if you have a date, try to write it down with the th to be on the safe side. Next, spelling counts. If you make a typo, this means your answer is incorrect. On the good side, both British and American spelling are acceptable. You may find answers like this. To practice. With the C is American and with an S is British, or color and color with or without the U. Sometimes there are even 2 words, movie and film. Here, the key sentence is, think up an idea for a 5-minute movie and then film it. Although in the recording to film is a verb, both answers are correct. A movie is more American and a film is British. Okay, questions in part 1 are easier because they cover everyday English topics. How do you approach a more scientific monologue or lecture in part 4? My first tip is carefully read the questions and highlight keywords. When you see a task like this, pay attention to the title and subtitles. They can tell you what it's all about. They can also help you navigate when you're listening to the recording. You'll hear about the dodo bird, the history, description, and reasons for extinction or why it disappeared. Notice that some points don't contain any questions. They are just following the recording. And the main tip is try to predict the answers. This means you should look at each question and think about what you're looking for. For example, the first point, history, 1507, Portuguese ships transporting what stopped at the island? Any ideas? Or the next, 1638, the Dutch established a what on the island? We know it's a noun beginning with a consonant. What could they establish? Some keywords are repeated while others are paraphrased. Looking at the first 2 questions, what words will be repeated? Well, Portuguese ships. We may hear ships from Portugal, the Dutch. You can't really change these words, so you hear them again. And the years too. Conversely, words like transporting or established can be paraphrased easily, right? To transport is to carry, to be loaded with. To establish is to set up, to found, to begin something. Now look at question 38. We're talking about dodo birds. Their sense of enabled them to find food. What could it be? You may even be able to guess the answer straight away. Now, go ahead, pause the video and read the questions 31 to 38, carefully highlighting the keywords and trying to predict the answers. We'll skip the last 2 questions to save some time. Ready to hear the recording? Answer questions 31 to 38.
One of the most famous cases of extinction is that of a bird known as the dodo. In fact, there's even a saying in English, as dead as the dodo, used to refer to something which no longer exists. But for many centuries, the dodo was alive and well, although it could only be found in one place, the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. It was a very large bird, about 1 metre tall, and over the centuries it had lost the ability to fly, but it survived happily under the trees that covered the island. Then, in the year 1507, the first Portuguese ships stopped at the island. The sailors were carrying spices back to Europe and found the island a convenient stopping place where they could stock up with food and water for the rest of the voyage, but they didn't settle on Mauritius. However, in 1638, the Dutch arrived and set up a colony there. These first human inhabitants of the island found the dodo birds a convenient source of meat, although not everyone liked the taste. It's hard to get an accurate description of what the dodo actually looked like. We do have some written records from sailors and a few pictures, but we don't know how reliable these are. The best-known picture is a Dutch painting in which the bird appears to be extremely fat, but this may not be accurate. An Indian painting done at the same time shows a much thinner bird. Although attempts were made to preserve the bodies of some of the birds, no complete specimen survives. In the early 17th century, 4 dried parts of a bird were known to exist. Of these, 3 have disappeared, so only one example of soft tissue from the dodo survives, a dodo head. Bones have also been found, but there's only one complete skeleton in existence. This single dodo skeleton has recently been the subject of scientific research, which suggests that many of the earlier beliefs about dodos may have been incorrect. For example, early accounts of the birds mention how slow and clumsy it was. But scientists now believe the bird's strong knee joints would have made it capable of movement which was not slow, but actually quite fast. In fact, one 17th century sailor wrote that he found the birds hard to catch. It's true that the dodo's small wings wouldn't have allowed it to leave the ground, but the scientists suggest that these were probably employed for balance while going over uneven ground. Another group of scientists carried out analysis of the dodo's skull. They found that the reports of the lack of intelligence of the dodo were not borne out by their research, which suggested the bird's brain was not small, but average in size. In fact, in relation to its body size, it was similar to that of the pigeon, which is known to be a highly intelligent bird. The researchers also found that the structure of the bird's skull suggested that one sense which was particularly well developed was that of smell. So the dodo may also have been particularly good at locating ripe fruit and other food in the island's thick vegetation.
Okay, let's have a look at the answers. So the first paragraph of the transcript is just an introduction. Then the date, 1507, the first Portuguese ships stopped at the island. Just as we predicted, these words were repeated. They were carrying or transporting spices. That's what we use in cooking. And if you've answered spice as an uncountable noun, it's correct too. Next, they didn't settle on Mauritius. However, again, the year 1638, and the Dutch arrived and set up a colony. To set up is to establish. Actually, if you answered a settlement, this is correct too, even though we haven't heard the word settlement. We've only heard the Portuguese didn't settle on Mauritius. Nevertheless, the meaning is the same and both answers are correct. Next, the Dutch painting, so these words are repeated, suggests the bird was fat. 34. The soft tissue that survives is a head. 35. The single dodo skeleton, so that's the word from our question. The answer is a bit further though. The bird's strong knee joints would have made it capable of movement, which was not slow, but actually quite fast. The word capable is repeated and rapid is replaced with fast. 36. Dodo's small wings wouldn't have allowed it to leave the ground. This means the bird couldn't fly. They were used for balance or balancing. Both are correct. 37. The bird's brain was not small but average in size. 38. Have you guessed that this is the sense of smell that how dodos find food? So, how many questions out of 8 did you get right? Let me know in the comments how you did on this task and on the others we're about to cover. Whenever I asked my students which IELTS listening questions they find the most difficult, there is always a clear winner, multiple choice, and I'd vote the same. So let me show you the 5 steps that can help you find more answers, and then we do some practice questions together. There are 2 types of these questions. Choose the correct letter, A, B, or C. In this case, you need to find 1 correct answer out of 3. Or choose 2 letters from A to E. Then you need to find 2 correct answers. For each of them, you get 1 point. I find that the difficulty of these questions is partly determined by how long your options are. Sometimes you see just 1 or 2 words per option. Sometimes each is sentence long. Let's start with short options to warm up, and I'd like you to apply these 2 tips. If options are short, correct answers are usually paraphrased. Beware of traps. These are options where the keyword is repeated, but the answer is wrong. Please count how many questions you answer correctly. Okay, you're about to hear a monologue about an estate or a large house with a garden and some land used for farming. Here are the first 2 questions. Please read them, you have a few seconds, and then you will hear the recording.
The estate consists of the house, gardens, parkland and farm, and it dates back to the 14th century. The original house was replaced in the late 17th century, and of course it has had a large number of owners. Almost all of them have left their mark, generally by adding new rooms, like the ballroom and conservatory, or by demolishing others. The farm looks much as it's always done, although the current owner has done a great deal of work to the flower beds. Big houses like Oniton had dozens of servants until the 1920s or 30s, and we've tried to show what their working lives were like. Photographs, of course, don't give much of an idea. So instead, as you go round the house, you'll see volunteers dressed up as 19th century servants going about their work. They'll explain what they're doing and tell you their recipes or what tools they're using. We've just introduced this feature to replace the audio guide we used to have available.
Let's have a look at the first question and the transcript. First of all, the question says, many past owners made changes to not just one, but many. Now, in the first sentence, we just have the description of the estate and that it had a large number of owners. Okay, so what changes have they made? Almost all of them had left their mark generally by adding a new room, like the ballroom and conservatory, or by demolishing others. So adding a new room is making changes to the house. That's the correct answer. But actually, there is another sentence. Let's check. The farm, so we have a word from one of our options, looks more like it's always done, so no changes have been made to the farm. Although the current owner has done a great deal of work to the flower beds. So flower beds, that's our garden. But it's only the current owner who made changes, and we need many past owners. So again, this option is incorrect. But actually, as soon as you hear the correct answer in IELTS listening, like B, you can move on to the next question because the answer will not change. Now, question number 2. Visitors can learn about the work of servants from... Now, let's have a look at our transcript. Okay, so here we just learned that there were a lot of servants in this house. Next, photographs. So that's option B. Of course, don't give much of an idea. So this is an incorrect option. So instead, you go around the house and you see volunteers dressed up as servants. This means they are in costumes. They are dressed up, going about their work, and they will explain what they're doing and tell you their recipes and what tools they're using. So you can learn about the work of servants from people in costume. That's the correct answer. But again, we have another sentence. We've just introduced this feature to replace the audio guide. Again, we have one of our keywords from option A, we used to have available. Used to means it was true in the past, but it's not true anymore. They don't have audio guides anymore. So the correct answer is C. As you might have noticed, both in this and the previous question, we found the correct answer in the middle of the description. And the correct answer was actually paraphrased. But then we had another option where the keyword was repeated, but this option was incorrect. So I call them traps. Now try to apply the same tips to a question with 2 answers. This one is from section 3, which means it's a dialogue. In our case, these are 2 students working on a theatre project. Now you have some time to read this question.
So, first of all, I'm not sure how much information we should include in our reviews.
Right. Well, I don't think we need to describe what happens, especially as Romeo and Juliet is one of Shakespeare's most well-known plays.
Yeah, everyone knows the story. In an essay, we'd focus on the poetry and Shakespeare's use of imagery, etc., but that isn't really relevant in a review. We're supposed to focus on how effective this particular production is.
We should say what made it a success or a failure.
And part of that means talking about the emotional impact the performance had on us. I think that's important.
Yes. And we should definitely mention how well the director handled important bits of the play, like when Romeo climbs onto Juliet's balcony.
And the fight between Mercutio and Tybalt.
Yes. It would also be interesting to mention the theatre space and how the director used it, but I don't think we'll have space in 800 words.
No, okay.
Let's have a look. We need to find 2 correct answers. Student 1. So how much information should we include? Student 2. Well, I don't think we need to describe what happens. Describing what happens is option B. A summary of the plot. They don't need it. Next, student 1. Yeah, everyone knows a story. In an essay, we would focus on the poetry and Shakespeare's use of imagery. So poetry and imagery. It may be a little bit non-straightforward, but they're actually talking about option A, analysis of the text. But he says that in an essay, they would focus on it. But it isn't really relevant in a review, and they are writing a review. So again, option A is incorrect. Student 2. We should say what made it a success or failure. And part of that means talking about the emotional impact the performance had on us. This is option D. Yes, they think it's important. Student 2. And we should definitely mention how well the director handled important bits of the play, like when Romeo climbed on the balcony. So this is a reference to particular scenes. They think they should mention that. That's the second correct answer. And again, we have some more. And the fight, yes, that refers to the previous answer. It would also be interesting to mention the theatre space and how the director used it. So the theatre, that's option C, and actually the keyword is repeated here. But I don't think we have space. So no, they're not gonna mention that. Okay, as you can see in this answer, each option was mentioned, not in order. Most of them were paraphrased. The only repeated keyword was the theatre discussed at the very end, and that was actually a trap. That answer would be wrong. Okay, it's time to try some questions where each option is a bit longer. Here are some tips. Find the keywords in each option. They can help you find which option is being discussed. If you are taking a paper-based exam, you can underline them. In the computer-based test, you can highlight text, but honestly, there is no time. Next, some keywords are paraphrased, some are not. You will hear a number of options discussed, but answers depend on certain details. Try to read all the questions and options as carefully as possible. We'll talk about how to find time for that a bit later. And do look out for traps. If you hear a keyword, it doesn't mean this option is correct. The answer may be correct or may be wrong. If a certain option is incorrect, cross it out. Then you'll be selecting your answer among fewer options. Again, this tip is more applicable to the paper-based test where you can quickly cross things out. Right now, you're gonna hear a part 2 monologue about a school and its extended hours childcare service. Ready? Now you have some time to read this question.
We offer childcare for children from the ages of 4 to 11, both before and after school. We're insured to provide care for up to 70 children, although we rarely have this many attending at any one session. I think we generally expect around 50 to 60 children for the afternoon sessions, and about half that number for the breakfast sessions. Although we currently do have 70 children registered with us, not all of these attend every day. It's 10 years since we began offering an extended hours service, and we've come a long way during that time. When we first opened, we only had about 20 children attending regularly.
Before we read the transcript, let's have a look at the question itself. When our options are long, it's particularly important to find the keywords and to find what the differences are between different options. Then it will be easier for you to navigate. So here, I would say that they are talking about sessions after school and before school, or mornings and afternoons. So that may be important. And of course, numbers. 50 children, more children, 70. Let's read the transcript. In the first sentence, we learn that they offer childcare for children from the ages of 4 to 11. We don't have any options with ages, both before and after school. Okay, now we know that. Have a look at this one. We are insured to provide care for up to 70 children. Well, actually, we have 70 children here, right? 70. And it says the maximum number. And indeed, if they're only insured for 70, it would be illegal to take more children. So this option is correct. Next, I think we generally expect around 50 to 60 children for the afternoon sessions. Afternoon. Okay, we have 50 children here. What does it say? The average of 50 children attend in the mornings. So no, we don't have information like that. Let's continue reading. And about half that number for breakfast sessions or in the morning. Have a look at option B. More children attend after school than before school. Yes, that's correct. We've actually found our answers, but let's continue reading. Although we currently have 70 children registered with us, not all of these attend every day. And I think they're actually talking about something similar to this one. But they're saying that not all children choose to come, while in this option, they say children cannot come. So they choose not to come or they cannot come. These are different things, so this option is incorrect. And the last, it's 10 years since we began. And if you have a look at option A, it started recently? No. So how did that go? Hope you're up for the challenge. The most complex questions are coming. In some tests, not in all, in part 3, you may find a number of questions with very long options, like in this example, 6 questions. When preparing for this video, I tried to read all of them in the time allocated in the test, but I could barely finish skimming through, and it did reflect on my performance. Here is what you can do. These questions come in part 3. At the end of part 2, you'll be given 30 seconds to review your answers. Don't review them. Start reading these multiple choice questions as soon as part 2 finishes. Then you have a better chance to read all the questions, and it will be a bit easier to navigate through these options once the recording starts. The other tips are the same as before. I've selected 3 questions for you. In this dialogue, 2 students are discussing their work experience which they undertook at 2 different farms. Right now, I'm going to give you as much time to read these questions as you're going to get in the test if you don't use the review time. If that's not enough, as soon as you hear the recording, Pause the video, finish reading all the options, and then resume it.
So, Tim, we have to do a short summary of our work experience on a farm.
Right. My farm was great, but arranging the work experience was hard. One problem was it was miles away and I don't drive. And also, I'd really wanted a placement for a month, but I could only get one for 2 weeks.
I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm, so I didn't have to travel. But finding the right sort of farm to apply to wasn't easy.
No, they don't seem to have websites, do they? I found mine through a friend of my mother's, but it wasn't easy.
No.
I was interested in the amount of supplements they add to animals' feed nowadays. Like, even the chickens got extra vitamins and electrolytes in their feed.
Yes, I found that too. And they're not cheap. But my farmer said some are overpriced for what they are, and he didn't give them as a matter of routine, just at times when the chickens seemed to particularly require them.
Yes, mine said the same. He said certain breeds of chickens might need more supplements than the others, but the cheap and expensive ones are all basically the same. So, did your farm have any other livestock, Diana?
Yes, dairy cows. I made a really embarrassing mistake when I was working in the milk shed. Some cows had been treated with antibiotics, so their milk wasn't suitable for human consumption, and it had to be put in a separate container. But I got mixed up, and I poured some milk from the wrong cow in with the milk for humans.
First of all, it's very important to read the question itself carefully. We're looking for problems that both Diana and Tim faced, both of them. And our options are about the initial contact, transport, and finding a placement for the required length of time. Now, over here, Tim started talking about his problems. So one problem was that it was miles away and I don't drive. So he had a problem with transport. And also, he wanted it for a month, but could only get 2 weeks. So he had a problem with the length of time. But did Diana have the same problems? She says, I was lucky. The farmer let me stay on the farm, so no, she didn't have a problem with the transport. But finding the right sorts of farm wasn't easy. So she had a problem with this one. And she actually didn't mention option C. Tim replied, No, they don't seem to have websites, do they? I found mine through a friend of my mother's. Yes, he also had this problem of making the initial contact. The second question was about adding supplements to chicken. What did the students learn? So the question doesn't specifically say both of them or what tip was the same for both of them. So it actually doesn't require a specific confirmation from both students. But let's have a look at the transcript. Diana says, supplements are not cheap. So she's discussing option B. Is it worth paying extra? My farmer said they are overpriced. No, they shouldn't pay extra. And he didn't give them as a matter of routine. He didn't give them regularly, just at times when the chickens seem to particularly require them. This is option A. Supplements should be given if specially needed. Yes, that's the correct answer. But let's continue. Just to be sure you get the correct answer, Tim says, yes, mine said the same. And then he added that some breeds of chickens might need more supplements than others. But this is not the same as option C, where they say that the amount given at one time should be limited. No, it's not the same. And he continues, but the cheap and expensive ones are the same. So again, option B is incorrect. And the last question. What mistake did Diana make? Well, actually, here we need to read a couple of sentences again. She says, some cows have been treated with antibiotics, so their milk wasn't suitable for human consumption and had to be stored or put in a separate container. But I got mixed up and poured some milk from the wrong cow in with the milk for humans. So the whole lot had to be thrown away. So this keyword, thrown away, is repeated from option B, threw away some milk, but is it what happened? She accidentally threw some milk away. No, she didn't throw it away. She made a mistake when storing the milk. She put it in the wrong container and then they had to throw milk away. So that wasn't a mistake. The mistake was C. Okay, how did it go? To be honest, for me personally, these questions remain the hardest, just because of how much you need to read while also listening at the same time. But I hope the approach you learned can help you make these questions more manageable. Our next task is matching features, and I think some of the techniques I'm going to show you can help quite a lot. Hope you're not too tired yet. Just 2 left. Let's dive in. Okay, matching information questions appear either in part 2, which is a monologue by one speaker, or part 3, which is a dialogue between 2 people. Here is a task. So it comes from Cambridge IELTS books, and Cambridge English is the organization that prepares IELTS papers. So their practice tests are the closest to the real thing. So here is a task. At the top, you have a box with options from A to H, and at the bottom, you have questions from 15 to 20. You always have more options than questions. In this case, 8 options and 6 questions. And you use each option only once. There are 2 proofs of that. So first of all, look at the task. Choose 6 answers from the box. And we have 6 questions. So you use each only once. But also, when you take a computer-based test, to answer this type of question, you simply take an option and you drag it to the question, and it automatically disappears from the list of options. Okay, the first tip is follow the questions. In matching information questions, questions come in order. So questions are those at the bottom with numbers. And you will hear about fresh food commercial manager first, then agronomist, then fresh produce buyer, and so on. Another good tip is that questions are not paraphrased. So you will actually hear the exact words, fresh food commercial manager, and so on. The only paraphrasing is in question number 18. The garden center sales manager is the sales manager for a chain of garden centers. I'm sure you will agree that it's a very easy paraphrasing. The difficulty of matching information is that options are paraphrased, and they are fully paraphrased. Not a single keyword will be repeated. So you need to look for synonyms and paraphrasing. I've prepared a little exercise for you to check how well you can recognize paraphrasing. I've selected the phrases or sentences from the recording, and you need to find which option they're talking about. First, let's read all the options. You should do that before the recording starts. A. Not a permanent job. B. Involves leading a team. Experience, not essential. Intensive work, but also fun. Chance to earn more through overtime. Chance for rapid promotion. Accommodation available. Local travel involved. Okay, these are our options. Now, Find which option they're talking about. Available for a 12-month maternity cover. I'm going to give you a few seconds. Okay, which answer is this? A. Not a permanent job. So you will cover for someone who's on maternity, someone who's having a baby. So this means that this job is not permanent. Next. There are good opportunities for the right person to quickly make their way up the career ladder. A few seconds. Look through all the options. Which one is this? The answer is F. Chance for rapid promotion. If you make your way up the career ladder quickly, it means you get promoted quickly. Next. The staff work hard, but they play hard as well. Which option is this? The answer is D. Intensive work, but also fun. When you're talking about someone and you hear work hard, play hard, it means that someone works very hard, but then they have a lot of fun as well. Next, the possibility of renting a small cottage on the estate. Which option is this? We have just a few left. That's accommodation available. If you rent a cottage, it means you live there, so that's your accommodation. The company may be prepared to consider someone who has just completed an appropriate training course. So which option is this? Experience not essential. If someone just completed a training course, it means they haven't worked yet. They don't have any experience. You will be visiting centers in the region. This is the last one. And the answer is H. Local travel involved. If you'll be visiting centers in the region, you will travel there. And as you can see, not a single keyword has been repeated. When they're talking about maternity cover, it's not a permanent job, or completed a training course, experience not essential, work hard, play hard, intensive work but fun. So to answer this type of questions, you really need to concentrate on the meaning, not just look for some keywords. My tip is try to memorize the options. Read all of them before the recording begins and try to memorize as many as you can. Then it will be easier for you to locate the correct option quickly. Now let's try to solve several practice tasks. Ready? Here they are.
You will hear a man talking to an official at a tourist information office.
Can I help you?
Yes, I was wanting somewhere to stay for a few days, a 4- or 5-star hotel. Can you tell me something about the possibilities?
Okay, right. Well, there are 5 hotels that might interest you. Were you wanting a city centre location, or would you be interested in something a bit further out?
Well, I do have a car, so I could go for either.
You've heard 30 seconds, but there was no answer. Quite often, the first few phrases don't contain any answers to help you settle. Keep on looking for the answer to question number 1, a hotel in a rural area.
Well, there are 2 central hotels in the range you're looking for. There's Carlton House and the Imperial. They're both near the main square. But if you've got your own transport, you might be interested in the Royal Oak. That's out in the country, about 10 kilometres away. Very peaceful. Then there's the Bridge Hotel and the Majestic. They're both in town, but not in the centre. They're out on the airport road.
Here is a transcript. The key words are: you might be interested in the Royal Oak. That's out in the country, about 10 kilometers away. Very peaceful. Out in the country means in a rural area. Now, you should look for the second answer. Only opened recently.
That might be a bit far out, actually. Okay, now the other two you mentioned in the city centre. Can you tell me a bit about them?
Well, they're both excellent hotels. If you want something with a bit of character, Carlton House is quite unusual. It's a very old building that was originally a large private house. It was bought by the Vannies chain, and they completely refurbished it. They took their first guests just a few months ago, but it's already got an excellent reputation. That's a 5-star hotel.
The key words are, they completely refurbished it. They took their first guests just a few months ago. It means that this hotel opened recently. Previously in the paragraph, they talked about a very old building, but this is just a distraction. The question is not about a new building. We are looking for a hotel that opened recently. Now let's continue. Question number 3. Offers facilities for business functions.
Or there's the Imperial, which is a much more modern building. That also has its own gym, and it also has internet connection and meeting rooms. It's used for conferences and corporate events as well as private guests. That's 5-star as well.
Here, we can hear that the Imperial has internet connection and meetings rooms. It's used for conferences and corporate events. Business functions are business events, such as conferences. You see, not a single word is repeated, but the meaning is the same. And the last question, a hotel with an indoor swimming pool.
Does it have a swimming pool as well as a gym?
No, the Royal Oak has an outdoor pool, which is lovely in the summer, but the only hotel with an indoor pool is the Bridge Hotel. It doesn't have a gym, though. The Majestic is planning to build a swimming pool and a fitness centre, but it's not finished yet.
I see. Well, I think I'll probably go for one of the city centre hotels.
Here is our answer. Have a look at the question first. You see, it's not just about a swimming pool. It's about an indoor swimming pool. Just from this detail, you can already guess that there may be a hotel with an outdoor swimming pool too. Indeed, that's Royal Oak. That's an incorrect answer. And also, we've already used this option to answer another question. That's why you should cross out options as you use them. Okay, how many questions out of 4 could you answer? Now we have just one question type left, and you know all the strategies for IELTS listening. And this task is maps, and it can be quite tricky, but if you understand it better, it will be more manageable. Let's dive in. I've prepared for you 2 maps today, which are slightly different. The second one is more difficult in my opinion. Let's look at the first map, question by question, and I'll be giving you tips along the way. But first of all, what should you do before the recording starts playing? Well, 3 things. Read the elements on the map. Find the starting point, which is usually the entrance located at the bottom of the map, and read the questions. First, read the title. This is Branley Castle. Let's look at the elements. The main entrance is at the bottom. That's where our tour will most likely start. In the castle, we see south and north gates, several towers, walls, and the Great Hall. The river is at the top, and there are 2 bridges across the river. Please note that there is a compass in the corner, north, east, south, west. You may hear that something is located in the southeast corner. Then you should know that southeast is the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if you still have some time left, read the questions. Starting point for walking the walls. Bow and arrow display. Hunting birds display. Traditional dancing. And shop. Now, what should you do while the recording is playing? Remember that questions come in order. Follow the question numbers next to the map, not the letters on the map. And cross out used options to clearly see what's left. And cross out incorrect options you hear about. They're not going to be discussed again. Let me explain this point. Have a look at this example. You need to find the library, and you hear. The library is located near the city hall, but that's not the big building right next to it, as many people think. At this moment, you can cross out option A. You won't hear about it again. It was there to test you. So the recording continues. The library is actually the long building behind the city hall. So option B is the correct answer. Okay, now using these tips, let's try to find our answers. Ready?
Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now, if you can take a look at your plans, you'll see Branley Castle has 4 towers joined together by a high wall, with the river on 2 sides. Don't miss seeing the Great Hall. That's near the river in the main tower, the biggest one, which was extended and redesigned in the 18th century.
This was a little introduction that took us around the castle. Now look for the answer to question number 16.
If you want to get a good view of the whole castle, you can walk around the walls. The starting point's quite near the main entrance. Walk straight down the path until you get to the south gate, and it's just there. Don't go on to the north gate. There's no way up from there.
Here is what we've heard. If you want to get a good view of the whole castle, you can walk around the walls. Okay, the answer is somewhere here. The starting point's quite near the main entrance. You see, we start from the main entrance. Walk straight down the path, straight down, until you get to the south gate, and it's just there. Okay, so that's it. Please note that straight down means straight. It doesn't mean down. The answer is H, and let's cross it out on the map. Now look for the answer to question number 17.
There'll shortly be a show in which you can see archers displaying their skill with a bow and arrow. The quickest way to get there is to take the first left after the main entrance and follow the path past the bridge. Then you'll see it in front of you at the end.
Let's have a look. There will shortly be a show in which you can see archers displaying their skill in a bow and arrow. You see, it's the same as bow and arrow display. There is no paraphrasing, just the order of words is slightly different. The quickest way to get there is to take the first left after the main entrance. Okay, first left. And follow the path past the bridge. So past the bridge. And you see it in front of you at the end. So here it is. Please note that past the bridge means you pass near the bridge. You don't cross it. The correct answer is D, and option G is a little trap for you.
If you like animals, there's also a display of hunting birds, falcons and eagles and so on. If you go from the main entrance in the direction of the south gate, but turn right before you get there instead of going through it, you'll see it on your right, past the first tower.
The next question is number 18. If you like animals, there is also a display of hunting birds. Okay, that's what we need. If you go from the main entrance in the direction of the south gate, okay, here, but turn right before you get there instead of going through it. So turn right instead of going through it. You see it on your right past the first tower. Here it is. The correct answer is F. Now, question number 19.
At 3 p.m, there's a short performance of traditional dancing on the outdoor stage. That's right at the other side of the castle from the entrance and over the bridge. It's about 10 minutes walk or so.
There is a short performance of traditional dancing on the outdoor stage. That's right at the other side of the castle from the entrance. Other side, okay, so somewhere here. And over the bridge. Oh, that's the only place over the bridge. The correct answer is indeed A. Next.
And finally, the shop. It's actually inside one of the towers, but the way in is from the outside. Just take the first left after the main entrance, go down the path, and take the first right. It's got some lovely gifts and souvenirs.
And finally, the shop. It's actually inside one of the towers. So we see two towers, this one and this one. Just take the first left after the main entrance, so main entrance, first left, and go down the path and take the first right. So here it is. The answer is E. Okay, we've solved this task together. How easy was it to understand the audio? If you feel that it's difficult to understand the recording, but then you see the transcript and everything is clear, this means that you need to listen to English speech more. And one way is to listen to audiobooks, because you can do that while commuting to work or studies or doing some domestic chores. And if you're not on Audible, I clearly am, you can get any book for free as part of a free trial. I'll leave a link to claim your book in the description. Just remember that if you don't want to continue paying for your subscription, you must cancel it within 1 month, and you can still keep your first book. Now, try another task on your own, and then I'll show you the answers. Be careful, this task has some tricks designed to mislead you. You have 15 seconds to read the task before the recording begins.
So next on the agenda is proposals for improvements to the recreation ground. Councillor Thornton again.
Well, since we managed to extend the recreation ground, we've spent some time talking to local people about how it could be made a more attractive and useful space. If you have a look at the map up on the screen, you can see the river up in the north and the community hall near the entrance from the road. At present, cars can park between the community hall and that line of trees to the east, but this is quite dangerous for pedestrians, so we're suggesting a new car park on the opposite side of the community hall, right next to it. We also have a new location for the cricket pitch. As we've now purchased additional space to the east of the recreation ground, beyond the trees, we plan to move it away from its current location, which is rather near the road, into this new area beyond the line of trees. This means there's less danger of stray balls hitting cars or pedestrians. We've got plans for a children's playground, which will be accessible by a footpath from the community hall and will be alongside the river. We'd originally thought of having it close to the road, but we think this will be a more attractive location. The skateboard ramp is very popular with both younger and older children. We had considered moving this up towards the river, but in the end we decided to have it in the southeast corner near the road. The pavilion is very well used at present by both football players and cricketers. It will stay where it is now, to the left of the line of trees and near to the river, handy for both the football and cricket pitches. And finally, we'll be getting a new notice board for local information, and that will be directly on people's right as they go from the road into the recreation ground.
How did it go? Let's have a look at the answers, but let me show you something first. Have a look at these questions. Number 15, new car park. Number 16, new cricket pitch. So this word new tells me that probably we're going to hear about the current or old locations too, but we need the new locations. Okay, the first question. At present, cars can park between the community hall and that line of trees to the east. So that's the community hall, and that's the line of trees, and they park in between. But that's the current location, which is quite dangerous for pedestrians, so that's not the correct answer. So we're suggesting a new car park on the opposite side of the community hall. So that's it. The answer is C. Now, question number 16. New cricket pitch. We also have a new location for the cricket pitch, as we've now purchased additional space to the east of the recreational ground, so that's east. Beyond the trees, we plan to move it away from the current location, which is rather near the road. So you see, near the road is the current location, but we need the new location. So they're moving it into this new area beyond the trees. So that's it. That's the new cricket pitch. The answer is F. Number 17, children's playground. So we've got plans for a children's playground, which will be accessible by a footpath from the community hall. So we see the legend, so that's the footpath, so that's it. And so it should be somewhere on the footpath, and will be alongside the river. So that's the river, and that's the playground. So this option is not correct, because it's not accessible by the footpath. The answer is A. Next, the skateboard ramp is very popular with both younger and older children. We had considered moving it up towards the river. So up towards the river, they had considered that. But in the end, we decided to have it in the southeast corner near the road. So southeast. So it's here. This is the corner near the road. And this is our ramp. The answer is I. Next, the pavilion is very well used at present and so on. It will stay where it is now, to the left of the line of trees, to the left, and near the river. So here it is. The answer is E. And the last question, we'll be getting a new notice board that will be directly on people's right as they go from the road. So from the road, they go into the recreation ground, and it's gonna be on their right. That's it. The answer is H. Okay, we've covered all the IELTS listening tasks. If you counted how many questions you answered correctly, let me know in the comments. And it's time to move to the next section, IELTS writing. And let's start with writing task 2, because it's the same or almost identical in both academic and general training tests. These are the strategies I taught to over 30,000 students who took my courses, and so many of them managed to improve their scores from band 6 to 7 or even 7.5. We'll start with a full sample essay and then dive deeper into each criterion the examiners assess and how to score higher. Let me show you my shortcut formula, the easiest way to write an IELTS essay that will pass. It can help you get a band 6 or 7 or even an 8. It It works with every type of essay and every topic. I'm going to write the formula on the left and the essay on the right. And I care a lot about the quality of materials I show you. So I've prepared an essay in advance, and this essay was checked by a former IELTS examiner and a professional proofreader, well, as we always do. And yes, we need a task. Some people think that the government should subsidize fruit and vegetables to make healthy food more affordable. Others argue that the government should tax unhealthy food instead. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. The first paragraph is an introduction. The easiest way to begin is to paraphrase the task. If we read our task, we can see that it's about the government. So why does the government want to introduce these policies? Well, to make the population healthier, right? Here's how I'm going to begin. What would be the best government policy to encourage people to eat healthier? Yes, you can use a question in your introduction. Now, we have two views in our question. I just need to paraphrase it slightly. An easy way is to change the form of words. Instead of the verb to subsidize, we can use a noun, subsidies, and instead of to tax, say to impose taxes. Some support subsidies on healthy foods, while others argue it is better to impose taxes on unhealthy options instead. And we use the plural form foods because we're talking about different kinds of food. This task asks for our opinion. So let me give my opinion directly. In my opinion, the best way to help people improve their diets is to use both strategies together. Some students avoid giving their opinions in the introduction because they think it's too early. Maybe that's how you are taught to write essays at school. But in IELTS, our essay is just 4 paragraphs long, so keep it simple. Actually, all the former examiners I've discussed it with prefer it this way. Okay, our introduction's ready, but it's not the most important paragraph. Let's keep it short. What really matters is how you write your body paragraphs, and there is a good chance you can improve on what you're doing right now. And this will hugely help with the score. We have an essay about 2 views, so we're gonna describe each view in a separate paragraph. In the first, we'll describe the first view, the taxes. What's good about it, what's not so good, and what I think about it. But there is one thing a lot of students miss when they begin their body paragraph. The first sentence should tell us what this paragraph is about. This is called a topic sentence. Keep it simple. On the one hand, I agree that taxes on unhealthy foods could make them more expensive, and people would buy less of them as a result. I just say what I think directly. Now, we need to develop this idea by giving an explanation or example. I'm going for an example and the clearest possible linker. For example, some countries have implemented taxes on sugary drinks, and this has pushed companies to lower sugar content in their products, making them less unhealthy. So that's what's good about taxes, what's not so good. However, simply raising prices doesn't always result in people changing what they eat. And an explanation? Some may still buy junk food or slightly better versions of it without significantly improving their nutrition. There are no big fancy words here, but we don't need them. All we need is some less common words, often topic specific. And we also need some collocations or common combinations of words. And we have them. Have a look. To implement taxes, sugary drinks, sugar content, raise prices, junk food, and nutrition. The important thing is to choose clear, easy to explain ideas and develop them into logical arguments. I know it's not easy. A lot of my course students struggle with it when they join. But once they learn how to find ideas and how to structure them, their writing gets so much better. And you can learn it too. Oh, and actually over here, it's the second paragraph, but it's the first body paragraph, so we should have number 1 here. Now, writing the second body paragraph may be more difficult because we need to make sure that the 2 paragraphs complement each other. How can we do that? The second view is about subsidies, and we start with the topic sentence. Subsidizing healthy foods, on the other hand, can motivate people to make better dietary choices. I used a classic linking phrase, on the other hand, and the first part of it, on the one hand, was in the first body paragraph. This is an easy way to link the 2 paragraphs and show that I'm comparing 2 ideas. Now, I want to explain the topic sentence a bit more. If fruit and vegetables cost less, even those on tight budgets could include them in their meals. And now the result. This approach can lead to lasting improvements in how people eat. And my opinion about this view? So I see it as an important step towards improving public health. Just like in the first paragraph, we're discussing what's good. Now, what's the downside? The challenge is convincing governments to spend money on subsidies instead of relying on tax revenue. Now, let's talk about grammar for a second. A common mistake students make trying to impress the examiner is writing long sentences, which are usually not grammatically correct in the end. So keep your sentences to 2 or 3 parts or clauses. After all, complex grammar is not just long sentences. It's using gerunds like subsidizing or improving, or conditional sentences with if, and modal verbs like can and could. And of course, complex sentences. In our case, we have one with so as a linker. By this point, the examiner's thinking, that's good, but will it all come together into a really strong essay and confirm the high score? There are 2 things to do in your conclusion. First of all, restate your opinion clearly, but try not to repeat the phrases from the introduction. Here is mine. In conclusion, I believe that a combination of both policies is the best way forward. So the idea is exactly the same as in the introduction, as it should be, but it's worded slightly differently. And now we need to summarize the arguments from body paragraphs. By taxing unhealthy foods, the government can deter people from purchasing them. And the second view? At the same time, using that revenue to make healthy foods more affordable will make them more appealing to consumers. And finally, let's link it back to the big idea of improving public health we started our essay with. Helping everyone improve their eating habits. Now, our opinion is clear and we've answered the essay question in full. What score would this essay get? Around a band 8. And if you add a few mistakes and imperfections, it will still be good enough for a band 7. Actually, there is one thing you may not know about IELTS writing scores. This is IELTS Band Descriptors, a document that lists all the requirements for your essay. To get a band 7, you must meet each band 7 criteria: task response, coherence and cohesion, or your essay structure and flow, vocabulary and grammar. So, how can you fully answer the task to get a great task response score? Don't underestimate this requirement. A lot of marks are lost here. But I have 4 tips and some examples that can help you. The first tip is carefully analyze the question before writing your answer. At the end of the day, there is nothing worse than giving a brilliant answer to the wrong question. The last time I took a computer-based IELTS, I was really surprised when a girl sitting next to me started typing her answer before I finished reading my task. 20 seconds into the exam. I'm a firm believer in spending several minutes to carefully read the task, decide what you need to do, plan your essay, and then write. Let me show you how you should analyze your task. Here is a sample question. In the future, more people will choose to go on holiday in their own country and not travel abroad. Do you agree or disagree? Let's analyze the question. Let's read it again. In the future, more people will choose to go on holiday in their own country and not travel abroad on holiday. This means that today some people go on holiday in their own country and some go abroad. And the statement is that more people will travel in their country and fewer people will go to other countries than today. So please also note that the question is about people traveling on holiday for pleasure. It's not about business travelers. And if you mention business travelers, this information would be irrelevant and you lose points for going off topic. Do you agree or disagree? This task is not about what other people think. It's only about what you think. So think what position you choose for the essay, what ideas you include, and then start writing. And try to ignore people who start writing very quickly. If you start writing earlier, it doesn't mean you finish earlier, and it definitely doesn't mean that you'll get a higher score. Tip number 2. Don't contradict yourself. There is a Band 7 requirement that says that you must present a clear position throughout your response. Let's have a look at our essay topic again. You need to say if you agree or disagree. Basically, the whole essay is about your opinion. And you can say that you agree or that you disagree, or you can have a balanced opinion. That means that you agree with something and disagree with something else. In our case, a possible balanced opinion would be, I agree that in the future, older people will spend their holiday in their own country more frequently, but younger people will continue to travel abroad as often as possible. In this opinion, I've split people into 2 groups, older and younger, and I agree with this statement as far as it concerns older people, and I disagree when it concerns younger people. I don't contradict myself. I don't agree and disagree with the same thing. A big mistake would be to write about reasons why you agree and reasons why you disagree. It would be something like, I agree that in the future people would travel abroad less for this and that reason, and then I disagree that they will travel abroad less for some other reasons. Then I directly contradict myself. In my online courses, I show how to write an essay if you agree and if you disagree and if you have a balanced opinion. There are slight but important differences. And I'll link the courses in the description box below. But right now, The main thing for you to remember is this. In an agree-disagree essay, you only talk about your own opinion and not about other people and what they think. An essay where you discuss two opposing points of views is called Two Views and Your Opinion. Here is an example. Some people say that everyone should go on holiday abroad to discover the culture and traditions in other countries. Others think that it's better to travel locally and learn more about your own country first. Discuss both these views and give your opinion. So in your answer to this question, you do need to discuss opinions of other people. Give arguments in support of both views, and then say which view you agree with. The next step is to develop your ideas. Indeed, developing your ideas is one of the key requirements in Task 2. Basically, you should explain your ideas to the reader, provide examples and supporting points to make these ideas very clear. Listen to this paragraph and think if the ideas here are developed or not. Firstly, traveling abroad is a valuable experience for individuals because people who discover different cultures and ways of life develop a better understanding of the world and generally become more open-minded and tolerant to others. Secondly, the new experiences that people have on their trips can inspire them to improve their communities by using ideas from other countries. Finally, people feel more relaxed and rested when they completely change their environment, which is harder to achieve without crossing the borders of one's own land. So what do you think? Are ideas developed? I would say no. Let's have a look at the structure. We have the first idea in the first sentence, the second idea in the second sentence, and the third idea in the third. These ideas are not explained. There are no examples. What's more, I would say the third idea is actually not relevant. Our topic is about traveling abroad to discover other cultures and traditions. It doesn't matter what's the best way to relax. And there is one more problem. There is no topic sentence at the beginning of the paragraph to tell us what's it all about. This is not a very good example. Even though vocabulary and grammar are complex and accurate, compare it to the second version I've written. Ideas are the same. I've only changed the way they are presented. First of all, I've added a topic sentence. Traveling is a valuable experience that opens people's minds and hearts. This sentence shows that we're going to learn how traveling opens minds and hearts. Here is the first idea from the previous paragraph. People who discover different cultures and ways of life in other countries develop a better understanding of the world and generally become more open-minded and tolerant of others. Now the second idea. I've replaced firstly and secondly by moreover, which shows that we're not just naming ideas 1, 2, 3, but we're adding to the previous idea, we're developing it. Moreover, the new experiences that people have on their trips can inspire them to improve their communities by using ideas from other countries. For example, this can be done by opening a new business. Again, the second idea is the same as in the previous version of this paragraph, but I've added an example, and now I'm going to explain this example. Indeed, entrepreneurs may get new ideas when they become acquainted with well-known or traditional ideas or techniques in other corners of the world. And finally, A sentence that sums up all the ideas and helps us to smoothly transition to the next paragraph. Without a doubt, traveling abroad is an enriching experience for every individual. Okay, the paragraph is ready. The next point is really important. Write a clear conclusion. The conclusion itself is important because if your essay doesn't have one, you'll be penalized. Your task response score will go down. And in case you're running out of time, shorten your body paragraph but write at least a one-line conclusion. Ideally, a conclusion is where you summarize your main points, express your opinion if the topic asks you for your opinion, and optionally give a recommendation or a forecast. To improve further, try to write a clear conclusion. By the time we're finishing the essay, we've half forgotten what the question was. And if you write a conclusion without rereading the task, it may not answer the question that you were asked. And again, you will lose points. You should directly answer the topic question. In our example, the conclusion could be, although traveling around one's home country can help people better understand some aspects of their culture and history, many of the experiences they encounter on such a journey will be familiar to them. I view world travel as a more enriching and diverse experience that cannot be achieved as effectively without crossing the borders of one's own land. In this conclusion, I've summarized the arguments for both views and gave my opinion. It's not too long. It doesn't include any unnecessary details or new ideas. These 4 tips apply to every single essay, but the way you write your answer varies depending on the type of task you get. And here is the best way to understand the differences between the 5 types of IELTS essays. We take one topic, social media, and change it for each type of task. And you see how the structure of your answer will change too. Ready? Let's start off with the problem solutions task. The use of social media is replacing face-to-face interaction, particularly among many young people. This is our problem. What are the causes of this problem? Or what are the reasons for this? Why is this? What can be done to solve it? Or what are some of the solutions? To answer these questions, you need to offer several causes and several solutions. The easiest way is to group all your causes in one body paragraph and all the solutions in the other. It's also possible to present one cause and its solution in one paragraph, then the next cause and its solution in the next paragraph. I'd say 3 body paragraphs max, usually 2. How would you start your essay? Let's have a look at the first paragraph. The young, especially teenagers, spend far too much of their day using social media instead of interacting with their peers offline. It begins with a short topic sentence which simply informs us of the situation. There are many possible reasons for this, among which are wider reach, fear of rejection, and convenience. The second sentence gives several reasons, but there are no details, no examples. Whatever the reasons behind this phenomenon, however, it is clearly detrimental to both their physical and mental health and should be addressed. Here, we just mentioned that the problem should be dealt with, or our solutions. And there it ends. In this paragraph, we have what's called a statement of opinion. It is clearly, which means it is clear to me. But there is no actual opinion. We simply present the causes and solutions. The next type of question is the direct opposite. Agree, disagree, also known as an opinion essay. Here is our topic. Social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok have a negative impact on both individuals and society. Therefore, they should be banned. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? Unlike the problem solutions essays we've just discussed, where your opinion is not really required, this task is all about what you think. Should we ban Instagram and TikTok altogether? Maybe as long as YouTube is not banned, why not? Seriously though, different people may have different opinions on this. You may agree and argue that yes, social media should be banned, or disagree and say no, everything should stay the same, or have an opinion somewhere in the middle, a balanced opinion, like they shouldn't be banned but should be regulated better because there are clearly some problems. There are many different ways to organize this type of essay, which will look much more in depth in my courses, but let's cover some of the options briefly. You may give your opinion, I agree, in the introduction, then give 2 or 3 reasons why you agree in your body paragraphs. This is the easiest way. If you have a balanced opinion, you may describe what you agree with in one paragraph and what you disagree with in the other. But be careful. You're not saying why you agree and why you disagree with the same statement, because that would make no sense. Rather, which part of the statement you agree with and which part you disagree with. For example, I agree that social media can impact us negatively, but only if used too much. So it should be regulated rather than simply banned. You may also add counterarguments, or things other people think which you disagree with, and explain why you disagree with them. In this way, you make your argument stronger. This is a more advanced version, and you could get a Band 7 without using it. You know, I work with several former IELTS examiners, and they all very much agree that with this type of essay, you should state your opinion in the introduction, right after you paraphrase the question. Here is mine. I would argue that social networking websites are not necessarily harmful to anyone if used responsibly, although serious issues may arise with excessive use. Therefore, social media should be regulated rather than banned. In IELTS, topics often involve huge societal problems, and you're asked to solve them in a 4-paragraph essay. But remember, this is not a school essay. Don't go for a smart opinion or try to explain what you really think, because it's probably quite complicated. Simplify it. Take several points and describe them logically and clearly. Do you know the saying, a confused mind says no? In case of IELTS examiners, this is a no to your Band 7 score. Okay, problem and solutions and opinion essays are on the opposite sides of the spectrum. The former is just arguments. The latter is just your opinion. The rest of the essays are in between. Moving on to our third type, which we call 2 views and your opinion, or a discussion essay. This is a common but tricky type, and a lot of test takers miss one of the key parts in the answers. So let's look into it and which parts you absolutely must cover. Here is our task. Some people believe that social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram prevent people from forming personal relationships. This is the first view. Others argue that these platforms bring people together. This is the second view. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. We have the 2 views, and you need to choose which one you agree with. This is your opinion. You may have a balanced opinion, just like in the agree-disagree essay. What's different is that in this type of essay, you must discuss both views. You cannot just say, I agree with the first view and only talk about it. To structure your essay, give your opinion in the introduction, then present in turn the two sides along with your opinion about them. You may also choose to write a whole paragraph about what you think about those two views. This will be your third body paragraph. And the final paragraph sums up everything. You must always pay attention to the question. Compare the exact wording of these two questions. The first, opinion essay, is more open. We can choose between several interesting ideas to discuss. Are we talking about time spent together online, fake news, lack of personal interactions, or something else? It's up to you to choose. It's so open that we need to narrow it down or we'll be writing all day. The second, discussion essay, is restrictive. It's only about relationships. It's too easy sometimes to see a question without really reading it and jump in thinking, great, social media, I know a lot about it, and then you're in danger of going off topic, which would be very painful. Slow down, read the topic very carefully, and then keep on reading it again while you're writing your essay, not to lose track of what's needed. You've seen an example of an introduction. Now, let me show you a body paragraph. I chose two ideas. Proponents of social media argue that these platforms play a pivotal role in fostering relationships. This topic sentence tells the reader what this paragraph is going to be about. Now, the first idea. In many parts of the world, families and friends find themselves physically separated because of studies or the need to migrate for work. Being able to keep in touch with the loved ones so easily through the platform of their choice makes a huge difference to them. The idea is that social media helps us maintain existing relationships. Now, the second idea is about forming new relationships. Moreover, through these platforms, individuals can share common interests or experiences and form meaningful relationships with like-minded peers. These online connections may transition into offline friendships and collaborations. And now, what I think about all this to wrap up the body paragraph. I believe social media platforms have great potential to facilitate personal relationships when people choose to use them this way. The next type of task asks us to compare two sides, the advantages and disadvantages. For example, some argue that social media platforms encourage personal relationships and the spread of knowledge. Others see them as socially isolating and a waste of time. Do the advantages of using social media outweigh the disadvantages? No different to the two views type. In the introduction, present the topic and your opinion, which are greater, pros or cons. In the body paragraphs, discuss both the advantages and the disadvantages. Again, just like in the previous essay, you must discuss both sides, not just the side you agree with. And in the conclusion, summarize your point of view and the main arguments. So far, I've been showing you some paragraphs from each type of essay. Now, have a look at this idea. Where could we include it? Most young people these days suffer because they lead a more sedentary lifestyle. For example, children probably sit at home after school playing games, chatting and looking at TikTok or YouTube rather than playing with their friends outdoors. In how many essays could we include this? Could we include it into a paragraph about the disadvantages? Yes. In an agree-disagree essay to say that social media should indeed be banned? Yes. Actually, we could use it in all 4 essays we've looked into so far, because it refers to the negative impact of social media. It all depends on how we put our thoughts together. Now, let's have a look at the conclusion to the advantages-disadvantages essay. To sum up, I believe that when used appropriately, social media platforms can be of enormous value, both for keeping in touch with friends and for educational purposes. However, the amount of time people sometimes waste by staring at their smartphones, engaged in meaningless activities, clearly demonstrates the downside of this technology. So the first sentence refers to the positives, which I think outweigh the negatives when used appropriately. But I mentioned the drawbacks too, the time we waste. There is one more type of question, two direct questions or a two-part question. Here is the task. Young people spend more and more time on social networks. Why is this the case? What are the disadvantages of this trend? It appears to be a little more straightforward because in the introduction, you paraphrase the two questions, no opinion required, and then you answer each question in a separate body paragraph. So you may need to express your opinion if one of the questions is like, do you agree? In our case, we need reasons and disadvantages. That's it. Understanding the 5 types of tasks can help you with your task response score. And it can also help you write essays faster because you know what to write about. Now, let's talk about a very different requirement and your grammar. IELTS examiners check if you use what they call complex grammatical structures, which include complex sentences. So let me show you how you can turn simple ideas, let's call them Band 5, into Band 7 and even Band 9 sentences. Let's dive in. To set the scene for our sentences, let's use a topic. Here it is. Not enough students around the world choose to study science subjects at university. What are the reasons for this? What impact does this issue have on society? Students do not want to study science. They choose to study business and law instead. These sentences are very simple from the grammatical point of view. They are probably Band 5 level, even though they are correct. Let's merge them into one sentence. Then we get, some students choose to study business and law rather than science. So here we've already used the grammatical construction rather than, business and law rather than science. I prefer drinking coffee rather than tea. So it's already better, but let's talk about the Band 7 level sentences. Some sentences in English are called complex. To turn our sentence into a complex one, we need to add another sentence, the dependent clause, using the linking words because, when, where, although, until, or some others. Please try to write your complex sentences and post them in the comments below. For example, we take our sentence. Some students choose to study business or law rather than science. And then we want to give the reason. Why? Because? How could you finish this sentence? I decided to say because scientists are paid significantly less than business managers or solicitors. Solicitors are a type of lawyers. We could use where. Some students choose to study business or law rather than science, where salaries are significantly lower. So the same idea, but a different sentence. Here's another one. Some students choose to study business or law, although they have an aptitude for science. So here we turned our initial sentence into a complex sentence. And an aptitude is a natural ability, something you're naturally good at. To make these sentences perfect, you need to use the correct punctuation. As a rule, when you have your linking words in the middle of the sentence, you don't need commas, like in the first two examples. although is an exception. When we have it in a sentence, we tend to always use a comma. But if you move your dependent clause to the beginning, and then your sentence starts with because, where, or some other linking words, we use commas. So let's transform the first sentence. We move because to the beginning. Because scientists are paid significantly less than business managers or solicitors, comma. Some students choose to study business or law rather than science. We can't really transform the second sentence in this way because it will make no sense. But we can do it with the third example. Although some students have an aptitude for science, comma, they choose to study business or law instead. To get a high score for your grammar, it's really important to use commas correctly. Let me show you another type of complex sentences. That's when you add a relative clause with the words who, which, or that. Relative clauses are great in IELTS writing because you can add some extra information to any sentence and easily turn a simple sentence into a complex one. Let me show you how you can do it. So we take the same idea. Some students choose to study business or law rather than science. So let's add some information about students. Some students who... What could you add here? Please write your sentence and post it in the comments. I wrote, some students who are bright and ambitious choose to study business or law rather than science. So when we talk about people, we use who. When we talk about objects, we use which or that. So let's say something extra about science. Some students choose to study business or law rather than science, which... Again, what could you say here? I said, which may be considered less prestigious. So these are complex sentences. What about punctuation? That's a complex topic in itself. Basically, when the meaning of the sentence is clear without the relative clause, you need to put a comma before and a comma after. Like in our second example, we put a comma before which. But if the meaning of the sentence is not clear without your clause, then you don't need any commas. Like in the first example. Some students who are bright and ambitious choose to study business or law. So this sentence means that those who are bright and ambitious choose business or law, not just some students. So we've already changed the meaning of the sentence and we can't easily remove it. I know it's a bit difficult. So let me show you two simple sentences to demonstrate the point. The boy who wears the red t-shirt is my son. Let's try to remove the clause. The boy is my son. Which boy? There are several boys. Which one? It's not clear. That's why we don't use commas here. Here's another one. My son, who wears the red t-shirt, is 5 years old. So here we can remove it. My son is 5 years old. It's clear enough. That's why we use a comma before and a comma after the relative clause. Let's try to merge both types of our complex sentences into one. Here is what we get. Some students who are bright and ambitious choose to study business or law rather than science because scientists are paid significantly less than business managers or solicitors. This sentence is already highly complex, but I would say it's a little bit straightforward. Let's add an element of doubt. Let's say that it's not always so, it's just usually so. Here's how we can do it. Some students who are bright and ambitious may choose to study business or law rather than science, because scientists are often paid significantly less than business managers or solicitors. So they may choose that or may not. So we're not sure, we're not stating that's always so, and may is a modal verb, so it's great to use. And scientists are often paid less. They're not always paid less. So this sentence is more precise, and I would say that's our perfect Band 9 sentence. So we've transformed a simple idea into a Band 9 sentence. In IELTS writing, it's important to remember two things. To get a high score for your grammar, you need to use a wide range of grammatical structures. The more, the better. But you get your high score only if you maintain the level of accuracy. To get Band 7, many of your sentences must be grammatically correct without a single grammatical mistake. So choose the complexity level that is right for you. Okay, enough grammar for today. Let's talk about something more fun. Coherence and cohesion, the second requirement. The sentences in your essay should flow one from another, and there are different ways to make sure there is this logical progression. But I want to talk about a special one, linking words. You should use a range of connectors to link your ideas, and just simple ones like but and then are not enough. So here are some more formal linkers that will be perfect for your Task 2 essay. Let's begin with that very simple linking word, but. We use but to contrast two statements. We're simply saying that there is a difference between them. I can say, for example, I like comedies, but I don't like horror films. Now, there are several linking words that you can use instead of but in Task 2. Here they are. Although, however, nevertheless or nonetheless, and despite or in spite of. There are two very important points to remember and practice here. The first is where our linking word comes in the sentence. Does it come in the middle and join the two parts of the sentence, the same as but? Or can we put it right at the beginning of the sentence? The second point is punctuation. Remember that the IELTS examiner will be looking very carefully at your punctuation. When do you need to use a comma or semicolon or a full stop? Let's look at some examples of these linking words in sentences that we can use in IELTS writing Task 2 essays, like this one. The topic is, in some countries, children are often told that they can achieve anything if they try hard enough. What are the advantages and disadvantages of giving children this message? We need to write at least 250 words and probably 4 paragraphs. The first paragraph presents the essay question and introduces our point of view. Look at this example with but. This message can inspire and motivate some children, but it can also lead to disappointment and a sense of failure in others. When we use although, we usually put it at the beginning of the sentence. Although this message can inspire and motivate some children, it can also lead to disappointment and a sense of failure in others. Pay special attention to that comma in the middle that separates the two contrasting parts of the sentence. Many people like to use the words however or nevertheless, which are very similar in meaning. However is a word for special occasions. Why? Because we use it when we want to say something very important after. Have a look at this sentence. This message can inspire and motivate some children. However, it can also lead to disappointment and a sense of failure in others. Notice that it comes between the two contrasting statements and that we always place a comma after it and either a semicolon or a full stop before it. In other words, we can write two sentences instead of one, like in the second example. Nevertheless and also nonetheless can be used in place of however in exactly the same way. Let's use a different example to show this. Some children push themselves to the limit. Nevertheless, they may not achieve their goals. Another very useful linking word to show contrast is despite. But the grammar of this word is different to the others. Usually in English, there is a pattern of subject, verb, complement. For example, in although this message can inspire some children, despite is followed by a different form. This is usually a gerund. Look at how it works. Despite pushing themselves to the limits, some children may not achieve their goals. We do not use a subject and verb after despite. In this example, it's just a gerund pushing. The subject, some children, appears in the other part of the sentence after the comma. Please don't forget to use the comma. We can also use in spite of instead of despite. In spite of studying so hard, he did not achieve his goal. All of these words we have looked at so far, from although to despite, show really strong contrast. We use them especially in writing to make the difference we want to express very clearly. Sometimes, however, we only want to make a simple contrast. Let's look at some ways to do that. We can use while, whereas, on the other hand, conversely, and in contrast. These linking words are very useful when we want to present the 2 points of view at the very beginning of our essay. Let's look at some examples. I believe that the main advantage of this message is that it helps children to think and act independently, while the main drawback is that it can lead to unnecessary levels of stress. The linker while is in the middle. When we use it to contrast two ideas, don't forget your comma. We can use whereas in exactly the same way. There will be children who will benefit from this message, comma, whereas others may find it intimidating and detrimental to their mental well-being. With the other examples, we should pay careful attention to punctuation in the same way we do with however and nevertheless. There will be children who will benefit from this message, semicolon. On the other hand, comma, others may find it intimidating and detrimental. Or, of course, we can begin a new sentence. Some children will try their best to be high achievers, full stop. Conversely, comma, there will always be those who react negatively to pressure. Just to confirm, you can use on the other hand and conversely both ways with a semicolon and with a full stop. Now, let's leave contrast and comparing to one side for a moment and think about some simple ways to add new information to what we have just written. Of course, the word we often use to do this is and. But there are synonyms we can use instead, such as along with, together with, as well as, and besides. Here is an example. Positive encouragement can help young people develop their talents as well as making them feel more self-confident. Notice the gerund making after the linking words. It can help people develop their talents as well as making them more self-confident. We can use along with, together with, and besides in exactly the same way, although besides can also be used at the beginning of a new sentence. Hard work does not necessarily bring children success. Besides, socializing and play are probably more important to their health and development. Now, what if we want to say something a little more complicated? We can add or join an additional idea or point to our argument. This is very important in task 2 essays in particular because we should try to present several points of view in favor or against the topic in question. The simple way to do this is using also. But let's add some alternatives. Moreover, furthermore, in addition, likewise, and similarly. This time, I'm going to use a different task 2 essay topic. Here it is. In some countries, owning a home rather than renting one is very important for people. Why might this be the case? Do you think this is a positive or negative situation? Look at this example. I want to make 2 important points. Living in a property you own gives you a strong sense of stability and security. Moreover, property is an excellent investment for the future. Joining 2 ideas like this in 2 sentences, with the second one beginning with either moreover or furthermore or in addition, with all 3 usually followed by a comma, is an excellent way to present your ideas in a task 2 essay. If the second point you want to make is closely linked to the first, a kind of continuation of the same point, we can use likewise or similarly. Here is an example. Notice that the best way is to start a new sentence. In many countries, house prices are so high that it is almost impossible for young people to enter the property market. Similarly, or likewise, the cost of renting is prohibitive for this part of the population, especially in large cities. Right, let's go on to another type of linking word. I'm thinking of words that show sequence in time or in process. I'm sure you know words like first, then, after, finally, and expressions such as in the first place or first of all, and so on. But what about these? Subsequently, thereafter. Both can replace the words after or then. Families who default on their mortgage payments lose their properties and subsequently or thereafter find it impossible to seek a bank loan ever again. Next, I'd like to share important linking words that either show the result or consequence of something or explain the cause. Let's take consequences first. One good way to show this connection is to use as a result. But there are some other ways too. Here are some of them. Consequently, as a consequence, therefore, or thus. Here is an example. Homeowners do not have to worry about taking good care of someone else's property, and as a result, can feel free to make any changes they wish. Here, I'm comparing those who buy their home to those who rent one. Here's another example. Many people take out large loans to help pay for their home. As a consequence, they might be in debt to a bank for years before paying it all back. See how we can either put these linking words at the beginning of a new sentence or as part of just one sentence after and separated by commas before and after. Exactly the same is true for both therefore and thus. The punctuation again is very important. In some societies, home ownership is seen as a sign of social prestige. Therefore, it is something many people aspire to. We can also use a semicolon before therefore. And a sentence with thus. Recent trends suggest that the young prefer to spend their savings on travel and thus do not buy a property until much later in life. If we want to explain what the cause of something is, the most common linking word is because. This we put in the middle of the sentence, like in our example. Owning property is often seen as a good way to invest money because its value will increase over time. To add variety to your writing, you can also use as and since. Both can come in the middle of the sentence, or we can start a sentence with them, putting the cause first and the result after. Since or as, property prices in city centers are practically unaffordable, prospective buyers are forced to look for cheaper homes in the suburbs. One more point I want you all to pay very special attention to. A lot of people think that they can use because of and due to in exactly the same way as because. I'm sorry, you can't. It is wrong to write this sentence. Because of property prices in city centers are practically unaffordable, you can't say that. Why? It's because these linking words are grammatically the same as despite and in spite of. We do not follow them with the subject and a verb. Look at this example. Because of rising costs, maintaining a home in optimal conditions is becoming increasingly difficult. Before the comma, no verb, just an adjective and a noun, rising costs. IELTS examiners will look at your uses of linking words very carefully when they read your essays. In the area of coherence and cohesion, these linking words, which are described in the official IELTS descriptors as cohesive devices, will help you get Band 8 if you manage all aspects of them well. And Band 7 if you use a range of them appropriately. In other words, correctly in terms of grammar, punctuation, and in the correct sense of what they mean. Apart from these linking words, you also need to use something called referencing to avoid using the same words over and over completely unnecessarily. Here are 4 ways to easily avoid word repetition that you should use in every essay, because examiners do check if you do it. And also, when is it okay to repeat the same words? Let's learn about it. The first way to avoid word repetition is to replace nouns with pronouns, such as it, he, she, they, who. Let me show you an example. Large cities suffer from different types of pollution. One of these types of pollution is air pollution. Try not to use the same noun twice in a row. Replace the second noun with a pronoun. Large cities suffer from different types of pollution. One of them is air pollution. That's it. The problem's solved. It is true that both sentences are very simple. To further increase your score, we could make the second sentence more complex. One of them is air pollution, which may lead to a range of diseases and even premature death. This new sentence has complex grammar, and it also demonstrates high-level topic-specific vocabulary, which is great for your score. Let me show you another example. Many universities try to attract international students. International students pay higher tuition fees than local students. These sentences are awkward and repetitive. So let's merge them into a single complex sentence and use a pronoun. Many universities try to attract international students because they pay higher tuition fees than their local peers. Here we're given a reason why universities want more overseas students, and I've replaced international students with the pronoun they and local students with their local peers. Peers are people of the same age and the same social position. In this case, it means local students. We could have another type of sentence. Many universities try to attract international students who pay higher tuition fees than their local peers. Here, the pronoun who helps us add extra information to the sentence, which would otherwise be very simple, both in terms of grammar and vocabulary. Basically, when you use a pronoun, you refer back to the original idea and link both sentences together. Pronouns provide this smooth transition from one sentence to the next. And it's a great way not only to avoid word repetition, but also to make your essay cohesive or easy to read and follow, which is something examiners look for. Number 2, replace the verb with to do so. For instance, parents must take responsibility for their children. Failure to do so could mean a fine or a jail sentence. To do so means to take responsibility for their children. Here's another one. Many people are leaving the villages, and the reason they are doing so is a lack of jobs. In this sentence, they are doing so means they are leaving, which is the present continuous tense. So we keep the same verb tense and say the reason they are doing so. Number 3. Activity system approach method. There are a number of nouns that can replace other nouns. Some of them are system, approach, method, solution, problem, factor, way of, type of, kind of, form of, method of. Let me show you an example. Many schools use formal exams to grade the performance of their students. The main benefit of using formal exams is their cost effectiveness. So here we need to replace using formal exams in the second sentence. What word from the left column could you use here? I would choose this approach. Many schools use formal exams to grade the performance of their students. The main benefit of this approach is its cost effectiveness. Now, have a look at the right column. Way of, type of, kind of. What phrase could you use here? Formal exams are a form of assessment. So we could say, the main benefit of this form of assessment is its cost effectiveness. Here is another sentence. Large corporations successfully use performance bonuses to motivate their staff. However, performance bonuses are too costly for small companies. So how can we replace performance bonuses? I would use this method. Large corporations successfully use performance bonuses to motivate their staff. However, this method is too costly for small companies. Number 4, synonyms. So far, we've been talking about avoiding word repetition in 2 consecutive sentences. In general, to demonstrate a wide range of vocabulary, you should not repeat the same word several times if you can replace it. Let's say the word advantage has a number of words with a similar meaning: strength, benefit or upside. These are synonyms. Use them. But be careful. Don't think that you must not repeat any words at all. It's normal to use the key words a number of times, such as air pollution, university, cycling, robots, and so on. Also, make sure that when you're choosing a synonym, you don't accidentally change the meaning. A number of words in English can be easily replaced by synonyms. Among them are adjectives. New, big, important. We use these words all the time. Let's take one. How can you replace the adjective new? Well, a new type of transport is a modern type of transport. A new idea is a fresh idea. New information is up-to-date information. These are great phrases. But can you use these adjectives interchangeably? A fresh type of transport or an up-to-date idea? Obviously not. Each of them has its own subtle meaning and the situations when you can use it. So, I've prepared for you a list of synonyms for 20 most common adjectives used in IELTS Writing Task 2. For each word, you'll find a definition and examples that will help you use it correctly. I personally find that it's much easier to memorize new words and phrases, such as a major problem of modern life or keep up to date with the latest developments. These are really nice expressions you could use in your writing directly. The PDF with the synonyms is linked in the video description below, along with all the other resources I'm mentioning today. Now, I'd like to share with you one lesson from my courses. It's super in-depth, and if you like it and want to join my courses, there will be a special offer for you in the video description. That's where you can download the slides for this lesson too. Now, let me show you how to write a perfect introduction to your IELTS Writing Task 2 essay with my 3-step formula. It's easy to follow and it works for every essay type. Let's dive in. The first part of your essay is an introduction. Its goal is to introduce what you're going to write about. That's it. And this is why your introduction should be short. 40 to 60 words is enough. Writing a longer introduction means that you're taking valuable time away from more important paragraphs. Let's take a topic, and I'll show you how to write your introduction, and then we'll practice writing a couple of them together. In some countries, an increasing number of children are overweight or obese as a result of eating too much fast food. Banning fast food from school canteens is the best way to fight this problem. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? For introductions, I recommend the TTP formula: topic, task, position. First of all, you should introduce the topic. Give a general statement. What is this essay about? Here, you can talk about the importance of the topic or its current state. Is it a big problem? Is it a recent problem? Or has this problem been there for a long time? For example, excessive weight gain and obesity have become major issues among children. This is the current state of the issue. Then, focus on the topic question. What are you actually asked about? One way to write the statement is to paraphrase the topic sentence. Mine is, it is argued that schools should not be allowed to sell fast food in order to reduce the rates of childhood obesity. Finally, present your position. If you're required to express your opinion, then do that. If not, provide an outline explaining what you're going to write about in your essay. An outline is a sentence that usually begins with, "This essay will discuss." In this essay, I'm giving my opinion. Even though a straightforward ban on fast food in school cafeterias seems to be a positive step, I do not agree that this is the most effective measure to alleviate this problem. Okay, the introduction is ready. At the moment, you can see 3 separate sentences. But of course, your introduction should be written in a single paragraph without any gaps. Mine is 66 words long. Now, let's write a couple of introductions together. That's how we do it in my courses. You learn what you need to do, you actually go and do it, and then you compare your result to the model answer to see how you can improve further. In the course, we do it for every paragraph of the essay. An introduction, so that's the lesson you're watching, body paragraphs, most important, and a conclusion. And you learn how to write each type of essay too. Now, let's practice. The first topic is 2 views and your opinion essay. Some people think that children should only read academic books. Others believe that reading books for pleasure is equally important. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. At this point, my course students would already have their ideas ready, but you can use ideas from my essay plan. Pause the video and write your introduction using the TTP formula. Ready? Here is mine. The topic. My general statement is very short. Children are often encouraged to read. This is the current state of the issue. Now the task. However, there is a debate regarding the kind of books that is best for them. Should children only read for educational purposes, or should they also read for fun? Here I'm asking a question. You are allowed to use questions in your essay as long as you don't just copy them from the task. This question presents the 2 views we'll be discussing in the essay. Now, the position. In this essay, you are required to choose which view you agree with. Here is my opinion. In my opinion, both categories of books are equally important for children's development. The introduction is ready. It's 48 words long. Now, the next topic. The best way to motivate employees is to increase their salaries. Do you agree with this statement? Are there any other ways to encourage employees to work more efficiently? In this essay, we need to answer 2 questions. The first one is about your opinion. This means that you should give your opinion in the introduction. As for the second question, you should offer some other ways to encourage employees to work more efficiently. Again, you should mention this question in your introduction. Now, write your introduction using the ideas from your idea generation template or from mine. Okay, pause the video now. Ready to continue? Here is my introduction. The first sentence presents the topic. Companies across the globe recognize the importance of motivating their staff to work more productively. This is the current state of the issue. Now, let's focus on our question. Some think that increasing salaries is the most effective incentive. This is the key statement. And now, my position. I disagree with this opinion and argue that other methods tend to yield even better results. Here, I give my opinion about the first question. Do you agree with this statement? I also partly answer the second question. Yes, there are other methods to motivate employees. But I'm not saying what methods these are. I'm keeping this information for my conclusion. Okay, this introduction is 41 words long. Are your introductions similar to mine, or are they quite different? Remember, there are many ways to write a great essay introduction. Now, let's talk about some do's and don'ts of writing introductions. Don't make it too general. Let me show you an example. This is our topic about motivating employees. Let's read the introduction. Companies across the globe recognize the importance of motivating their staff to work more productively. After all, companies' profits depend on how well their employees work. Businesses, therefore, try to encourage their people to work more efficiently. Okay, is it a good introduction? The answer is no. It's too general. Here we have 3 sentences explaining why motivating staff is important. But that's not the question. One general statement is enough to introduce the topic. Then you should immediately address the essay question or questions. I know that writing these general sentences may be easier and quite tempting, but you don't have time for that. So try to get straight to the point. The next tip is don't make it too long. Write between 40 and 60 words. And definitely avoid the situation when your introduction is the longest paragraph of your essay. Your body paragraphs should be the longest, not your introduction. Next, don't use memorized templates. Write your essay from scratch. Don't try to learn some impressive sentences because IELTS examiners can easily spot them and you'll be penalized for using memorized content. The next tip is what you should do. Do state your position. Your position should be clear throughout your essay, and it's easier to do that if you start from your introduction. Let's summarize. I suggest using the TTP formula for your introduction. Topic, task, position. Here are a few tips. Don't make it too general. Don't make it too long. Don't use memorized templates, but do state your position. And one more thing I haven't mentioned. When you're writing your introduction, try to include everything you need and finish quickly so you can move on to the more important parts of your essay, your body paragraphs and conclusion. If you enjoyed this free preview lesson, I'll be happy to see you on my courses. So far, we've had over 30,000 students and the reviews we're getting are truly heartwarming. Whether you're just starting your preparation or you need to improve your score from the previous attempt, these courses can help you prepare for your IELTS exam step by step, save time, and achieve a higher score. And there is a special offer for you in the video description. That's where you can download the slides from this lesson too. In this part, we're going to talk about pie charts, bar charts, line graphs, maps, and diagrams. If you're taking IELTS general training, your task 1 is different. It's a letter. So click on the video timeline below and go to the next chapter. And if you are taking IELTS Academic, then I'll show you 3 main elements you need to understand to immediately improve your answers whichever type of task you get. You'll learn what these elements are, how to combine them into a full answer, and how a few simple tweaks can change the score of a real answer from a band 6 to a band 8, and that's verified by a former examiner. And there is a bonus lesson for you. Starting with the first element. Out of all IELTS tasks, I think academic task 1 is the least intuitive. I mean, you really need to know what the examiners want when they say summarize, report what they call key features, make comparisons, and so on. I'll make it very easy for you. Let's call the first element the 7 rules of IELTS Academic Writing Task 1 and have a look at each of them. They all are important. Ready? Let's start from the very beginning. Paraphrase the task sentence in your introduction. This is the simplest and easiest way to begin your report. Let's say the task is: The charts below show the average consumption of 3 nutrients by adults in the UK. All of these nutrients may be unhealthy if eaten too much. Each pie chart shows one nutrient, sodium, saturated fat, and added sugar, and what percentage of it people eat with their breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks. All you need is to paraphrase this task. So instead of saying the charts below show, we write the 3 pie charts give information about. Next, the average consumption of 3 nutrients by adults in the UK becomes the proportion of sodium, saturated fat, and added sugar in the typical meals of UK adults. Very close. And the second sentence, all of these nutrients may be unhealthy if eaten too much. We actually have a more formal version of it in the introduction. Excessive consumption of any of those nutrients is considered to negatively affect one's health. You see, the meaning is the same, just words are slightly different. In your next sentence, write an overview. A lot of students have heard that they need it, but let me show you a very common problem. Here is an overview of our task. People eat the most sodium and saturated fat at dinner, while most of their sugar is consumed with snacks. It's a beautiful complex sentence with a great linker while showing a soft contrast. A good overview? No, it's not. Why? Because where is breakfast? Where is lunch? From this overview, it feels like they don't exist. You should cover all the trends and all the groups of data. Let's try again. Overall, the first 2 meals of the day eaten by adults in the UK are relatively balanced and healthy, whereas dinner contains the most sodium and saturated fat. Most of the added sugar is in snack foods. Now it covers all the meals and all the nutrients. That's what we need. There are many different ways to write your overview and your report more generally. There is no single correct way. For example, let me show you another version of this overview. But there is one mistake or one weakness. So think about what you would change here. The first 2 meals of the day, breakfast and lunch, appear to be quite healthy, with a relatively even distribution of nutrients. Dinner and snacks are less balanced, with elevated fat content in the former and added sugar in the latter. The information is good, the language is impressive, but did you get the feeling that the writer jumped from one sentence to the next? That's because the second sentence contrasts the first, but there was no linker to warn us about it. Use linking words. A good one here would be on the other hand, which we use at the beginning of a sentence or even a new paragraph to show a contrast. The first 2 meals of the day appear to be quite healthy. On the other hand, dinner and snacks are less balanced, and so on. In the previous example, we used while and whereas in the middle of the sentence. Here is what's tricky about the linking words. Naturally, we tend not to use enough connectors, and as an English learner, you may not know enough to pick the perfect connector for each situation. But some test takers learn them and then try too hard and overuse them. Both will be punished. Have a look at the IELTS band descriptors examiners use. Band 5 in coherence and cohesion is very clear. There may be limited or overuse of cohesive devices with some inaccuracy. So clearly you need to use not too many, not too few, and use them accurately without mistakes. And of course, cohesive devices are not just linkers, but also pronouns it, this, and references this method, this idea. Now, Have a look at this sentence from body paragraphs. At breakfast, people typically consume 13% of their sodium, 16% of saturated fat, and 16% of added sugar. A good sentence? I mean, it's correct, but it's just a description of the chart. If you do this throughout your report, it may be seen as this. The recounting of detail is mainly mechanical. Then 5 in task achievement. Remember the question? Summarize the information. Make comparisons. It doesn't say describe what you see. So don't just describe, analyze. Like here, a typical breakfast is the lightest meal of the day. So I'm explaining what I found out. And now I need to give some figures to prove that this statement is true, which contains between 13 and 16% of each nutrient. And it's not important which is 13 and which is 16 because the numbers are so close, so I'm not spending time on this. Another thing I've just mentioned that's important is to make comparisons. By saying that breakfast is the lightest meal, we compare it to other meals. Here is another example. Out of all the meals, dinner contains the largest proportions of sodium and saturated fat, 42 and 39% of daily intake respectively. Out of all the meals, the largest proportions. So these phrases show us a very clear comparison. And by the way, the last word, respectively, it means in the same order as something was mentioned. So sodium was mentioned first, it's 42%, and fat was mentioned later, so it's 39%. Have you seen tasks with a chart and a table, or 2 charts? There's a lot of information and you need to select the most important bits, the key features. And that's exactly what the task says. Describe the key features. What are those? Let's have a look at the line graph. It covers a time period from 1920 to 2019. Like in any story, we want to know where it starts and where it ends. Also, 1960 stands out because that's where the numbers peaked. Here is how it put it into writing. The start. In 1920, the average British woman gave birth to approximately 2 children, while the Kazakhstani average was around 3.5. And now let's describe the first part of our trend. In both countries, the birth rate continued to increase until the 1960s, at which point it peaked at around 2.7 and 4.5 children per woman respectively. And now the second part. Between 1960 and 2019, the numbers generally declined, with the end of the period displaying a rate of approximately 1.8 children per woman in the UK and 3 in Kazakhstan. Just as we discussed before, I present the trend and then give some numbers to support my description. Okay, typically the key features are the highest and the lowest numbers or the biggest differences. So these 7 rules can help you with half of your task 1 score. The second half depends on your vocabulary and grammar, our next 2 elements. And you really need to make sure that all 3 work together, because if one part is broken, the whole thing will fall apart. When it comes to vocabulary, I guess that describing charts in English is not what you do in your spare time. So let me show you how to do it in a simple way that is highly valued by examiners. Let's go. Okay, first of all, let's have a look at this pie chart. Cruise passengers by country, %. And we have the UK, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. So Band 5 sentences would be very simple and sound something like 50% of passengers are from the UK. The passengers from Germany are 34% of the total number, and so on. Boring. First of all, we need to replace the verb to be. You should say to represent, to account for, to make up. Britons represent 50% of all passengers. The Germans account for 34% of the total number. Tourists from France, Italy and Spain make up the remaining 16% of the people on board. That's much better, but we still repeated percents in each sentence. 50%, 34%. So here is what you can do instead. For example, you want to say 20%. You could say 1/5, or every 5th passenger, or 1 passenger out of 5. And then sentences would sound: Britons represent half of all passengers. The Germans account for 1/3 of the total number. Or every 3rd passenger on the cruise is German. These sentences sound much more varied in terms of their vocabulary. They are not the same. In Task 1, you often need to talk about nationalities. So here are some ways to do that. For example, people from the UK, the British people, or just the British, or Britons. People from France, the French people, or the French. Don't forget the article, the French. People from the USA, the American people, the American, or Americans. What do you need to write a Band 9 sentence? Well, that's where you have to think what lies behind these numbers. What's the pattern? What's the trend? For example, we could say the UK is the largest cruise market. That's the trend. With Britons representing over half of all passengers. And that's my support. I prove my claim with some numbers. Now let's talk about the first sentence in your report. Every Task 1 question starts with the words the chart, maps, diagram, shows or show. The verb is always the same. And the easiest way to begin your report is to paraphrase this task sentence. The key is that your sentence is not too similar to the task sentence. So let me give you 4 verbs you can use instead and 2 sentence structures to vary your answer. Okay. The first verb is to illustrate. The maps illustrate the development of Greenfield Town over a 60-year period. If this sentence sounds too similar to the question, you could say, the maps illustrate how Greenfield Town has been transformed from 1960 up to the present day. And has been transformed is the present perfect passive. Someone has transformed the city, or the city has been transformed. Okay, here is another example of how to make 2 different sentences. This diagram illustrates the process of paper making, or this diagram illustrates how paper is made. You see, sentence structures are different. The next verb is to examine. The chart examines the levels of obesity among 5 age groups in the USA. Or, the chart examines how many people are overweight or obese in the USA and breaks down the results by age. That's how you can refer to age groups, to break down the results by age. The next expression is to give information about. The table gives information about the countries that have the largest oil reserves and the largest oil production. Sometimes you may have a table and a chart in the same task. Then you could refer to them collectively as the data. The data provides information on oil reserves and production in 5 countries. And please note, we say to give information about, but to provide information on. Let's talk about percentages again. Here is a pie chart. Student spending, or what students spend their money on. Of course, we could say students spend 60% of their money on rent and 30% on food, but that's boring and too simple. Here are some more interesting ways to talk about percentages. You could say twice as much or 3 times as much. For instance, students spend twice as much paying rent as buying food. Or 3 times as much money is spent on food as on books. And that's the passive voice. Money is spent. And because the noun money is uncountable, it is spent. You could also say that something is that many times higher. Student expenditure on food is 3 times higher than that on books. Or the figure for renting accommodation is 6 times higher than the figure for buying books. Next, we often need to describe numbers that go up or down. Let me give you some proper vocabulary for that. Have a look at this line graph. At first, it goes up very gradually, just a little bit. Then, more noticeably, and finally, it just jumps up. So here is how we can describe each stage. When you have small changes, you can use the verbs to grow, to rise, to increase, to climb. With adverbs, slowly, slightly, gradually, moderately, or modestly. Student numbers in UK universities grew slightly from 280,000 in 2016 to just over 285,000 in 2017. When changes become more noticeable, you can still use the same verbs, but the adverbs are fast, quickly, rapidly, considerably, significantly. The number of international students increased considerably by almost 20% compared with the previous year. Okay, and finally, they just jump up. If you have big and sudden changes, you can't use all the words here. So you could say to grow, to rise, to increase, dramatically or drastically. It's not something that happens often, so that's more than enough for you. You could also say to jump. It's not very formal, but it's okay, it's acceptable. But you cannot use these adverbs with it. You just say to jump and that's it. The proportion of Chinese students rose sharply from 20% in 2016 to 30% in 2017. Or student numbers increased dramatically or jumped in 2008. Here, I don't want you to worry about complex vocabulary. A former examiner on our team once told me that he'd seen quite a lot of answers where students' vocabulary and grammar were probably good enough for a band 7. But they tried to impress so hard that their accuracy dragged them down. No need to show off, but adding a bit of variety and using words that convey precise meaning can go a long way. Similarly with grammar, no need for long and complicated sentences. But if sentences are very short and all the same, it doesn't help. Let me show you how to master the third element of our Task 1 success wheel. I'll show you different levels of complexity. Choose the one you can deliver without a lot of mistakes. And here, I want you to concentrate on grammar and not the task itself. So we're going to use the task with pie charts and meals from before. Ready? Now then, let's look at each part of the report. What I'm going to do is start off each part with some simple ideas and show you the possible ways to join them together to make some really effective complex ones. Each report begins with an introduction where you explain what is being described. Looking at the question, we can see it has two main elements. The pie charts compare the average amounts of 3 nutrients in the diets of UK adults. These nutrients can be bad for the health. If we wrote these two simple sentences in the test, it would be fine. But we can make it better. How about this? The 3 pie charts shown compare the average amounts of 3 potentially unhealthy ingredients, namely sodium, saturated fat, and added sugar. So instead of saying that the ingredients can be bad for the health, we can use the adverb potentially to indicate possibility and the adjective unhealthy, potentially unhealthy ingredients. And then we simply name the 3 ingredients, namely sodium, saturated fat, and added sugar. We can then add more information by using a simple connector like that or which are consumed by British adults at typical meal times of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as snacks. In this case, because the subject of the second part of the sentence is the same as the subject in the first part, the ingredients, we can omit which are and say sodium, saturated fat, and added sugar consumed by British adults. The next part of our answer is an overview. Give a short summary. What does it all really mean? Write a sentence or two that clearly shows that you have understood the significance of what you see. We can put it near the beginning or leave it until the end. I recommend putting it right after your introduction while you still have enough time to write it. This part is interesting because we can do it in several different ways. When we look at the 3 meals, the simplest way to describe them is this. The highest consumption rates are at dinner. Snack time and then lunch come next. Breakfast is where the lowest percentages are found. And most reports would try to connect all that in one sentence, and very often it just looks like a list with a couple of simple connecting words like and but. For example, the highest consumption rates are at dinner, then snack time and lunch come next, while breakfast has the lowest percentages. Again, no complaints. The sentence is grammatically correct, but it's nothing special. An overview looks better if we add something to show we've understood what the data provided is really all about. We could use one of these. It is clear that. It is evident that. Or it is striking that. Striking just means very evident, very noticeable. Another way to make the sentence more complex is by using a conditional with if or when. If we take the 3 additives in combination, it is clear that the highest consumption rates occur at dinner and snack time. A conditional structure, when used appropriately and accurately, will help push up your band score. The percentages for lunch are not far behind those at snack time. So we can write this, followed closely by lunch, while breakfast is the meal in which the lowest average percentages are revealed. And please note the use of while as a connector to show contrast. Our complex sentence is now, if we take the three additives in combination, it is clear that the highest consumption rates occur at dinner and snack time, followed closely by lunch, while breakfast is the meal in which the lowest average percentages are revealed. There is one more little thing. Remember that sentence complexity is not just how long the sentence is, but also the complexity of the structures used. Notice that we have a great example of the passive voice, are revealed. Instead of just saying, the breakfast has the lowest average percentages, we now have, it is the meal in which the lowest average percentages are revealed, or seen if you prefer. It's much more complex. We can add another complex sentence to our overview comparing the three nutrients in terms of different meals. In simple terms, we can say this. At dinner, sodium and saturated fat consumption are at their highest. Added sugar predominates at snack time. We could just connect these two together, but is a possibility because it joins two ideas in a relatively simple way, like, I like football, but my sister prefers tennis. Not very adventurous though. Instead, we can simply substitute it for while or whereas. At dinner, sodium and saturated fat consumption are at their highest, whereas added sugar predominates at snack time. Great. How about however? However is a bit more complicated. It's a pretty heavy word, isn't it? Every time we hear it or read it, we know something important is coming next. But however also looks back at what was written before. Our previous sentence was about comparing the different meal times. So let's look in more detail at the three nutrients. What if I begin the sentence like this? However, when we look more closely at the three nutrients, at dinner, sodium and saturated fat consumption are at their highest, whereas added sugar predominates at snack time. That is a complex sentence. Now, before we go on with some more examples, let's pause for a moment to compare some of these linking words we use in the middle of the sentence to show contrast. First, we have while, whereas, although. With these, we put a comma before. I don't eat meat, although I occasionally eat fish. We can also use a simple but instead. Then we have connectors like however, nevertheless, on the other hand. With these, you must put a semicolon before them and a comma after. I don't eat meat, semicolon. However, comma, I occasionally eat fish. Instead of a semicolon before however, you could put a full stop. Although with the semicolon, the sentence is more complex. Just remember this. You cannot connect two clauses or two simple sentences by simply putting a comma before however. This is a very common mistake and many native speakers make it, but you won't because you know that before, however, nevertheless, and on the other hand, you need either a semicolon or a full stop. As we move into the body paragraphs, let's discuss each mealtime in more detail, starting with breakfast. We see two things. The lowest rates are at breakfast. There is very little variation between the three ingredients at breakfast. In body paragraphs, it's always important to mention the data, the numbers. Look how we can do it here. The lowest rates are at breakfast, where the figures for all three additives hardly vary, with both saturated fat and added sugar at 16% of their respective totals, and sodium at 3 percentage points less. we used a clause starting with where to refer specifically to breakfast. And then we add a long phrase that begins with both. This is a highly complex sentence. Just to make it clear, this is a band 9 level of complexity, and you don't have to go as far to get a band 7. I'm just showing you different things you could do. Lunch. At lunch, the data is also quite similar for all 3 ingredients. The percentages for the 3 are higher at lunch. Let's merge them. The lunchtime data also show broad similarities, though the percentages for all 3 are higher than breakfast, with both sodium and saturated fat at slightly more than a quarter of the totals and added sugar at a fifth. We're comparing lunch to breakfast, pointing out the general or broad similarities, and putting another very useful contrasting connector, though it marks the differences in percentage points. By the way, a quarter is 25% and a fifth is 20%. Turning to other interesting data. In all 4 meal times, the distribution of both sodium and saturated fat is very similar. With this type of report, where we're comparing different features, we're not supposed to mention the reasons why the data is as it is. However, it would be nice to somehow use it because or since or as. There is a way. We can explain why the distribution of sodium and saturated fat is very similar using the percentages. Look, both sodium and saturated fat show similar distribution patterns since there is never more than 3 percentage points difference between the two over the 4 areas studied. A common linker we use is for example. Nothing wrong with it. But to add some variety, try out as far as something is concerned, which means in the case of as far as sodium is concerned, over 2/3 is consumed either at dinner, 42%, or lunch, 28%, in comparison with breakfast, 13%, and out of regular mealtime snacks, 17%. Also, avoid the temptation to make your sentences too long, too complex. It's much better to add a great connector like likewise or similarly at the start of a new sentence. Likewise, saturated fat consumption is at its highest at dinner, followed by lunch, whereas breakfast and snacks stand at 16 and 19%, respectively. With added sugar, we also have the chance to explain and compare, pointing to how different the overall pattern is in this case. Added sugar is different. Almost half of this additive is consumed during snacks. The rest is evenly consumed over the 3 main meals. So here is the complex version. However, added sugar displays a somewhat different pattern, because snacks account for almost half of the total, and the 3 traditional mealtimes make up the remainder in almost equal proportions, varying from 16% at breakfast to 20% at lunch. We've connected all 3, putting however at the start and using because to explain what's going on. It's very important to make sure that all your complex sentences are clear, that the reader will be able to understand exactly the points you are making. Complexity and clarity together mean a high score. Accuracy is so vital. After all, the category is called grammatical range and accuracy. Okay, so far you've learned all 3 elements you need to understand to succeed in task 1. Now let me show you how to use them together to write a full report from start to finish. I guess you had enough of the pie charts. If not, and you'd like to see a full answer, I'll link it below. But we're gonna go back to quite a complex task you've seen briefly with a chart and a table. And before we look at the introduction, Check out how to organize your report. It's important. Let me show you a typical structure for any Task 1 academic report. You will have 3 or 4 paragraphs. The first paragraph, your introduction and overview. In the introduction, you introduce the topic and explain what kind of data you have. And then in the overview, you give the main thing you've learned from your task, the big picture without any detail. And I like to write them together in one paragraph. Also, if you write your overview before your body paragraphs, you definitely have enough time to finish it, and this is a very important part of your Task 1 report. And then you write your body paragraphs. You shouldn't have just one and put all the information in one paragraph. You need to have at least 2 or sometimes 3. It depends on your task. You need to find a way to logically split information into body paragraphs, and depending on what you have, sometimes it's easier to have 2, sometimes 3, usually 2. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Now let's have a look at the introduction. A typical introduction is just 1 or 2 sentences long. And it's quite common to simply paraphrase the task. I think it's the quickest way to write your introduction. That's what I've done in mine. Let's read it. The line graph illustrates how many children women had on average in the UK and Kazakhstan from 1920 to 2019, while the table provides a woman's average age of first motherhood for the same countries and time period. So I've just changed some of the words. Let's compare it to the task. So instead of saying the chart, I said the line graph. The table is still the table. Instead of the verb to show, I used to illustrate and to provide data. Then, the task said the average number of children born to one woman. And I said how many children women had on average. And then I added the countries in the UK and Kazakhstan. Then the task says the average age of women when they had their first child. And I said a woman's average age of first-time motherhood. So that's a fancy expression. But as you can see, I repeated a number of key words, and that's absolutely fine. That's what you should do. You shouldn't try to change all the words because you need those key words to convey the message precisely. Now, let's have a look at the overview. In your overview, you should write 1 or 2 sentences where you summarize the information and say what you've learned. What's the most important thing? Let's have a look at our task. What is the most important thing here? If we have a look at the chart, we can see that one line is above the other. So women in Kazakhstan have more children than women in the UK. They had more children throughout the period, right? Also, let's compare the beginning of the period with the end. We can see that, yes, women had more children in their 60s and then it went down. So today, women have fewer children than in the past. And it's true for both countries. Now let's have a look at the table. Again, you may notice that the age of women when they had their first child at the end in 2019 is higher than in previous years. So women have their first child later. And also, if you compare the UK and Kazakhstan, in Kazakhstan, the age is smaller, so women had their first child at a younger age. So these are the most important things. Let's write the overview. Over time, a general trend of deferring childbearing to a later age and having fewer children overall can be observed in both countries. Although women in Kazakhstan had their first child earlier and had more children than their UK counterparts. This is my overview. Some of the vocabulary here is quite fancy. To defer is to postpone to have something later, to have children later. And childbearing is having children. It's a formal word. And the last one, counterparts. It's really handy when you compare two groups of people. Women in Kazakhstan and women in the UK, they're counterparts. In your overview, you shouldn't report any small details, just the main thing. And if you have a chart and a table or two charts, don't forget to describe both of them, to present both of them in your overview. And if you can, find the link between the two charts or a chart and a table. So now we need to write 2 or 3 body paragraphs, not one, and find a way to logically split information into those body paragraphs. So what could you talk about in the first and in the second paragraph? There are several options. I can see at least 2. Well, we could talk about the line graph in the first body paragraph and about the table in the second. That's the easiest way, and that's what I'm going to do in my report. You could talk about the UK in one paragraph and Kazakhstan in the other. Theoretically, you could split the time period in 2, for example, years before 1960s and after, but I think that would be more complicated in this case. Okay, let's have a look at my first body paragraph. In the first body paragraph, we're describing the chart, and we have quite a lot of information here. So you shouldn't try to describe every number, what happened in 1920 and 40 and 60, and for each country. You will lose marks for that because that's a sign of band 6 score, and you probably want at least band 7. So you should select the most important numbers. What are those? These are the highest and the lowest numbers, also numbers at the beginning and at the end. In 1920, the average British woman gave birth to approximately 2 children, while the Kazakhstani average was about 3.5. In both countries, the birth rate continued to increase until the 1960s, at which point it peaked at around 2.7 and 4.5 children per woman, respectively. Between 1960 and 2019, the numbers generally declined, with the end of the period displaying a rate of approximately 1.8 children per woman in the UK and 3 in Kazakhstan. And as you can see, I described the numbers at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. Let's have a look at some language. Gave birth to approximately 2 children. When we look at the chart, we can't say what exactly the number was. It was approximately 2, but perhaps it was a bit higher than 2. So, not to be wrong, we say approximately 2. Another word is respectively. It means in the same order as things were mentioned before. Around 2.7 and 4.5 children respectively. And if we have a look at the previous sentence, we mentioned British women first and Kazakhstani then, and now we know which number belongs to which country. Now let's have a look at the second body paragraph. When you're describing a table, it's a little bit less visual than a chart, so you need to look at the numbers and compare them yourself. But also we have a lot of small details here. Don't get bogged down in them. Try to find the main picture. What is the main conclusion? Well, I can see that numbers in Kazakhstan are always lower than numbers in the UK. This means that women in Kazakhstan give birth to their first child earlier. That's an important conclusion. And then I don't want to report all these numbers. So I'm going to talk about numbers at the beginning of the period and then at the end. You could talk about the highest and the lowest numbers. It's up to you. So let's have a look at my body paragraph. In terms of women's age at first childbirth, females in Kazakhstan preceded those in Britain by about 1 to 4 years across all time periods. The average age of giving birth to the first child increased slightly in both countries, from 26.5 in the UK and 23 in Kazakhstan in 1920 to 28.9 and 27.6 in 2019, respectively. And this is the second body paragraph. I began it with the linker in terms of women's age at first childbirth. So it tells us what this paragraph is about, and it also helps to link this paragraph to the previous body paragraph. Then, females in Kazakhstan, or women in Kazakhstan, preceded. That means they were earlier, they gave birth earlier. They preceded those in Britain by about 1 to 4 years across all time periods. So I just looked at the numbers in Kazakhstan and Britain and compared them, and they differed between 1 and 4 years. So I just summarized it in this simple phrase. And then I said that the average age of giving birth increased slightly. So now I need to confirm to support this description with figures. So I give figures at the beginning of the period in both countries and then at the end, and the paragraph is ready. Now let me show you the full report. Here it is. It's 211 words long. High-scoring answers are often longer because people can write at a faster pace. But if you're aiming for band 7, then your report should probably be between 170 and 190 words. Then you will be above the limit, but also the report is not too long, so you have more time to write it, to think about all the words, and to check it, which is very important for your score. And you might have noticed that there is no conclusion in this report. That's because you don't need a conclusion in task 1. You only need it in task 2. You know, I've been teaching IELTS for 6 years, and I've recently calculated that I've probably read around 10,000 writing answers. And I've seen a fair share of answers that wouldn't get the score those students needed, typically a band 7, even though those students knew English well enough. And that's a heartbreak, because these mistakes are so common, and I've seen them time and time again. For example, this report, written by my student, was graded by a former examiner as 6.5. The student would get a 7 for vocabulary and grammar, but on the first 2 criteria, task achievement and coherence and cohesion, known to you as the 7 rules of task 1, he would only get a band 6, and this will bring his task 1 score to a 6.5, not what he needed. Because these mistakes are so typical, it would be useful for you to learn how to avoid them, and also see how we can turn this 6.5 answer into a band 8 answer using just a few simple tweaks. Let's dive in. First, the task. The chart below shows the total number of international migrants in 5 countries between 2000 and 2020. The table shows the percentage of migrants in each country's population in 2020. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Write at least 150 words. And we have a chart and a table. A chart is a bar chart or a bar graph, and it shows the total number of international migrants per country in millions. And we have 5 countries: Germany, India, Russia, the UK, and the USA. And for each country, we see the number of migrants in 2000 and 2020. And the table shows the migrant share in national populations in 2020. So it shows the proportion of migrants in the population of each country. Now, the answer. Let's take a good look at our report again. It has 3 paragraphs. First, the student introduces the task in the first 2 sentences, and in the same paragraph, he gives an overview, then a paragraph about the bar chart, and a paragraph about the table. The structure is logical and it all makes sense. Now, let's have a look at each part and see how we could achieve a Band 8 score by making as few changes as possible. Let's read his introduction. The bar graph illustrates the number of migrants in Germany, India, Russia, the UK, and the USA over a 20-year period. Also, the table provides information on the proportion of migrants in each of these countries' populations in 2020. Paragraph 1 starts by briefly describing the data presented in the bar chart and the table. These sentences paraphrase the task. All good. Apart from the linker also, we don't need it here. Either drop it, or we could have one long sentence with while. The bar graph illustrates while the table provides information on. That's all we need to change here. Then the student goes on to give what we call an overview of the data. In other words, what is it really all about? So we have what it is and then what it means. From the data, it is shown that in Germany, the UK, and the USA, the number of migrants increased and the proportion of migrants was higher. Otherwise, India and Russia were countries where the number of migrants declined and the proportion was lower. The key point here is that the same three countries where migrant levels have risen also have high percentages of migrants in terms of population. And the reverse has occurred in the other two countries. Reading through this paragraph, I get the point. It's generally clear, but it could be made a lot clearer. And that's why it's a Band 6 and not a Band 8. It's important in the overview to really make your point. The idea is to clearly state what the main points are. See how it looks. One noticeable feature in the data is that in Germany, the UK, and the USA, the number of migrants increased over the period, and the proportion of immigrants was higher. The phrase "one noticeable feature" underlines that this is our interpretation of what we see. And the other two countries? Here the writer has made the mistake of using otherwise incorrectly. That's what a Band 6 describes as faulty cohesion. It's obvious what he wants to say, but it's the wrong word. So we need to show a contrast. How about in contrast or on the other hand? In contrast, India and Russia were countries where the number of migrants declined and the proportion was lower. For IELTS writing, it's really important to learn enough formal linking words for each situation to avoid losing marks for faulty cohesion. In my courses, I even give a list of linkers for each situation with examples for students to learn. You can also find them yourself, but learn them before your test. Now let's read the paragraph about the bar chart. From the bar chart, the USA was the country with the highest rise in international migrants, from 37 million in 2000 to 50 million in 2020. In the first sentence, I changed just a couple of words. Not just from the bar chart, but from the bar chart it is clear that, and the rise. It's better to say the greatest rise than the highest rise. It's a collocation. Now let's read the rest. The UK and Germany also had an increase in immigrants. The UK rose by 5 million and Germany by 3 million. Different from the three countries, India and Russia had a decrease in the number of international migrants from 2000 to 2020. Both India and Russia decreased by around 1 million. The immigrants in India fell from 5 million to 4 million, and the immigrants in Russia fell to 11 million. Paragraph 2 goes into detail. To be honest, the paragraph does highlight key features, Band 6 task achievement, but does that in a kind of repetitive way. it doesn't attract the reader's attention. It describes the data in the bar chart and does that pretty well, but without much variation. All we have is numbers in millions. That's what a Band 6 in task achievement refers to when it says presents and adequately highlights key features. Why not make the point, for example, that in the UK, migrant numbers more than doubled, rather than the fact that the numbers rose by 5 million? There are some problems with referencing as well. Referencing is when you use pronouns, they, it, or other ways to show what you mean without repeating the same nouns. Notice how many times the countries are named. The UK and Germany are simply repeated twice. A Band 6 refers to that as may not always use referencing clearly or appropriately. I think here the referencing may be too obviously clear. Why not use the former and the latter to refer back? Let's see how it might look. The UK and Germany also had an increase in immigrants. Numbers in the former more than doubled, rising to around 10 million, while in the latter they grew by around 3 million to reach a total of 12 million. Another issue is the so-called cohesive devices, or linking words and phrases. They're not as effective as they could be. The Band 6 descriptor reads, uses cohesive devices effectively, but cohesion within or between sentences may be faulty or mechanical. That's exactly what we have with different from the three countries. It could be better to write something like, on the other hand, in contrast, however. The details on India and Russia are quite repetitive too. I've counted 3 Indias and 3 Russias in just 2 sentences. Here is a much shorter version. However, in both India and Russia, numbers decreased by around 1 million, falling in India to 4 million and in Russia to 11 million. The examiner is always looking out for ways you can join your ideas together. And have you noticed that some changes to the ways we join things together have an effect on the grammar and vocabulary as well? The basic paragraph structure stays the same, but the points made are clearer. Let's have a look at the third paragraph about the table. According to the table, Germany, the UK, and the USA were the 3 countries that had a high percentage of migrants, with 14.7%, 14%, and 13.5% respectively. But Russia and India had the lowest proportion of immigrants, at around 8.5% in Russia and 0.4% in India. More details, this time about migrant percentages. Just 2 sentences, it's alright, it covers the main points. But does it present highlights and illustrate key features clearly and appropriately, or manage all aspects of cohesion well? If it does, it's a Band 8. But no, it doesn't do either of those things. So how can we highlight the key features or the key pieces of information? I think the fact that the 3 countries all had remarkably similar total percentages of migrants is interesting. So let's try it this way. The most interesting feature that emerges from the table is that in the countries where total migrant numbers rose, the percentage of foreign nationals in the total population is almost identical. It varies from 13.5% in the USA to 14% in the UK, rising to 14.7% in Germany, a range of just 1.2%. The beginning of the next sentence with a tired-looking but is very basic. We can replace it with however or on the other hand. On the other hand, Russia and India had a lower proportion of immigrants, at around 8.1% in Russia and only 0.4% in India. Of course, we could add more, maybe more sophisticated vocabulary, foreign-born nationals to replace migrants, or more complex grammatical structures. India and Russia, on the other hand, were the countries where not only the number of migrants declined, but their proportion of the total population was also lower. Here, I hit the linker, on the other hand, inside the sentence for a smoother transition, and use the sentence structure not only, but also. Our former examiner confirmed that this new version would get a band 8. We could push it to band 9, but I wanted to show you that with just a few little tweaks, you can improve your band score a lot. IELTS writing is not easy, and if you're struggling to write your answers or don't know where to start, like Marella, maybe you've even failed your exam before, like Iran. In any case, I want you to know that you can pass. You can learn the skills you need to get the score you want. These ladies took our courses, but if you're not enrolled, you can watch one lesson for free and it will be the best next step right now. This is an in-depth lesson on how to write an introduction to each type of task 1. Let's go. The introduction has only one role to play, to present the task. In most cases, one sentence is all you need. Occasionally, you may have two. The easiest way to write an introduction is to paraphrase the task sentence. Please note that you must not copy phrases from the task directly, but rather express the same idea in different words. Let me show you an example. Here is the task. The chart below shows the levels of employment in different sectors of the UK economy. My introduction is: the bar chart illustrates how many people were employed in 4 major industry sectors in the UK between 1910 and 2010. As you can see, my introduction has the same meaning as the first sentence in the task. Let me show you how you can paraphrase each part of your task sentence. How can you replace the type of task? In this case, you can add the type of chart, the line chart or graph, the bar chart or graph, the pie charts. Pie charts are usually called charts and not graphs, and in most cases you have 2 or 3 of them, hence the plural form. If you have charts of one type, you can use these names. If you have several, beginning your report by saying, the pie chart and line graph is bulky and unnecessary, just say the graphs or the charts. It's okay to repeat this word. You can also begin with the data. What if you have a diagram? Well, just say the diagram. There is no synonym. Don't try to replace this word with anything else. In your report, you must use precise language. And don't worry about repeating keywords. Therefore, if you have maps, say maps. And if you have a table, say a table or the data. Next, the chart diagram map shows. The verb is always to show. Actually, you can keep it. The bar graph shows. There is nothing wrong with it. You could use to illustrate. The diagram illustrates. Or to display, the chart displays. A longer alternative is to provide information on. The data provide information on. The data is plural. The data provide information. Or to give information about. The table gives information about. The first 3 to show, to illustrate, and to display are more universal and can be used in almost any type of task. The phrases to provide information and to give information work well in some sentences but not in others. Carefully read your sentence to see which verb works better. Next, how can you paraphrase the main part of the task sentence? The chart shows the top 10 countries for oil production and consumption in 2010 and 2015. How can we rephrase the part I've highlighted? How about this? The bar graph illustrates the leading dozen of nations. I looked for a synonym for each word. Top, leading, 10, dozen. Well, I know a dozen is 12, but whatever. Countries, nations. The leading dozen of nations. What do you think about this technique? I would say, don't do that. You won't be able to find synonyms with exactly the same meaning for each word, and it's very important to keep your language precise. Instead, you could look at the main words and see how you could change the form of those words. Production to produce, consumption to consume. Now, how can we paraphrase this sentence using the words to produce and to consume? The bar graph provides information on the countries that produced and consumed the most oil in 2010 and 2015. You can also use some question words to change your sentence structure. These are which, what, how much, how, and so on. Can we use any of them here? A couple, I think. The bar graph illustrates which countries produced and consumed the most oil in 2 time periods, 2010 and 2015. Or the bar graph shows how much oil was produced and consumed by the leading countries in 2 time periods. That's the passive voice. The oil was produced by countries. Another way to paraphrase is to add the words changes, amount, or level, if they make sense in your sentence. The bar chart displays the amount of oil produced and consumed by the leading countries in the years 2010 and 2015. The bar graph shows the changes in production and consumption of oil by 10 leading countries between 2010 and 2015. Now let's talk about the time period. Our task ends with in 2010 and 2015. You can say in the years 2010 and 2015 without any preposition, or in 2 time periods, 2010 and 2015, or simply in 2 time periods. Sometimes you're given an interval between 1970 and 2020. In this case, you could say from 1970 to 2020 or over during a 50-year period. Please note that 50-year, singular, not years, but year, a 50-year period. If you are given countries, for example, in India and the UK, you can say in 2 countries. In France and Germany can be paraphrased as 2 European countries or 2 countries in Europe. Some people like to include the units of measurement. For example, units are measured in pounds sterling or millions. This is not a mistake, but this is a memorized template-like sentence which is unnecessary. Further in your report, you will repeat the unit every time you give a figure. 5 million pounds, 2 million people. So it's pointless to give it in your introduction. Now it's time to practice. Get your practice workbook 1 and let's write some introductions together. The first task is: the chart below shows the number of tourists visiting Australia and Canada between 2012 and 2017. For simplicity, I'm not going to show you the full task. Just concentrate on this sentence. Pause the video and write your introduction now. Ready? I wrote a couple. The line graph illustrates how many people visited Australia and Canada as tourists over a 5-year period. Instead of the chart, I used the line graph. To show became to illustrate. The number of tourists visiting, how many people visited as tourists. I kept the countries as they were. In 2012 and 2017 is now over a 5-year period. That's it. Here is another version. The graph displays information about the amount of foreign tourism in 2 English-speaking countries from 2012 to 2017. Instead of tourists, I used tourism and added the word amount, the amount of foreign tourism. Australia and Canada are both English-speaking, so I decided to describe them this way. I could just say 2 countries. Between 2012 and 2017 is now from 2012 to 2017. Next, charts and tables without dates. Have a look at this task. In your introduction, you can simply paraphrase the first sentence as we did before, or you can actually add some information from your charts. Let's practice. Go ahead, read the task, and write your introduction. Pause the video now. Ready to continue? Here is my first version. The charts illustrate the distribution of water resources on Earth. How water resources are distributed is the same as the distribution of water resources. Global is on Earth. This introduction paraphrases the task sentence. In my second version, I added some extra information from the charts. The charts provide information on the natural sources of water available on Earth and examine their distribution across various types of water and different regions of the world. Types of water and regions are what we see on our charts, so I used this information in the introduction. As a result, it's longer than the introduction I showed you before, but it works just as well. Let's have a look at other types of tasks. How can you paraphrase the task sentence if you have maps? The task is, the maps below show Westfield University as it is now and the plans for its development. All you need is some small changes, nothing drastic. Have a look at this one. The maps illustrate Westfield University before and after its proposed redevelopment. I changed plans for its development into proposed redevelopment. Here is one trick you could use. Maps always show changes, so add this word to your introduction. The maps display the main changes that are proposed in Westfield University up until 2030. When you're talking about changes, you don't need to use before and after. What we do is we compare the plans before and after to find those changes. So the changes is a noun. I could use the verb to change. The maps provide information about what will change in Westfield University after its redevelopment. This sentence is slightly less formal than the previous options, but you can still use it. Let's practice. Here is the task. Go ahead and write your introduction. Pause the video now. Ready? Okay, here is my answer. The maps illustrate the main changes that have taken place in Newbury High School from 1980 until the present moment. Because I'm talking about the result we see now, I use the present perfect here. And the proposed development up until 2030. So here I changed the plans for development to proposed development and added the date from the last map. Diagrams. When you get a diagram, it's easier to find a way to paraphrase the task sentence if you remember this. Diagrams show a process, stages, or how something is made, grown, etc. Here is the first task. The diagram below shows the stages in the recycling of aluminium drink cans. In this task, we see the words "the stages." How can you paraphrase it using the process or how? Go ahead, pause the video and write your introduction. Okay, I have several ideas. The diagram illustrates the process of recycling aluminium drink cans. Here I used the process. We can also use how. The diagram provides information about how aluminium drink cans are recycled. You can even keep the word stages. The diagram displays the stages involved in aluminium drink cans recycling. You see, the paraphrasing is light. I keep the keywords aluminium, drink cans, and recycling. This is the way to make sure my language is precise. Here is another task. The diagram below shows how geothermal energy is used to produce electricity. Try to paraphrase this introduction. Pause the video now. Ready to continue? Here is mine. The task uses the how structure. How energy is used. I used the process. The diagram illustrates the process of electricity generation in a geothermal station. I substituted to produce electricity with electricity generation and changed geothermal energy to a geothermal station. In our context, both work. It's important to write your introduction quickly to have more time for the all-important overview and at least 2 body paragraphs. That's what you can learn in these 2 lessons. You can also learn how to meet each requirement. Plan your report. Link your ideas. We'll even brush up on the verb tenses and passive voice. You'll also learn how to write each type of task. If you feel you need extra help with writing, I'm going to link my courses in the video description below. Now, to go to IELTS Speaking, please go to the video timeline below and click on the section after next, because the next section is for our general training students. And you learn how to write answers that give the examiners what they're looking for, how to nail all 3 types of letters with 4 model answers. And at the end, there is a bonus lesson you'll find super useful. Let's start with one of the most important things to understand about IELTS letters. The 3 types of letters and why they matter so much. Just let me say that you have about 20 minutes for your task 1. You need to write at least 150 words, probably not much more than 200. And this task weighs 1/3 of your writing score. In general training writing task 1, you might be asked to write one of 3 types of letters: a formal letter, a semi-formal, or an informal one. And we divide them by tone. In other words, how politely, how personally you need to write to the reader. And let's take one situation and turn it into 3 different tasks, one for each type of letter. And then we'll compare the openings of the 3 model answers so you can see exactly how your tone should change. The formal letter. Your company is planning to buy several places on a short online course in time management. Write a letter to the company that provides the course. In your letter, explain why you're interested in the course, ask for more details about it, and ask whether there are any entry requirements or certificates offered. So you are writing to the company that provides the course. So the tone needs to be respectful, polite, and formal. Imagine you are, let's say, a training coordinator. So you arrange training for other people working for your company, and you need to get the right information before you spend company money. Next, the semi-formal letter. In the second task, you are writing to a colleague who's already done the course, and you want to do the course yourself. So the task is, you're interested in a short online course in time management. One of your colleagues completed this course last year. Write an email to your colleague and explain why you're interested in the course, ask for more details, and ask how it helped him or her at work. The tone is still polite, but you know this person, so you can be a bit warmer and more relaxed. Next, the informal letter. So you're writing to a friend who's done the same course. Your friend recently finished a short online course in time management. You are thinking about enrolling on the same course. Write an email to your friend and the same as before. Now, your tone can be much more relaxed and conversational, just like a normal email you would send in real life, probably a little bit more polite. So we have 3 tasks about the same topic, an online time management course. But we are writing to 3 different readers. And that's why you need 3 different tones. So now let us look at the opening paragraphs of 3 model answers. Each one shows how you can introduce yourself, say why you're writing, and keep the tone appropriate for that reader. Let's have a look at the formal letter first. Dear Sir or Madam, as the training coordinator in our company, I'm writing to inquire about the short online course in time management that you offer. We are planning to buy several places for our staff, and I would be grateful if you could provide more detailed information about the course. So here, your tone is clearly formal. We start with Dear Sir or Madam because we don't know the name of that person. And then we used a fixed expression like I am writing to inquire about, which sounds very professional, or I would be grateful if you could. And this is a formal, polite way to make a request. This is a style you should use when you're writing to a company, institution, or someone in authority. Now, let's compare it to this semi-formal letter. Dear James, I'm thinking of signing up for a short online time management course you completed last year. With our workload increasing, I would really like to know more about what the course involved and how useful you found it in your day-to-day work. In this paragraph, our tone becomes semi-formal. We use the colleague's first name, Dear James, which immediately feels more personal. We still stay polite, but the language is simpler. I'm thinking of signing up. I would really like to know. You don't need very formal phrases here. It should still sound like a respectful email, but between colleagues at the same level. So a semi-formal letter sits in the middle. You're not as distant as in a formal letter, but you're not as relaxed as an informal letter to a friend. Let's have a look at it. Dear Anna, hope you're doing well. You told me recently about that short online time management course you finished, and I'm seriously thinking about taking the same one because my schedule is getting a bit out of control. I want to ask you a few questions about what it was like and whether it actually made any difference for you. So here your tone is clearly informal. You start with Dear Anna, again, the first name, and you describe the situation in a more colloquial, informal way. For example, my schedule is getting a bit out of control, or if it actually made any difference. The sentences sound like informal spoken English. And as long as you keep it friendly and clear, this kind of informal style can still score very highly. Whichever type of letter you're writing, your job is to choose the right tone and keep it consistent from the greeting to the final sign-off. The task here is to always ask for information, but the style changes depending on who you're writing to. When the examiner says that the tone is consistent and appropriate to the task, this is what they mean. Indeed, this is one of the requirements the examiners use to assess your writing. And I'm going to show you how to write a letter from the very beginning until the end and meet every single requirement. And I know that many of my students find semi-formal letters the most difficult, so let's start with one. And then we'll look into a formal and informal letter. You know, what surprises many test takers is that half of your writing task 1 score isn't just about your vocabulary or grammar. It's about your letter writing skills. And this first requirement has little to do with your English proficiency. All the requirements of the task are met or fully and appropriately satisfied. To find out what it really means, have a look at this task reported in a recent exam. Write an email to a colleague about a gift to your manager who's leaving the company. In your email, you should explain how you feel about it, suggest a gift, make arrangements to buy it, write at least 150 words and begin your letter with "Dear." So the examiners check that you do everything mentioned in the task, including writing more than 150 words. Can you see the 3 bullet points, the subtasks? Covering them is really important. And there is even a specific reference to them, saying that the bullet points are clearly presented and appropriately illustrated or extended. So you must write about each bullet point, and not just briefly, but to extend and illustrate. To put it simply, write 1 paragraph about each bullet point. But just writing about your topic is not enough. The first Band 7 descriptor adds something about style and tone. The tone is consistent and appropriate to the task. So what tone do we need in our letter? Let me show you 3 examples. If we were writing this letter or email to a friend, the tone would be informal, like this. Dear Mary, it's been ages. How are things with you? Have you heard the news? John's leaving next month. Apparently, he's found a new gig at some big multinational. The formal tone is used to write to a newspaper, apply for a job, or make an announcement to the staff. Dear team, I am writing to inform that John will be leaving our organization at the end of next month to pursue an exciting new opportunity with a large multinational company. While his departure will be a great loss to our team, we are delighted to see him take on this new challenge. Our letter is neither of these, right? My idea of a colleague is someone you work with, have a friendly relationship with, but not necessarily a close friend. Our letter is semi-formal, like this. Dear Mary, hope you're well. A bit cliche, but it works. You might have heard that John will be leaving us at the end of next month to take on a role at a large multinational. Let's compare the 3 styles. In our informal letter, we're very direct. Sentences are short and words are simple. The formal letter is the opposite. Longer sentences and more formal language. I am writing to inform you. Our organization. We wouldn't say that to a friend, as long as we want to keep them. The semi-formal style in this letter is quite personal because we know Mary well, but it's not informal. One thing you may find helpful is to learn phrases that are often used in letters. For example, in our courses, students get a PDF with formal, informal, and semi-formal phrases for different types of letters, invitations, complaints, requests, and so on. You can also find and learn these phrases yourself. By the way, we have a free PDF with a few of these phrases, and that's a good place to start. I'll link it below. Before we look at the rest of the letter, let me show you its structure. A greeting, short opening, 3 body paragraphs, 1 per bullet point, a short ending, and a sign-off. There may be some variations, but this is the classic structure you can use every time. Why following it is important. Look at this Band-Aid descriptor. The message can be followed with ease. Information and ideas are logically sequenced or organized, and cohesion is well managed, which means different parts are all connected together. Paragraphing is used sufficiently and appropriately. Basically, our response must be reader-friendly, easy to follow because the message is clear, and the connections between the different parts of the message make it clear. Now, let's see how this worked out with our sample and what other things you can do to improve your score. The real opening is slightly different to what you've seen before. It's good to start with some kind of greeting that is friendly and to make some reference to work as I'm writing to a colleague. Here we go. Dear Mary, I hope you're enjoying your holiday and don't mind me reaching out with a quick work matter. I wanted to create a context by giving a good reason why I was writing to my colleague. Keep this part brief and write more about the key part, the bullet points. Bullet point 1. Explain how you feel about it. Remember, we need to illustrate and extend each bullet point. So you should invent a story to write about before you start. While listening to this answer, pay attention to the vocabulary used to convey this semi-formal style. You might have heard that John will be leaving us at the end of next month to take on a role at a large multinational. I'm keeping the language quite professional. Instead of a very direct, "Do you know the news?" which we could write to a friend, I used more neutral and polite, "You might have heard." As I decided I know Mary well, I can still be open about my emotions. It came as such a shock. He's been an incredible mentor to me since my day one, and I'm sure you feel the same. And one more sentence to really extend the idea. While it's sad to see him go, he absolutely deserves this fantastic opportunity. Again, friendly but professional. Apart from the tone, the examiner will be looking for our range of vocabulary and the way we can use words to express precise meanings, as well as our use of collocation and uncommon words and idiomatic expressions. That, of course, is our third category, lexical resource. And the second paragraph has some great vocabulary. To take on a role or to come as a shock, to deserve the opportunity, these are collocations or words we often use together. A mentor is a less common topic-specific word. And we have some idiomatic language too. To take on a role or to see him go. The words in these phrases together mean something other than what each word means separately. We didn't see John go away. This phrasal verb is idiomatic. The examiners do pay attention to the number of mistakes, so try to keep your writing accurate instead of going for something that is too complex and incorrect as a result. Now, in the second body paragraph, we need to suggest a gift. But before we do that, I wanted to mention that we do have in-depth writing and speaking courses where you can learn everything you need in one convenient place, save time, and give yourself the best chance of achieving a higher score, like so many of our students already have. Okay, second bullet point. To develop the ideas, give some reason why you want to choose that particular gift. The best way is to put it into a kind of narrative describing something that happened. I've been thinking about a farewell gift, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. The first sentence introduces what this paragraph is about. Do you remember that office lunch when we were taking photos And John mentioned how he'd really like to learn how to use a proper camera. If you wonder if you can use questions in your answers, yes, you can. Here is another one. What are your thoughts about getting him one of those new mirrorless cameras? They take amazing professional quality photos and are easy to use. What's interesting in this paragraph is some grammar points. The examiners look for a wide range of structures, and for Band 7, error-free sentences must be frequent. And this paragraph delivers. We have some more complex verb tenses. I've been thinking, that's present perfect continuous. We were taking, past continuous. He'd really like or he would like, that's future in the past. We have a gerund, getting. We have questions and complex sentences. That's enough for Band 9. For Band 7, add some variety, but stick with what you're comfortable with. Don't push it. Now, tell me, how do you like this paragraph about our third bullet point, making arrangements to buy it? If we both contribute £200, I already know which camera to buy. Is it a good paragraph? No, it's too short. Even if you can cover the bullet point in one sentence, you need to find a way to write a paragraph. Like this. If we split the cost between the 5 of us in the department, it should work well. There is a camera shop not far from the office, so we could drop by after work one day to get some advice and choose the best option. That's enough. Now, a short closing statement. Let me know what you think and enjoy the rest of your summer break. In your closing statement, we often get back to what we started with. It's a nice way to finish the letter. A simple, friendly signing off is all we need. See you soon, David. If you remember one thing from this lesson, let it be this. Getting the tone of the letter right is key. This letter was 206 words long, and the PDF with the formal phrases I've mentioned in the video is indeed linked in the video description below. But now let's look at a more formal style. And in this case, we are writing to the council or the authority that manages your city or district. And maybe in your country you don't really write letters to your local council at all. For example, I'm originally from Kazakhstan and we don't write such letters. But I'll show you how to nail the style so you could get a really good score. Here's our task. Write a letter to the local council about plans to close a children's playground in your area. In your letter you should say why children are not using the playground. Explain how important the playground is for the local community. Suggest how the playground could be improved. Write at least 150 words. Begin your letter with Dear Sir or Madam. Greeting. In our task, ielts gives us that opening with begin your letter with Dear Sir or Madam. So there is nothing to think about. And by the way, this is also a clear indication that the letter is formal. We've mentioned that a formal letter must start by telling the reader why you're writing. At the same time, it's important to say who is writing. So we should introduce ourselves. How about opening with something like this? I hope this letter finds you in good health and you had a lovely weekend. What do you think? No. There is no need for further greetings or inquiring about their free time. Go straight to the point. Who and why? As a long-term resident in the Mayflower district, I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed closure of the play area situated on Drake Road and to suggest how it might be improved for the benefit of local children. Yes, you do get a higher score for complex sentences, but the problem is that a lot of them are incorrect. They're just very long and confusing. So let me show you how to write a sentence like this. We have two simple parts. I am a resident and I am writing to you. So we can join them into one. As a resident in the Mayflower district, comma, don't forget the comma, I am writing. This is the who part. Now, why? I am writing to you, firstly, to express my position, and secondly, to suggest how. So that's the goal of my letter. And the phrase itself, I am writing, in the present continuous, is very common in formal writing. What are we suggesting? How it might be improved. This is a very formal structure. It's passive. I'm not saying how you should improve. It's too direct and sounds impolite. How it might be improved is more impersonal and appropriate. The tone is so important. If this sentence is a bit too much, here is the shorter version. I am writing to you to request that you reconsider or change your decision to close the children's playground. Shorter but still perfectly formal. The choice of words in the entire sentence also highlights this formality. I'm a resident. I don't just live in the area. I've lived there for a long time, so I'm a long-term resident. I'm against the idea of closing the playground. That's fine, but in more formal language, that becomes I express my opposition to the proposed closure of the play area. What else? I think it's always a good idea to add little details such as location, Mayflower District, Drake Road. Now we're into the main or body paragraphs. We must cover those 3 bullet points. The first is more descriptive. We must say why the playground is not so popular these days. Probably because it's in a bad state. So I did it in 2 sentences. The first admits that not many use the playground. It is true that few currently use the facilities, but this is because they are old and poorly maintained. The following sentence gives examples. So this is a perfect moment to use some topic-specific vocabulary, if you can. But we're not expected to be experts on children's playgrounds. For example, 2 of the swings are broken, the climbing frame is rusty, and the area at the foot of the slide is always muddy. Swings, a climbing frame, and a slide, these are less common words that are perfect for this task because they're topic-specific, not some big and unusual words which usually don't quite fit into the context. And notice the paraphrasing from the playground in the question to play area in the opening and now onto the facilities. A very useful word. We can talk about airport facilities or restaurant facilities. On we go to the next bullet point. Explain how important the playground is for the local community. I decided to just point out how many families with young children live in the area. Always check that your writing is polite and not too accusatory. Here is my version. We should not forget, however, that many young families live in the area, and their offspring need a space where they can enjoy outdoor recreation instead of spending their time in front of screens. Again, the grammar is complex and the vocabulary relatively formal. And we see the connector. However, please notice the punctuation, a comma before and after. There is also a gerund spending because it follows the preposition instead of. I've also tried to vary the vocabulary. Children of young families become offspring. And please note that it can be singular or plural. There is no S at the end, it's just offspring. Offspring means children, but not any children, someone's children. Their offspring need outdoor recreation, in our case, instead of time playing outside. And the third bullet point. Suggest how the playground could be improved. This bullet point is the most important one because it needs more complex language. When we make suggestions, we could be using conditional sentences with if, making predictions with modal verbs such as could, might, or should. However, just as before, we don't want to overcomplicate the suggestions. Here I decided to point to just two main ones, proper maintenance and some updating. Here is the first sentence. It's very complex. I would suggest that the council not only repairs what is currently there, but also modernizes the area by installing new recreational facilities, such as a playhouse for young children and a climbing wall for older ones. In the first sentence, the use of modality I would suggest and later that could include help create a sense of formal politeness. I'm not trying to force anything, I'm only making suggestions. We also have the useful not only but also structure to neatly include 2 points, repairs and modernizes. A simpler version of the sentence would be, I would suggest that the council repairs what is currently there and installs new recreational facilities. Choose the level of complexity that's right for you. Don't make your writing simple because you need a certain level of complexity for a higher score, but for a band 7 score, many sentences must be correct. Too complex and wrong is definitely not the way. Next. Investing in our children's social and physical well-being in this way can only lead to a better future for our community. The second sentence is a kind of summing up, a message to the readers that underlines the importance of keeping the site as a playground. It starts off with another gerund, investing, and links to the prospect of a better future. This sentence refers back to what was said at the start of the letter, that it's all for the benefit of the local children. Maybe parts of this final paragraph could be made even more grammatically complex. Using the passive voice, for example, I would suggest that not only the current facilities be repaired, but that the entire area could be modernized. Be repaired, could be modernized, all the passive verbs. And I did think about that, but then decided that it's better to make the council the subject. The passive voice often creates a feeling of distance, but it's totally okay to use. And the second sentence could be made more complex with a conditional sentence with if. If we invest in our children's social and physical well-being in this way, it can only lead to a better future. Yes, it's a nice alternative. Examiners will always notice and give credit to conditional sentences. Either version is great. Task 1 leaves it up to us to finish the letter the way we choose. In a formal letter, there are conventional ways to do this. In the UK and Australia, for example, it's customary to write yours faithfully. If we don't know the name of the person we are writing to, and yours sincerely if we do. In the US, the trend is to use yours sincerely or sincerely yours in both cases. So the choice is yours. The examiner is open to all 3 possibilities. Some people say that the yours faithfully ending is falling out of fashion. That might be true, and it's all part of a general move in language towards less formality. But fashion or not, I'm going for it. Yours faithfully, Alex Roberts. And don't forget the comma. You can use your real name or just invent one if you prefer. 183 words. That's a good number. So you've seen formal letters and semi-formal letters. What is an informal letter and what should you be aware of? That's how you write to a friend, but that's not how you would text your friend. The examiner is still expecting correct English and full sentences, but it should be written in an informal style. The trick with informal letters is that the language and grammar may seem too simple to you, and you may want to make it more complex to get a higher score, and actually lose marks because the style will be inappropriate. So let me show you how to write an informal letter that would get an 8.5 on 9 score. And most of our sample answers are created together with former IELTS examiners, so you can rely on the accuracy of these scores. Here is our topic. You're going abroad on holiday, and your friend will stay in your home while you're away. Write a letter to your friend. In your letter, explain where you hide the keys. Describe what your friend needs to do in your absence, and say when you are coming back. Write at least 150 words. You do not need to write any addresses. Begin your letter as follows. Dear, let's get straight into it. Dear Anna, this is how I address my friends by their first name. Now, in the first paragraph, I explain the main point. I explain why I'm writing this letter. Thank you again for agreeing to be my house sitter. A house sitter is someone who stays at your home while you're away to protect it from any burglaries and to take care of it as well. So there may be a babysitter and a house sitter. I'm so excited about my holiday in California, and I really appreciate that you're making it stress-free by staying at my place in the meantime. So this is enough. That's why I'm writing this letter. And I decided that my friend is coming because I asked her to. But you may invent another story. For example, your friend is coming to visit the city and you're away, so you offered to stay at your place. You can invent any story, but just make sure you think about everything before you start writing your letter. Now, the main part of the letter. In the task, you will see 3 bullet points. And you must provide a detailed answer to each bullet point in your letter. You need to give some details and describe each bullet point in depth. The first bullet point is explain where you hide the keys. So here is my answer. I've been thinking about where to hide the keys. You see, at the very beginning of the paragraph, I'm saying what this paragraph is about and which bullet point it addresses. And decided that the garden shed was the best place. If you go around the house, you will see it on your left. The door will be unlocked, and you will find a spare set of keys wrapped in a plastic bag inside an empty flower pot. I guess it's not the most surprising place to hide a key, but I definitely provide enough details for my friend to find the keys and for the examiner to decide that I've covered the point. The next one is, describe what your friend needs to do in your absence. And I say, may I ask you to do 2 little things for me? Again, straight away, I'm saying what this paragraph is about, and I'm saying that I will mention 2 points. So then it won't be easy for my friend or for the examiner to miss any of them. Could you please water my orchids twice a week to keep the soil slightly moist? Also, I'm expecting a letter with details of my COVID vaccination appointment. Would you mind opening any correspondence from the health service and sending me a picture of the letter when it arrives? So these are my 2 points. And now the next bullet point. Say when you are coming back. And here the answer could actually be very short. I'm coming back on the 16th of July at 8 p.m. But that is not good enough for IELTS. You need to provide some details. So invent some details and some story. I'm coming back on Friday, the 16th of July. The plane lands at 8:45 p.m. I will take an Uber from the airport and will probably arrive around 11 p.m. In any case, don't wait up for me as I can let myself in with my set of keys. To wait up means not to go to bed waiting for someone or something. So now I just need to wrap up my letter. Please feel at home and enjoy your time in London. I look forward to seeing you when I'm back. Warm regards, Asiya. This is the whole letter. It is 221 words long, a bit on the long side, but it's quite typical for high-scoring answers. If you are aiming for Band 7, I would say that you should try to limit your answer to about 200 words to give yourself more time to check your answer. Okay, the first very important point to pay your attention to is to have a clear structure in your letter. When IELTS examiners assess your answers, they use 4 criteria. The first one is task achievement, or how well you address all points in the task. And the second one is called coherence and cohesion. Basically, that's where they assess if your essay, if your letter has a clear structure, if ideas are developed, if it's logically organized, if your ideas flow one from another. All that is coherence and cohesion. And in order to get a high score in these 2 criteria, you need to have a clear structure. You need to decide what you write in each part of your letter and exclude anything where your letter would go off topic. This letter has 5 paragraphs, which is a common structure. It's also possible to write a letter with just 3 paragraphs, and it will be organized in a slightly different way. In my course, I teach the differences between the 5-paragraph and 3-paragraph structures and what to write in each part of those letters. But in this video, let's continue to the next point, which is also very important, choosing the correct style for your letter. The tone of your letter may vary from informal all the way to formal. But in IELTS, we usually talk about informal, semi-formal, and formal letters. This one is a letter to a friend, so it's easy, it's definitely an informal letter. And you need to use informal language. On the one hand, you shouldn't use any phrases that are formal. On the other hand, it's still a letter written in exam conditions, so you shouldn't use any phrases, any slang, something that you would write to a buddy in a text message. For instance, if you say, I wanna travel, or OMG, oh my god, these phrases are not suitable for IELTS writing, even in informal letters. You should still use proper English. On the other hand, if you write an informal letter and you use some formal language, for example, I'm writing to inquire, or I request, or should you require any assistance, these phrases will also drag your score down because they're not appropriate in a letter to a friend, even though they sound smarter, they sound more sophisticated, but they will not help you. The next criterion is called lexical resource, or your vocabulary. And IELTS examiners check if you use words correctly, if you spell them correctly, and if your vocabulary is wide. When you're writing an informal letter, using some big words is not a good idea because those words tend to be formal and you shouldn't mix up styles. But what you can do is you can describe certain details to use less common words. And you can also use collocations or expressions that English speakers use to show that you know how to combine words together. So let's have a look at this letter. At the beginning of the letter, a house sitter. Okay, that's a less common phrase. Someone who looks after your house while you're away. To make something stress-free or to stay at my place. These are set expressions. Then, a garden shed. Less common words. A spare set of keys. That's a common phrase. To wrap something in plastic. A flower pot. So I used these less common words by describing certain details of where the keys are hidden. And then I also said to keep the soil slightly moist, instead of just saying, please water my plants. Correspondence instead of letters. To wait up, not to go to bed waiting for someone. To let myself in, to enter your home. Feel at home. Again, that's a set expression. The next criterion IELTS examiners use is your grammar. And there says how many grammatical mistakes you make, or maybe none, and how many grammatical structures, features you use, or if your sentences are simple and all look alike. So let's have a look at this letter. Agreeing, so that's the ing form. And in English, it's important to know where to use the first form to agree and where to use the ing form, agreeing. And that shows a certain level of your English skills. You're making it. That's the present continuous tense. And again, IELTS examiners pay attention to your tenses and if you use them correctly. I've been thinking about it. That's the present perfect continuous tense. It's a good tense to use because it's less common. And I could just say, I will hide the keys in the shed. But it's a good way to add a little element into your essay. If you go around the house, you will see it. So that's the conditional sentence. There is a condition. If you go, you will see. And because if is at the beginning, I put a comma in the middle of the sentence. Next paragraph. May, could, would. These are 3 modal verbs. And again, it's good to use modal verbs in your letter. I'm expecting, the present continuous tense. Opening, sending, these are gerunds. I'm coming back on Friday. Okay, let's talk about the tenses here. I'm talking about the future, but I'm saying I'm coming back, the present continuous, because that's my plan. But then I say, the plane lands. That's because that's the schedule. It lands, the present simple. I will take an Uber. I will arrive around 11. That's because I've just decided I will take an Uber, so we use the future simple tense. And finally, I look forward to seeing you. Don't forget to use the ing form here. I look forward to seeing you. I look forward to talking to you. Okay, that was the informal letter. I once asked the former IELTS examiner on our team about the biggest problems in Task 1, and his reply nailed it. Here's what he said. The 2 biggest problems I see in IELTS letters are purpose and tone. Not the grammar, not the vocabulary, but the purpose or how well you answer your task and tone. So right now, I want to share with you one of the most important lessons from my paid course for free here on YouTube. And this is a lesson on the tone of your Task 1 letters. I know this part is confusing for many, but I've prepared some good examples and hopefully they will make things easier for you. And if you like what you see in this lesson and want to prepare for your writing and speaking in the same clear, concise, step-by-step format and learn everything you need to get a great score in these two sections, there is a special discount code for you in the video description. I've taught over 30,000 students in my courses, and here are just a couple of results from our students who could finally pass their test even if they were stuck for a long time before. And I'm sure these courses can help you prepare in less time and achieve a better result. And now, let's dive in. To get Band 7+ for your task achievement, the tone of your letter must be consistent and appropriate. Band 6 means that there are some inconsistencies in your tone. It means that in some places your letter is more formal and in some more informal. And the tone of your letter is not the same throughout. And if your tone is sometimes inappropriate, it's a sign of Band 5 for your task achievement. An inappropriate tone means that you say something that you shouldn't. Either something very informal in a formal letter or vice versa, something very formal in an informal letter. Now I'd like to show you how you can create an informal, semi-formal and formal tone. First of all, the first and the last words of your letter clearly show the tone. These are your greeting and ending. In informal letters, use the first name in your greeting, Dear Kate or Dear Adam. Finish these letters with an informal ending, Warmest regards, lots of love, take care, and your first name. You can use warmest regards with a friend who is older than you are or your parents-in-law, and lots of love and take care with very close friends. In semi-formal letters, you can address the reader by their first name or by their surname. For example, you can say, Dear Kate, if you address a colleague you know well or your neighbor. In other cases, use the surname, Dear Mr. Black. Now let's talk about titles you should use for women. If you're writing to an unmarried woman, say Dear Miss Black. If you're writing to a married woman, say Dear Mrs. Black. And when you're unsure if a woman is married or not, say Dear Miss Black. And you can say Dear Mr. and Mrs. Black, addressing a husband and wife. Please note that in British English, we don't put a full stop after common titles. Mr. Black or Mrs. Black, no full stop. In American English, there is usually a full stop. And you can use either British or American English in your writing, just use one consistently. And this course is written in British English. Endings in semi-formal letters are different too. Best regards, kind regards, best wishes. And then either your first name or your full name, depending on how well you know the addressee. I'd use my first name with my neighbor and my full name in any business correspondence. Let's talk about formal letters. Sometimes we begin the letter with Dear Sir or Madam. That's if we don't know the name of the addressee, or actually if this phrase was given in the task. In other cases, use the surname, Dear Mr. Black, Dear Mrs. Black, and do not use the first name in formal letters, not Dear Kate. As for the ending phrases, those differ slightly from country to country. I'm giving you the British version. Yours faithfully, if you don't know the name of the addressee, and you started your letter with Dear Sir or Madam, and yours sincerely, if you know the name and you started the letter with Dear Mr. Black, and your full name. Let's talk about other informal and formal words in English. Most words in English are neutral and can be used anywhere, but some words are formal and should not be used in informal letters, while informal words should only be kept for informal letters. Let me show you some. To get is quite an informal verb. I've got a new phone. To buy is neutral. I've bought a new smartphone. And to purchase is formal. I have purchased a new smartphone. Similarly, the phrase on top of that is informal. On top of that, my flight's been cancelled. Also, to and as well are neutral. My flight's also been cancelled. And moreover is formal. Moreover, my flight has been cancelled. To kick off. That's an informal phrasal verb meaning to start. To start is neutral, and to commence is formal. To grill. That means to ask many questions, and it's informal. To ask is neutral and can be used in any type of letters, and to request is more formal. To have a go or to have a shot at something means to try something. But these phrases are informal, while to try is neutral, and to endeavor is formal. To wind up or to pull the plug on, it means to end. And again, these phrases are informal, to end is neutral, to terminate is formal. And one more, to show up at. To show up at an event, that's informal. To go to an event, neutral. To attend an event, formal. Next, colloquialisms and idioms. These are informal words and expressions. For example, to pull the plug on means to end. To nip it in the bud means to stop something when it has just begun because you can see that problems will come from it. Let's just nip it in the bud. Once in a blue moon, it means very rarely. Or to cost an arm and a leg, that's to be very expensive. Colloquialisms and idioms are informal. You can use them in your informal letters, but not in semi-formal or formal ones. Linking words. Similarly, some linking words are formal and some are informal. You can find the PDF list of them in the 3rd chapter. Now, let me show you a couple of linking words which are very common but can become informal at the beginning of sentences. So, do not begin your sentences with but, and also in semi-formal and formal letters. In a letter to a friend, I could write, I can't meet you on Saturday as I'm going on holiday, but we could catch up on Friday night. What do you think? In a letter to a colleague, though, it's better to say, I won't be able to meet you on Monday as I'm off next week. However, I'm in the office on Friday if you're available. Contractions. These are short versions of words that use an apostrophe instead of letters, such as isn't, which means is not, I'm, I am, don't, the full form is do not, doesn't, does not, I'd. This D can either stand for would or had. It's. S can be it is or it has. Can't, it means cannot, and please note cannot is one word, won't is will not, and shan't is shall not. You should use contractions in informal letters. If you don't, it will be a sign of an inappropriate tone. You can use some full forms in informal letters too, but at least some must be contracted. And you shouldn't use them in your formal letters. In semi-formal, you can. Some forms can be contracted and others full. Exclamation mark. You can use exclamation marks in your informal letters, but not too many. Maybe 1 or 2. In other types of letters, don't. For instance, in an informal letter, in my opening statement, I could write, "Congratulations on your graduation this past weekend." And in the closing statement, "Congratulations again and all the best wishes for the future." However, in formal letters, there would be no exclamation mark. An opening statement. "Congratulations on your promotion to the position of marketing assistant." Closing statement. "We're happy to have you continue as a member of our team and wish you well in your new position." Sentence length. Normally, your sentences are shorter and simpler if your tone is informal and longer and more complex if it's formal. For example, in a semi-formal letter to a landlord, I would write, "My only difficulty is the rent, which, although reasonable, is too high for me to afford to pay alone. Therefore, I would like to ask your permission to find another flatmate who would share the cost with me." A similar information in an informal letter to a friend would look like that. "The rent at my current place is a bit too high for me. I know you have a spare bedroom in your house. Would you be interested in renting it out by any chance?" You see, in the informal letter, sentences are shorter and simpler. The passive voice. In informal letters, we prefer the active voice, while in formal letters, the passive voice is much more common. For example, you're writing an informal letter to a friend, and you want your friend to water your flowers. If you say, "The flowers should be watered twice a week," it will be a wrong tone. That's a passive voice, but when you're talking to your friend, you should use the active voice. "Could you water my flowers twice a week?" Here is another example. "The university application should be submitted by you before Christmas." This tone is inappropriate. You should use the active voice. Try to submit your application before Christmas. Now let's have a look at a formal example. That's a letter to a newspaper. "I'm writing to tell you that the information you have provided in a recent article is wrong." Again, this tone is inappropriate here. That's the active voice. You should use the passive voice. "I'm writing to notify you about incorrect information that has been provided in a recent article." So instead of saying that the information you have provided, we say the information has been provided. It's much more polite and more formal. And another example. A letter to a shop. You should extend the opening hours of your shop. That's the active voice. A better example would be, "The opening hours of your shop should be extended." Requests. In formal styles, we tend to use indirect requests. "The bottom stair is broken and needs to be repaired to avoid an accident." So the first sentence is passive. It's an indirect request. In less formal styles, we prefer direct requests. Could you feed my cat while I'm away? And not, my cat needs to be fed while I'm away. In semi-formal styles, you can use a combination of both. The washing machine seems to be broken. Could you please have a look at it and decide if it should be repaired or replaced? Here I've used both the passive and active voice. Emotional language. If your writing is personal, you can openly share your feelings and emotions. In formal writing, we tend to be more reserved. In an informal letter to a friend, you would say, "I'm so happy about my new job and I can't wait to start." In a letter to your new employer, it's better to write, "I would like to thank you for this opportunity and I look forward to starting my new role next week." Perhaps you could say that you are delighted to receive the job offer, but saying that you can't wait to start would be too informal. The second example contains the same information, but emotions are not as clearly expressed as in the first. Here are some words we use in informal and formal letters to talk about our emotions. Informal tone. I'm upset, angry, annoyed, frustrated, sad, appalled. Formal tone. I'm disappointed, distressed, dismayed, inconvenienced, discouraged, dissatisfied, discontented. Politeness. Be more direct with friends and less direct, more polite in formal letters. We often choose to use certain modal verbs to be more or less polite. For example, can I suggest you try this software? That's more informal. May I suggest you try this software? That's more formal. Might I suggest is very formal. Dropping words. In informal English, we drop unnecessary words, while in formal English, we don't. For example, the flat I rent is informal, the flat that I rent is more formal. The woman I met, or the woman whom I met, it's much more formal. I haven't received the photo camera I paid for. That's more informal. I have not received the photo camera for which I paid. This is much more formal. Now let's talk about semi-formal style. What is a semi-formal style? It varies significantly depending on to whom you write. A letter to your neighbor is perhaps closer to an informal letter. A letter to a colleague at work is a bit more formal, but less formal than a letter to your manager. And perhaps a letter to your landlord will be quite formal even if you know them well. By the way, a landlord is a person from whom you rent your flat. And all these letters will be semi-formal. The semi-formal style is the most flexible. Remove very informal phrases and remove very formal phrases, and everything else can be used in semi-formal letters. The key is to stay consistent. The same letter can be written with a varying degree of formality. If you write to a friend, it could be a close friend you've known all your life, or a senior friend you meet occasionally. Your language would differ. Similarly, a letter to a shop can't be informal, but it can be more or less formal depending on your personality. The most important thing is to stay consistent. If you mix more informal and more formal phrases in the same letter, you'll lose points. Use the same tone throughout your letter. And the last point, positive and negative messages. Your tone in all complaints and negative messages should be more formal than in positive messages. For example, if you write a letter to a photography school, you'll be less formal if you're providing great feedback and more formal if you complain. Even when you write a letter to a friend, you'll be more informal inviting them to a party and less informal reminding your friend to return that laptop they borrowed a month ago. Okay, I hope you now understand the tone of IELTS letters a bit better. I've linked some really useful phrases in the video description to help you continue improving your style. And that's where you'll also find a special discount code if you enroll on our courses. Everything's linked below. And now we've reached the final section of the IELTS test, IELTS speaking. This is an interview with an examiner that lasts between 11 and 14 minutes. It may be a face-to-face interview, or it may be conducted via a video call on the computer. So let's go through each part of the test and I'll show you what kind of questions examiners ask and what you can do to demonstrate your speaking skills in the best possible light and get a higher score. I've taken IELTS 7 times, and I've also had the chance to hear what former IELTS examiners notice in those first few minutes of the test. And I can tell you, the start of IELTS speaking is very predictable. In this video, I walk through it with you step by step so you know what they'll say, what you should say back, and how to get the strongest possible start to your exam. Most IELTS speaking exams start in that slightly awkward moment when you're in the corridor, your belongings in the locker, your watch and mobile phone in the locker, just your passport with you. And then the examiner opens the door and calls you in. At this point, you don't need to impress the examiner. This part is not assessed. You just need to be polite and natural. Say hello or hi. If you're a bit more adventurous, you could say good morning or good afternoon, and maybe even nice to meet you. But it's better not to ask how are you, because that would require an answer and I bet your examiner will be in a bit of a rush. So once you sit down, the examiner will read a short statement. And it will probably sound a bit robotic, that's normal. Once they finish, just say okay or all right. And when they finish the statement, the timer starts. The entire speaking test lasts between 11 and 14 minutes. Part 1 lasts between 4 and 5 minutes. And the examiner controls the time. If you're doing the test online, they may quickly check that you can hear and see them properly, and if something isn't working, say so immediately. Don't be polite and keep quiet. So next come the ID questions. This whole exchange should take about 30 seconds. Keep your answers short and clear. The first question is always, can you tell me your full name, please? And you can say, my full name is Alexandra Brown, or my name is Alexandra Brown, or it's Alexandra Brown. Say your name exactly as it appears in your passport. If you have a middle name, include it. If something is not there, don't add it. Next, what shall I call you? This question is optional but common, and you can give your short name or your English nickname. Please call me Alex, or you can call me Sasha. You can also just repeat your name in full, you don't have to shorten it. The next question is, where are you from? The examiner may not ask it if the answer is obvious. And here comes a very common mistake. Listen to this answer. I'm from Almaty, which is the former capital of Kazakhstan and a beautiful city located in the southeastern part, and so on. This answer is perfectly correct from a language perspective, but this isn't a good answer. Remember, you're still at the ID verification stage, and the best answer is, I'm from Kazakhstan. That's it. A small tip, it's better not to say just one word, Kazakhstan, but give a full sentence. And next, can I see your identification, please? And you can say, yes, of course, here you are, and give your passport. Keep it short and friendly. Remember I told you that part 1 lasts between 4 and 5 minutes? So that includes the ID verification part. And if you do it quickly, the examiner will be grateful. Next, the examiner will move you forward with something like, now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. That's where the real assessment begins. In part 1, you'll get 3 topics, 3 or 4 questions per topic. Topics 2 and 3 are harder to predict. They could be about things like genes, adverts, hobbies, or plants. These topics are selected by the examiner before they even meet you. But the first topic is very predictable. You're going to be asked about where you live, your home or hometown, or what you do, work or study. And we're going to cover all the core topics you may be asked about. And I'll show you how to give great answers and avoid some common mistakes so you can feel confident at the beginning of your exam. As for the other questions, we're monitoring the questions asked in real exams, and you can find the questions on our Telegram channel. It's a free PDF guide. Or you can get the questions with answers and vocabulary in our IELTS speaking library. Both are linked below. Okay, let's start with your home. Usually, the examiner begins with, do you live in a flat or a house? Now, a very common mistake is answering something like a house or I live in a house. It's correct, it's just too short. And when your answer is too short, the examiner has to push you with why. And if the examiner keeps on asking you why and why, that's not a very good sign. So instead, you could apply a simple idea. Give your answer, add one detail, and then briefly explain why. So you could say, I live in a house with my family. We moved there a few years ago because our old flat was too small. Notice how natural that sounds. It's not sophisticated, not too long, doesn't sound memorized. Remember, the examiners don't have a lot of flexibility with the questions in part 1. They just read them from the list. So you have to help them give you a higher score by extending your answers yourself. And if they ask a question that's not very good for you, still, try to find a way to answer it. The next question may be, what do you like best about your house? So listen to this answer. I like my bedroom, the garden, and the neighborhood. Is it a good answer? Well, not really, because it doesn't show the examiner how well you can communicate. So here is a better way to handle it. Pick one thing and expand on it a bit. For example, what I like most is the natural light. The living room has large windows, so it feels really bright and airy, especially in the morning. It just makes the whole place feel more open and welcoming. And notice something important. The language is very natural and simple. It's not formal and it's not complicated. It doesn't need to be. IELTS speaking is not a competition to sound smart. It's about sounding clear, natural, and easy to understand. So please don't force fancy words if they don't sound like you. That said, if someone's English is very advanced, this is where it's possible to show off in a natural way by adding a little bit of topic-specific vocabulary and more flexibility in grammar. Let me give you an example. In the future, What kind of house would you like to live in? In the future, I'd love to live in a detached house with a small garden, ideally in a quiet area, because I really like having privacy and outdoor space. If money wasn't an issue, I'd choose something with an open-plan kitchen and big windows. But realistically, I'll probably live closer to the city for work, at least for the next few years. So this answer has something interesting both in terms of vocabulary and grammar. So vocabulary. Detached house. It means the house stands alone. There are no houses on the sides of it. Outdoor space or open plan kitchen. It means your kitchen is together with your living room. These are natural words to talk about your home, but they're a bit more advanced. In terms of grammar, we have a reason, because. We have a second conditional. If money wasn't an issue, I'd choose. And we have a contrast, but realistically, I'll probably. So this answer is also slightly longer than the previous ones. On average, in part 1, aim for 20-25 seconds per answer. Some can be slightly shorter and some slightly longer, but this is a good average. Let's move on to our second topic. Instead of the questions about your home, you may be asked about your hometown or the place where you live. The first question sounds like this. Do you live in a city, a town, or a village? So how to answer? If you live in a smaller kind of place, you can briefly explain where it is. I live in a small town called Hebden Bridge. It's in the north of England, not too far from Manchester actually. That's enough. Now, if you've lived in several different places or you're from one city but you live in another, don't be tempted to explain everything. The question is mainly about your life now. So answer about now first and then explain where you're originally from. Here is a simple template. At the moment, I live in which is I'm originally from, but I moved here years ago for and the reason. So let me show you what I mean. At the moment, I live in London. Originally, I'm from Kazakhstan, but I moved to England to do my master's over 10 years ago. A follow-up question may be something like, has it changed much over the years? Each question in IELTS speaking tests a certain skill. And this one tests your ability to use different verb tenses. Have a look. Yes, it's changed quite a lot over the years. It's become much more modern and built up, especially in the city centre. For example, a few years ago, a new shopping centre was opened and public transport was improved, so it's much easier to get around now. This is quite a natural way to answer. You start in the present perfect to describe the overall change, and then you switch to past simple to give one or two examples. In our case, we used the past simple passive. So someone opened a shopping center, the center was opened. Now, let me show you another way to increase your score with your answer. The question is, would you like to live somewhere else in the future? This is a perfect moment to soften your language. Try to avoid extreme answers like, yes, definitely, I will move next year, unless you can really support it. Instead, use softening phrases like, possibly, maybe, I think so, in the long term, at some point, I'm not completely sure yet. For example, possibly yes. In the long term, I'd like to live somewhere quieter, maybe in a small town, because I like having more space and a slower pace. But for now, the city makes more sense for work and opportunities. This answer sounds realistic, and it naturally makes you use more complex grammar, which is great for your score. Now, let's have a look at the topic about half of all IELTS students get in their test, work or studies? The first question is, do you work or are you a student? And when you hear that, there are only 3 possibilities really. Either you work or you study or you're doing neither at the moment. So here is how to give a great answer whatever your situation is and avoid a common mistake that students who prepare thoroughly sometimes make. So if you work, a nice simple structure is I work as, what I do, how I feel about it. So an answer could sound like, I'm an accountant and I help prepare financial reports and organize company finances. It's quite detailed work, but I actually enjoy it because I like working with numbers and solving problems. This isn't a long speech and it sounds natural. A common mistake is when you know what you do so well that you're tempted to give lots of details, lots of terms, and then the answer sounds memorized. And the examiner may even interrupt you and move on to the next question. Now, if someone studies, it's the same idea. I'm studying, what it involves, and how I feel about it. I'm a student. I'm actually in my 2nd year of a bachelor's degree in computer science. At the moment, we're doing a lot of programming and problem solving, so it can be pretty challenging, but I'm really enjoying it. Again, it sounds natural, it's easy to follow, and it sets you up perfectly for the follow-up questions like, why did you choose this subject? What's the most difficult part? Now, if someone is doing neither right now, this is a part where students sometimes really don't know how to answer. Remember this. The examiner is mainly interested in whether to ask you follow-up questions about work or studies. So give them a direction by mentioning what happened before. An easy structure is what I'm doing now, what I did before, and you may mention what you're gonna do next. So a strong answer could be, actually, neither. Right now, I'm taking a short break and focusing on my family. Before that, I studied business at university and I'm planning to start looking for a job soon. So if you mention what you did previously, the follow-up questions will usually go in that direction, which makes everything easier. Now, we've been talking about part 1 so far, and I want to put it into perspective. First impressions in part 1 do matter, but this is still a warm-up. Your score is mainly decided in parts 2 and 3. And part 2 is the real turning point because you have to give one developed answer and keep speaking for more than a minute, ideally close to 2 minutes, until the examiner stops you. I know it's not always easy, but there is a simple way to build a strong answer for any part 2 topic, even if it's quite tricky. And in this video, you'll learn how to do it. I asked a former IELTS examiner on our team to name one thing most test takers could do to improve their score in IELTS speaking. His answer? Give extended answers that show your English skills. Today, I'll show you 8 easy ways to give extended answers to any question in parts 1 and 3, including the ultimate answer structure that works even for the hardest questions. Let's start with the first one, giving reasons. The question is, let's talk about what you do in the mornings. Is breakfast an important meal for you? I think giving your reasons is the easiest way to extend your answer, and it works for any question. Here is how you can use it. If we take our question, instead of just saying yes or no, you could also answer this question. Why is it important or not important? And the obvious keyword is because. Listen to this answer. Is breakfast an important meal for you? Most definitely, yes. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day because it gives you the energy to stay physically and mentally alert. Even better, if you can add a kind of consequence or result, like this. That's why I never skip it. We can put the explanation using because, as, or since. Since breakfast is so important, I make time for it, even if it's just grabbing a banana on my way out the door. We can also put this the other way around. First the result and then the reason. I never skip breakfast, as I'm basically a zombie without my morning coffee. And we can also use so or that's why to show consequences or results. I love breakfast, so I try not to skip it, even if it's just a piece of stale toast. If we go back to our answer, to make it even better, we could add more of a personal touch, a personal example. That's always a good idea in part 1. And this could be our second way to extend our answers, giving examples. Here we go. For example, I always try to get up early so I have enough time to prepare coffee, cereal, and some fruit. The answer is looking pretty good, right? In part 1, you have 20-25 seconds per answer. Of course, some answers can be slightly shorter or longer, but generally aim to reply to each question in several sentences. Let's take our next question and see another way to talk for longer, adding information. And our second topic is, let's talk about being challenged. Which subject at school did you find most challenging? While you're listening to the answer, look for ways to add information or to add more ideas. Honestly, it was history. I have a terrible memory for dates, so I'd often zone out in class. Plus, I never saw the point of it all. And the exams were tough since they were mostly about memorizing names and dates. Oh, and one more thing. The teacher's voice was so monotonous, it was hard to stay awake. In spoken English, it's very easy to add more points using and plus one more thing. You could also use also or apart from that. Another way to extend your answer is to tell a story. This is a great way because it can show the examiner that you can comfortably talk about the past. Just remember that you have 20-25 seconds per answer, so keep your story short. Otherwise, the examiner may stop you and switch to the next question. And if that happens, that's not a problem either. Our question is, how different was your morning routine when you were a child? It was very different. We started at 7:30 a.m., which felt like the middle of the night. I was always in a mad rush to catch the bus, so I rarely had time for a proper breakfast. Instead, I would eat my lunch snack on the way to school and would feel starving by lunch with no food left. Have you noticed the use of would? I would eat my snack. I would feel starving. Do you know what it means? Would shows repeated actions in the past that don't happen anymore. We could also use used to do something. Some of my friends used to feel sorry for me and would invite me to share their lunch. Talking about the past is a great way to extend your answer even if the question is in the present. Let me show you how to do it using another topic from recent exams, films. By the way, if you'd like to have a library of challenging IELTS speaking topics, check out our IELTS speaking library. It covers over 40 topics from real exams, each with sample answers and useful vocabulary. You can also download the questions only without the answers and vocabulary for free on our Telegram channel. Both are linked in the description. Now, how can you use the past to answer a question about the present? The question is, how often do you go to the cinema? What if I hardly ever go there? That's where talking about the past can help. To be honest, not often these days. I maybe go once or twice a year when there is something truly worth watching, like Alien vs. Batman 5. I used to go much more often when I was younger, probably every other weekend. Once, I even bought a seasonal ticket so I could watch every new movie at a very reasonable price. In this answer, we're comparing the present with the past. And this leads us to the next way to extend answers: compare and contrast. When we speak, we often use but or though to show contrast between two things. I enjoy watching films at home, though if it's one with loads of sound effects and action, I'd prefer to go to the cinema. But when we try to give more complex arguments, the words we use become more formal, like although, however, on the other hand, maybe like this. Do you enjoy facing challenges in your daily life? Well, yes and no. I mean, I really like that feeling of satisfaction when I know I've done some difficult task at work well. On the other hand, the process can be stressful, and I'm not sure I handle that part of it so well. Now that our answers are becoming more complex, it's a good moment to switch our attention to part 3, where answers are going to be longer and we'll be using more than one way to extend each answer. A great way to extend your part 3 answers is to talk about the pros and cons. There is a recent part 2 topic that asks you to describe a person you know who is good at buying things at low prices. In other words, a good bargain hunter. And one type of part 3 question that is very common is to compare the pros and cons, or the advantages and the disadvantages. For example, what are the advantages and the disadvantages of online shopping? Even my grandma is totally obsessed with online shopping. In your answer, balance the two sides, the pros and the cons. And let's look at some ways to include this contrast in our answer. This time, I've left the linking words blank. What would you use to fill these blanks? Of course, shopping online is very convenient. Then you can talk about the pros. Blank, there are some downsides. And you can talk about the cons. So what do you think? It's one of those times when we pause a little before making a contrast and probably emphasize the linking word. It's like saying but we can make it stronger. Here I'd put however or on the other hand. Recently, my grandma bought something for me online. The infamous expectations versus reality moment. And here we could say the following. Blank, an item of clothing can look great on your screen at home. What you see when you open the package might be quite different. So what linker would you add? I'm giving you a few seconds to think. Well, that's where we first say something that depends on something else to make sense. I thought the best word here is although or while. Okay, the next way to extend answers can really show your mastery of English if you can pull it off. Using conditional sentences. Looking back at the first example, it mentions dangers. On the other hand, there are some downsides. So we could just give 1 or 2 examples of these dangers. Or we can use conditional sentences to back this up. Like this. If you buy something online, you must make sure the site is reputable. If you don't, you could become the victim of a scam. We use if to set a condition. Unless can help us add a restriction. Unless you're absolutely sure it's safe, avoid making online credit card payments. Conditional sentences could also help us speculate. All we do is change the verb tenses. If more people were aware of the dangers involved in making online payments, there would be far fewer scams. Right, let's try and put together a complete answer to the advantages versus disadvantages question using the ultimate structure that can help you give brilliant answers, and it uses all the techniques you've learned so far. Do you want to try and fill in the blanks? I'm giving you 60 seconds, but you can pause the video if you need more time. Ready? The first is because or since. We're giving a reason. Number 2 is plus, what's more, or not only that, to add another idea. Next, for example, or for instance. Number 4, adding a contrast with however, nevertheless, or on the other hand. Number 5 is a restriction, unless. So, what's the structure that can really help you in part 3 where examiners expect longer answers with more developed ideas? Let's have a look. This answer starts off with a point of view, your opinion. Then it gives arguments to support it. Then we present the opposing views, or in our case, our disadvantages. And we can mention conditions, if, or restrictions, unless. I've tried to find the most unfortunate Part 2 topic from recent speaking exams, and on our Telegram you voted for this one. Today I'll use it to show you how to give a great answer step by step, even if the topic seems challenging. I've also asked the former examiner on our team to give feedback and his score so we could learn what matters most. But before we go to the answer, there is something you need to know about the topic. Let's read it first. Describe an occasion when you complained about something and achieved a good result. You should say what your complaint was, who you complained to, what the result was, and explain how you felt about the result. The format never changes, but there is one thing about it that can help you increase your score. We have 4 points to talk about: what, who, another what, and explain how. The first 2 points are describing something, what the situation was, who you dealt with. These require simpler language. Then you go on to explaining what the result was, and most importantly, how you felt. When you're explaining, you're more likely to use more complex vocabulary and grammar, which is great for your score. A question I often get asked is, do I have to follow the bullet points? No. It's not necessary to follow these bullet points in strict order or talk about each of them. But if you have a topic you're not so happy with, maybe because you can't think of a lot to say, then the easiest way may be to follow the bullet points. Unlike an IELTS writing where you absolutely must cover each point, speaking points are there to guide you. But you do need to read the topic carefully and find a good story to tell. What is a good IELTS story? Well, that's the one you can comfortably tell in English. For example, maybe you complained about a faulty car transmission. Do you have the vocab to describe it? Would it be easier to talk about, say, a restaurant? I'm sure we all can imagine how a restaurant can screw up a meal. And that's the story I'm going with. It doesn't have to be a real story, you can be inventive. As long as you have a story in your mind, for example, it happened to someone you know, and you're not just inventing as you speak, it's fine. Having a story in mind can help you with the first criterion, fluency. To get a band 7 or higher, you need to be able to keep going and readily produce long turns or long answers without noticeable effort. You may be wondering, is it okay to pause when speaking? It's natural to give yourself time to think occasionally, but we don't want to pause too often or for too long. Here, my students sometimes make this objection. But in real life, and I know, but IELTS is a test. It's not real life. And our task is to show the examiner that we can speak fluently, as far as possible correctly, using a wide range of appropriate vocabulary. And that's why planning, knowing where you're going, is so important. In the 60 seconds you have to prepare, try to find a good story, and then you may find it helpful to jot down a few keywords to remember what to cover. For example, my plan would look like this: what, who, result, how you feel. When preparing at home, you should definitely time your part 2 talk to keep it real. 1 minute to prepare, 2 minutes to speak. Oh yes, and despite the instructions, try to talk for 2 minutes or closer to 2 minutes, not just 1 minute. This will allow you to show more vocabulary, grammar, and hopefully more fluency. Now, let's listen to the talk step by step and learn how to extend your answer and get a higher score for your fluency. Well, I'm not a complaining type, but I'm going to talk about something that happened not long ago. That's a good opener, a short comment about the topic. A lot of test takers start off by paraphrasing the task. Here it would be something like, you've asked me to describe a time when I made a complaint, and it resulted in a positive outcome. Well, I'm going to talk about something that happened not long ago. There is nothing wrong with that, although the examiner may hear a lot of them. This opening sentence leads us into the story. The first bullet point is the complaint, but I'm going to continue differently. Listen to it. This is a great way to extend your talk. At work, I was put in charge of organizing an event for our 20th anniversary. So I chose this brand new restaurant that caters to large numbers, as there were around 100 of us in total. Instead of addressing the first bullet point straight on, I'm giving my story some background, the context, if you like. Then I go on to describe the product, the offer from the restaurant. We need this to make our complaint part work better. And this is also an easy way to extend your answer. So, the product. The deal they offered looked great. a set menu with choices for the main course and dessert, as well as special meals for vegetarians. All the beverages, soft drinks, mineral water, beer and wine were also included. Short and concise. No need for a lot of detail because it's the reason for the complaint that's more interesting. Here it is. The evening, however, turned out to be a major letdown. Here, the mood changes from the great offer to reality. And I'm using a strong linker, however, to indicate that shift, so the examiner knows what's coming next. The service was slow, and the vegetarian option was, for whatever reason, unavailable. And when the food finally arrived, it was either cold or undercooked. On top of that, all the drinks were served warm. And when we asked for rice, we were told there wasn't enough for everyone. This part lists the reasons why I complained. But I'm not using firstly, secondly, thirdly, which would be too formal and unnatural. Instead, I just used and on top of that. On to the next bullet point. I spoke to the general manager and she made the excuse that they were understaffed in the kitchen and most of the waiters were temporary and inexperienced. Well, as I said, I'm not the type to make a fuss, but I demanded that the restaurant should offer us some money back, a partial refund. Your task to talk should be like a mini story. Every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Is it a happy ending? The task mentions a good result. I think it was when I threatened to post a negative review online that she finally agreed to offer a generous discount. This bullet point is very short, much shorter than the first two. And that's fine because the key part is coming next. A part you should never skip in your talk. Let's listen to it first and then I explain why. I'm still upset about the event, even though we ended up paying very little. Friends at work told me I wasn't to blame, but I can't shake the feeling that if I'd been more careful choosing the venue, the celebration would have turned out differently. When we're explaining our feelings, we naturally use more complex ideas, grammar, and vocabulary, which is great. And there is a benign piece of grammar in this paragraph. But let's look at the feedback and scores from a former examiner in order. Okay, what does our examiner think? Every examiner pays attention to 4 aspects, each of which is graded with 9 being the maximum. Fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. What score does this answer deserve? If we look at fluency and coherence, for a band 7 or a higher score, we need to talk without noticeable effort. Then there should be a logical sequence from providing the context to the complaint, its resolution, and finally the comment on feelings. The connections between its parts should be clear. They are clear. And we have a good range of connectives in the answer, so and as to relate to causes and consequences, however and but to signal contrast. On top of that, to add new information, finally and still to refer to sequence and time. This is referred to as topic development is coherent in Band 8. And one more thing on the subject of fluency. The examiner gives high grades to those who speak without much hesitation. It's normal for anyone to pause occasionally to maybe think of what you're gonna say next, but we don't want that to happen too often. But notice the hesitation, this mental search for a word that happened near the end. I demanded that the restaurant should offer us some money back, a partial refund. This is nothing to worry about. In fact, self-correction Here, a word, though it could be grammar or pronunciation, is a positive sign that we're learning because we're aware of our mistakes and we can correct them. But of course, you don't want that to happen often and to correct yourself so much that you forget what you wanted to say. This answer would get a band 8 or 9 for fluency and coherence. What about the other 3 categories? Lexical resource is our vocabulary. It should show variety, including some less common items, some idiomatic expressions, as well as an awareness of collocation. Not to mention our ability to paraphrase. Let me show you some good examples of these features. Cater to, meaning to professionally provide food and drink. A set menu. This is the list of meal choices on offer. Make a fuss. I'm not the type to make a fuss, meaning I don't like to get angry and complain. This is a nice idiomatic paraphrase of how the talk begins. I'm not the complaining type. We also have a major letdown or a big disappointment. And I can't shake the feeling, meaning I'm still feeling it and I can't stop. We could also mention single word items. Beverages for drinks. Understaffed, meaning lacking workers. You see, nothing extraordinary, just some sensible vocabulary for the topic. This would get a band 8. Starting from a band 7, our grammar will be largely error-free and have a good mix of simple and complex structures. Some students think that they need very complex sentences or formal sentences, but that's not true. In our talk, the sentences were pretty simple at the beginning and became more complex as the talk developed. And this is normal because the talk moved from simply describing the situation to describing feelings. And we have a number of interesting elements throughout the talk. For example, the passive voice. I was put in charge. The beverages were included. We also have what's called a cleft sentence. It was when I threatened to post a negative review online that she agreed to offer a discount. A cleft sentence emphasizes a particular part of a sentence. In our case, the emphasis is on the action of threatening to post a review. Also, have you noticed a highly complex structure at the very end? If I had been more careful choosing the venue, the celebration would have turned out differently. This type of sentence is called a third conditional sentence. I'm discussing a hypothetical situation in the past. If I had been more careful, but I wasn't, and their imagined results, the celebration would have turned out differently. So all this is unreal. The examiner will definitely notice if you pull it off or if you get it wrong. All in all, the grammar was good enough for a band 8. For a perfect 9, the vocabulary and grammar could have been a bit more complex, but I wanted to show you an answer that would be easy to understand. And the last criterion is pronunciation. We all speak with an accent, that's fine. We're not trying to sound exactly like native speakers. What's important is that we can be easily understood. Our pronunciation of individual words is clear and intelligible. A word of advice: don't try to use words that you're unsure of when it comes to how to pronounce them. If you look through the 2-minute talk, there weren't any especially difficult words. Another aspect is rhythm, stress, and intonation. A feature of English is how we express meaning through emphasizing certain words or parts of words. Take this sentence, for example. Which words would you emphasize? Most native speakers would probably say it like this. And when the food finally arrived, it was either cold or undercooked. Emphasize the most important words and don't emphasize supporting words, such as prepositions, articles, and auxiliary verbs, like do, it, is, will. This answer would get a band 9 for pronunciation, although I do have an accent. So overall, this answer would get between a band 8 and 8.5. But part 2 is not assessed alone. It's part 3 of the test that will determine the final score. And that's where the examiner will push you to your limit. The harder the questions you're getting in your IELTS speaking part 3, the better your exam is going. This may not be what you expected, but there is a perfect reason for this. Let me explain why part 3 is key to your exam, why hard questions are better than easy questions. We'll look at different question types you may get and learn how to avoid common mistakes and give answers that get a higher score. It's Asiya here. Let's get started. It may seem that in IELTS speaking, parts 1 and 3 are a bit similar, but they're not. And it's very important that you understand these differences. Part 3 is where the examiner asks questions that push you into giving longer extended answers. If we compare them to part 1 of the speaking test, the answers in part 1 will be shorter, just a couple of sentences. In part 3, you can and should give much longer answers. Part 1 is about what you do and what you like. Part 3 is about society and its problems. The questions and therefore the answers in part 3 are more general, more abstract than part 1. The examiner even introduces part 3 by saying, I'd like to ask you some more general questions about this. This refers to part 2 topic we've just been talking about for 2 minutes. And general also means don't talk about yourself. If you do, the examiner will interrupt you and redirect you. Also, the examiner has more freedom of choice. In part 1, they read questions from a script. In part 3, they can choose questions for you. So here is how it works and why tough questions are better. The examiner has 3 sets of possible questions. Each set covers a different aspect of the general topic. These sets are progressively more and more difficult. For example, in set 1, the questions may be a little easier. They ask you to describe, classify, or make comparisons. But in sets 2 and 3, the questions are more complex. You may have to analyze, agree or disagree, discuss causes and effects, make predictions or even hypothesize, or talk about what would happen if something else happened. The examiner chooses questions from 2 of the 3 sets. For your typical Band 6 candidate, it's sets 1 and 2, while for a test taker who's likely to get a higher band score, at least a 7, these are sets 2 and 3. And the examiner will ask questions based on the bullet points, but doesn't have to follow the script word by word. So it's very different to part 1 where the examiner cannot go off script. In a way, in part 3, the examiner gets more personally involved in a hope of creating a kind of genuine discussion and is encouraged to ask follow-up questions. Knowing about these different question types in part 3 can definitely help you in your test. So let's have a look at questions from each set. I'm going to show you answers of different levels. Some are band 7, some are band 8 or even 9, and some are a bit weaker around a 6, and we'll see how to improve them. Here is our part 2 topic. Describe a famous person who's a good role model for younger people. The examiner will start part 3 like this. You've been talking about a famous person who's a good role model for younger people, and I'd like to ask you some more general questions about this. First, let's consider becoming famous. Can you tell me what types of people tend to become famous in your country? It's the simplest of all part 3 questions. Identify. A possible opening could be this. In my country, it's mainly the sports stars who are in the news these days. And that's mainly because we've been so successful in tennis, football, and other sports. And that's not a bad start. And from here, the test taker could go on to a band 7. But if we're looking for ways to improve, we could develop this answer like this. When I think about famous people, what comes to my mind are celebrities in the entertainment industry, like actors and musicians who are always in the spotlight. Athletes are a big deal, especially those who excel in popular sports like football and tennis. More recently, social media influencers and content creators have become really popular too. So it seems people from different walks of life can become famous here. Quite a long answer. In your part 3, there will be 6 main questions plus some follow-up questions. And some of your answers can be quite extended. If they're a bit shorter, the examiner will ask you more follow-up questions. One thing that stands out in this sample is idiomatic language. Come to my mind, be in a spotlight, a big deal, different walks of life, which means people with different jobs or from different levels of society. Examiners will notice idiomatic language that sounds natural. But don't get obsessed about adding some idioms. Let's turn to the next question in set 1. It's asking you to compare. Is it easier to become famous these days than in the past? Yes, it's definitely easier today. Social media has changed everything. On YouTube and TikTok, anyone can reach a global audience. In the past, you needed access to traditional media like TV and radio, which had much higher barriers to entry. Now, if someone creates some viral posts or videos, they can gain fame almost overnight, something that was nearly impossible before. The answer is directly to the point. You are asked to compare the past and the present, and that's exactly what we have. It's definitely easier today. Much higher barriers. These are comparisons. The answer compares how things are now and how they were in the past. There is a conditional sentence. If someone creates a viral post or video, they can gain fame. It's always good to have one. The third question looks a bit more difficult. It's asking for your opinion. Do you think that nowadays someone can be famous for doing very little? It appears to be like that. It does feel a bit unfair when you compare this to individuals who've worked extremely hard to achieve something significant, or those who've made sacrifices to improve the world. The issue is that some deserving people don't get as much publicity, so we don't notice them as much. Another strong answer. It starts by answering the question directly. It appears to be like that. So, yes. If you disagree with the examiner's question, say so. Don't feel pressured to agree. In our answer, notice how good the verb tenses are, particularly the use of the present perfect. And what about the collocations or set combinations of words we often use together? We make sacrifices or work hard to achieve something. Examiner will spot it all. So these are the easiest questions in part 3. Let's add a notch of difficulty and see if our student can cope with them. Set 2 questions. The examiner will tell you they're switching the focus of the questions, maybe like this. Let's go on to talk about the importance and features of role models. How important is it for young people to have good role models? I think it's really important for young people to have someone to look up to in a positive way, because there are so many negative influences that can have an impact on the choices we make in life, and that's bad. Did you like this answer? The test takers find it a bit harder, I think. The answer is a bit short and it doesn't really say much. It begins by repeating the question and ends with the vague, "that's bad." A positive aspect is the phrasal verb look up to someone, meaning to admire, to have great respect for someone. The examiner would jump in with the obvious follow-up question. In what ways? Because of the influence some famous people can have. If you admire them and try to copy what they do, but if their habits are not good, it will not be good for you. You can see that, for example, with many Hollywood stars and singers too. That's a bit weak. Here, the repetition of are not good, will not be good, doesn't make for a good band 7. Neither the choice of some other words. Can we find more precise ways to talk about famous people and their habits? Let me show you a band 9 level. Because of the influence some celebrities can have, if you admire them and try to emulate negative aspects of their lifestyles, it can lead to harmful behaviors. For example, some stars in the entertainment industry suffer from substance abuse or irresponsible financial habits. It's better to be selective about which traits you emulate. This is a different level, right? The vocabulary is precise. Celebrities instead of famous people, emulate instead of copy, lifestyle rather than habits, harmful behavior and substance abuse. That's taking alcohol and drugs, and traits. This is also a more developed answer. It makes a point and then gives a relevant example. On to the next question, which asks for your suggestions. What qualities should a good role model possess? It must be someone who can be an inspiration to others, a kind of, mentor. Someone who can provide guidance by showing how to behave and act so you make positive decisions. In other words, a good model would be hardworking, honest, and have a healthy lifestyle. This is a good answer. There is no problem at all searching mentally for a word or expression. In this case, the word mentor. The last set 2 question. Can anyone be a good role model? Of course. In fact, it all starts in the family with the parents and older family members who can help shape the way young children and adolescents grow up. I remember when I was young, my parents helped me to, and at school, can teachers be good role models? As well, yes, a good teacher can be a long-lasting source of inspiration for someone. I believe it's important for adults, family members or teachers to really engage in open discussion with children to make sure they follow the right path in life. Why would the examiner interrupt the first answer? Because it took a very personal turn, so the examiner would redirect the test taker by asking a general question. Despite this interruption, the answer was very good. And there are certainly some less common words and expressions to impress the examiner. Finally, set 3, the most challenging questions for the most advanced candidates. Let me show you how to deal with them and what to do when you don't know what to say. Let's move on to talk about celebrities and celebrity culture. Why is it that some people have a kind of unhealthy obsession with celebrities? I suppose it's just what we're surrounded by these days. It's hard to get away from social media or avoid being bombarded with stories about the rich and famous. Maybe, on the one hand, it's a way of escaping from the routine of our everyday lives when we read or see stories about celebrity lifestyles that seem so glamorous. But on the other hand, some people get too involved in it and become really fanatic. A great answer that has all the features of a Band 8 at least. We know in part 3 it's important to give extended answers. And it's your chance to show how you can put your thoughts together. Look at the second part of the example. On the one hand, on the other hand. This is a nice way to organize your ideas. Next. So, is the influence of celebrity culture positive or negative? Yes, well, as I was saying, I feel that it has more drawbacks than anything else. And it all seems far too superficial. This focus on where they live and what they eat and what they do, especially since it's their bad behavior that gets the most publicity. But still, it's the media that's to blame with all those shows and articles that go on and on about the rich and famous. Notice how well the test taker gives examples of this focus on the superficial. Giving examples is a good way to extend your answers. The examiner would also notice a very interesting piece of grammar. It's the media that's to blame. This is called a cleft sentence. It emphasizes a particular part of the sentence, often starting with it is, it was. Instead of just saying the media is to blame, we say it's the media that's to blame, putting the emphasis on the media. Now, a question to really push the test taker. Could it be said that celebrity culture will one day be seen as a defining characteristic of the 21st century? There's often a question that has us struggling for an answer. It's a good idea to have some useful phrases to keep the talk flowing while you're thinking about what to say next. Some people call these fillers. To be honest, to tell you the truth, in my opinion, if you ask me, and we can comment on our state of knowledge on the subject or lack thereof. This is not something I know a lot about, but I've never given this very much thought, So we can start like this. Well, to tell the truth, this is something I've never given very much thought to, but I guess it's true. Well, maybe not so much where I come from, but certainly in some cultures, like the United States or in Western Europe, where even political leaders are often seen as celebrities. And in sport, it's the same. It's an answer. There is nothing worse than silence. And remember, there are no right or wrong answers in IELTS speaking. The examiner is only interested in your use of English, not if your answer is factually correct or very profound. Part 3 in IELTS speaking is where the examiner pushes you to the limit to check how advanced your skills really are. And even though it only lasts for 5 minutes, I promise you'll be delighted to hear the magic words, "Thank you, this is the end of your speaking test."